0%. Chapter 1 Family Sorrow. China Mainland, Qingzhou, Qi State. As the sun sets, there is already a hint of coolness outside the city of Guangxian in October. The Wahu martial arts training ground is the most lively time, and dozens of Chinese children are doing evening exercises shirtless. The young man standing in the front row was about 30 years old. A pear blossom and whitewood spear flew up in his hand, and the spearhead made a burst of noise in the air. Obviously, the young man Truchi was able to function freely and his marksmanship was good. Spearmanship is like sailing against the current. If you don't advance, you will retreat. When you take every spear swing action into your heart, and use each move as if you were waving your arm, then you have achieved a small mark. If your marksmanship has been sent and received freely, and all the moves are handy, then congratulations on your marksmanship, you can participate in morning exercises and evening exercises in the future. Only dancing with spears is a juggling. If you want to practice spears, you must unite strength, energy, and will, so that your spear skills can be fulfilled and your desires for better realm. The Hua's air split gun is a yellow-level high-level marksmanship. Martial skill levels are divided into 4 levels from high to low: heaven, earth, mystery, and huang. Each level is divided into 3 levels: high, medium, and low. The leading young people talked about the key points and skills of spearmanship, and explained the key points of every spearmanship to everyone in the explanation of the spear intent of the family, split spear. As long as you pay attention, you can observe that the front row of the martial arts field is basically strong young people. Most of the muscles in the middle position are obviously about 20 years old, and all of them have entered the body tempering state. They also dance in style. In the middle of the team, an 11 or 2-year-old boy stood in the middle row of the team, which looked particularly special. He was carrying a 6-foot jujube red sakura spear in his hand, and a basic straight stab, which seemed extremely serious. It was as if standing in front of him was a powerful beast. The spearhead was as fast and steady as lightning, and the marksmanship had already gained some heat. This young man is our protagonist. Huakai has traveled through this world for 12 years. It is completely different from the world he used to be. Here is respected by strength. Each family has a mental method and martial skill inheritance. People's cultivation is from low to high. Qi state, body tempering state, Kaiyuan state, pneumatic state, Qi training state, Shantian state. The mainland is full of wild beasts. Humans can only live in cities. It is very difficult to protect human life away from the city walls. Wahiabao is built 10 miles north of Guangxian City. If you encounter a crisis, you can go to the city to escape. Based on Huakai's 12-year understanding, the world he lives in is called the Shenzhou continent, which is a high-spirited world similar to the Middle and Early Warring States period in the history of the previous life. It's just that from the history books here you can only find the 3 emperors, but there is no news about the 5 emperors. Presumably history has gone from that moment. Life in this world, most people rarely leave the village, and being able to get out of the county town once in a lifetime is enough to brag for a lifetime. People living in the county can have a relatively stable life. They live within the magnificent and tall city walls. It is difficult for ordinary beasts to break through the protection of the city wall, but how easy is it for ordinary people to live in the city? Can't afford it. So to survive in this world, you must either find a place to live in a village outside the city, so that you are lucky enough to escape the attacks of wild animals, or you enter the city to join a big family and sell yourself as a slave. After completing a set of basic exercises of splitting gun, Huakai controls his breathing and sits on the ground to cultivation the mind. When the body feels tired, it is the best time to practice the mind. True Qi can help relieve muscle fatigue and temper meridians. In the front row, Huakai's 4th uncle taught martial arts. Now the marksmanship and mental skills have been achieved, and he is a rare master in Wahiapu. At this time, he began to explain to everyone the cultivation essentials of the Jingxinju. Soon night fell, and many people had already begun to collect their merits. The others are disbanded. Care, you stay. 4th uncle Wazawan disbanded the team and walked towards Huakai. The rest of the family looked envious when they saw it. Is there still no trace of breakthrough? It has been almost a year since you reached the great perfection in the Aura period, and your grandfather and your father are probably coming back soon. When they come back, they can buy you pills. You will be able to break through years ago. Huakai learned to speak 6 months after he was born. He could walk down the ground in 9 months. He could write all Qi Guoan at the age of 3. He was already familiar with illusions at the age of 6. Now he is only 12 years old and has completed the meditation formula. Xiaocheng in splitting gun is much stronger than his peers and is recognized as a genius in Wahiapu. But Hua Kai knew in his heart that he was not a genius. As a traverser, he worked twice as many as his peers, and he met bottleneck when he reached the first realm aura. It is estimated that the most cultivation to the second body tempering is his life. The ceiling is up. Fourth Lord. It's not good. At this moment, there was a rush of shouts from the entrance of the village. A group of villagers walked in with a young man in tattered clothes and saw Hua Kai and his fourth uncle Hua Zawan. The young man panted hard and tried to stand firm. Hua Kai and Hua Zawan hurriedly greeted them, and they had a bad feeling in their hearts. Why, Zhuang, you are back, how about Master and Dage? Hua Zawan asked eagerly. For Master. It's not good. The Master and the uncle led the caravan to Huchuo Mountain and were attacked by mountain bandits. All the goods were looted. The uncle was killed on the spot, and the Master was also seriously injured on the way back. Zhuang's whole body clothes dirty, blood stains on his face were scabs, and the entire eye frame was sunken. It was obvious that he hadn't had a good rest for a long time, and he couldn't help crying loudly as he spoke. When did it happen? This is impossible. What about the Shen family? My father is a master of pneumatic stage consummation, and Dage is also a pneumatic stage. Zhuang, I hope he can tell himself that this is not true. Just yesterday afternoon, Zhuang cried with a headache. He dared not look at Hua Zawan's eyes. Wahiapu's sky was about to change. As the contemporary patriarch, Hua Xing has supported the entire village with the strength of the 9 levels of pneumatic realm. As Hua Xing's eldest son, Hua Ziming has entered the 5th level of pneumatic realm just after he was 40 years old. It is possible to enter the Qi practicing realm and even the Shantian realm in the future. Unexpectedly, this business trip was lost in the hands of the bandits. Where are the other villages? Where are the Shen family caravans? Hua Zawan seemed to have thought of something, and asked angrily. The Shen family in the county seat did not suffer much loss. Outside the city, the Zhengjiazhuang, the Huang family in Zaihei village, and the Yi family in Baliu village all suffered heavy losses. The master was seriously injured by a master of aura and is now unconscious. There are only 7 people left in the 40 caravans, Zhuang said, crying with a low headache and could no longer make a sound. The second Zhuang is the son of the butler Wafu. This time, the second and third sons of Wafu followed the caravan to go to Linhu grassland for business. The second Zhuang is like this, presumably his little brother also failed to come back. For uncle, it is no use to be sad now. The key is to inform the second and third uncles, and we will discuss what to do when grandpa comes back. Seeing that everyone was in a mess, Hua Kai said to his uncle next to him. Only then did Hua Zawan react. At this time, his father did not know his life or death, and the family had no high-end combat power. Many villagers in the village stayed here only because of the strength of Wahiapu. If the Hua family does not have a pneumatic master, then not to mention the industries in the county town, many villages outside the city will also look at them. Isn't Wahiapu without a pneumatic environment just a piece of fat? At this time, the butler Wafu walked in with a few family members from the outside, and many people saw the butler Wafu hurriedly give way. Uncle Fu, I've left all the family affairs to you. Tell my second and third elder brothers to come back quickly, close the gate of Wahiabao and only can't get in or out. I'll go and pick him up. Fourth uncle ordered. For Lord, be careful, there is me at home. Do you need to inform Wu Yi? Hua Fu asked. Don't tell the fifth brother, he won't be able to come back in Lindsay for a while. Let's wait until dad comes back. Wu Fu followed his grandfather into the Wahiapu family business since he was a child. Although he was a servant, he has a high reputation in Wahiapu. Hua Zawan said that he would go home and wear good armor. More than a dozen villagers in the village put on leather armor and stood waiting at the gate, and the entire Wahiabao quickly entered a state of fighting. Hua Kai watched as the entire Wahiapu began to get busy. Many young people in the village took up arms and went up to the city wall. Women and children were afraid to go out when they returned home. He called all children over 12 years old in the village to patrol and warn them to reduce the risk of Wahiabao being attacked from within. This would also allow the children in the village to develop a sense of responsibility from an early age and increase their sense of belonging to the family. Not long after the fourth uncle went home, the third uncle returned. After hearing the news of the caravan's death, he hurriedly sent additional manpower to the main yard and warehouse, and strengthened the patrol of family members at night. The second uncle also drove the carriage back to the village quickly, and the entire Wahiapu was brightly lit for a while, and everyone was eagerly waiting for the family owner to return home. Dark night is the world of wild beasts. Wakai followed the village guard and hid under the corner of the village entrance. All members of the Wa family's direct line were also waiting here anxiously. Listening to the roar of beasts in the wild, everyone behind the wall poked their heads out from time to time, but it was halfway through the night and there was still no news of the caravan. Look, there is fire. A villager suddenly shouted. Wakai stood up and could only see a row of faint light in the distance, and at this time many people around stood up excitedly. Don't mess, we are all waiting inside the city gate, where's the doctor? Are you here? The steward saw that the second uncle was about to open the door to greet him, and he reminded him. All the villagers in Wahiapu have practiced marksmanship since they were young, and maintaining the formation during the war has been deeply embedded in everyone's bones. Hearing the words of the butler, everyone returned to their own position, waiting for the light to approach themselves a little bit. Butler, second brother, opened the door. After waiting for more than half an hour, a man drove from a distance with a torch on horseback. It was Wazawan's voice. Open the door soon. Fourth brother, how is your father? Urshu Wazili hurriedly ordered the villagers to open the door. Father is in the carriage behind, still in a coma. Where is the doctor? Has the doctor been invited? Fourth uncle Wazawan shouted as he entered the gate. The doctor was invited out by the housekeeper and the second uncle. After a while, more than a dozen people drove a carriage over slowly. A few people behind the carriage were in tattered clothes. These were all villagers in the village, and the caravan was lucky this time. To survive, some villagers in the village cried with excitement when they saw that their husband or son was still alive. True Qi enters the body. The whole body of the old man meridians is damaged. The physical injury is not serious, but if this true Qi is not eliminated, the old man can only last about 3 days at most. The doctor said after the diagnosis of Hua Xing's injury. True Qi damage can only be resolved slowly with True Qi. The old man is now in a coma and is injured by practitioner True Qi. There is no possibility of resolving it. True Qi has been destroying his meridians. If the damage reaches the internal organs, then there is absolutely no cure. Doctor, is there any way? As long as Wahiabao can do it, I must save my father. The second uncle grabbed the doctor's cuff and pleaded bitterly. Hey, the old man has limited medical skills. Maybe you can find out if there is a spirit pill that can refine True Qi. Those who can refine medicine pill are at least Shantian experts. I heard that Qi Guoyan has hired a pill refining master, but the pill refining master usually refines some powder medicines. The most common people can buy in pharmacies as pills. Medicine pill is not accessible to ordinary people, even if they can meet them. The price is definitely astronomical, and the Chinese can't afford it. I will go to Lindsay City tomorrow. The capital of the country will definitely have medicine pill for sale. Even if we run out of wealth, we must save our father. Second uncle Wazili stood up and said. Everyone else nodded secretly. As long as there is a glimmer of hope for everyone will never give up. As far as the old man knows, even if there is a medicine pill who treats the abnormal True Qi, the general pill refining division will not refine it. For the Shantian masters, the abnormal True Qi can be resolved by himself, and even if he finds the medicine pill who is willing to refine the medicine for the Wa Patriarch now pill's pill refining division is difficult to refining in 3 days. The doctor sighed after speaking, and everyone present slowly lowered their heads. Cough. Cough. When everyone was at a loss, Hua Xing suddenly coughed out on the bed. Father. Master. How are you? The butler Wafu grabbed the old man's arm, and tears couldn't help streaming down his eyes, and the others in the room also secretly wiped their tears. K. The old man gently called Hua Kai's name. Quick, Kair. Your grandfather is calling you. The third uncle heard Hua Kai hurriedly calling here. Hua Kai stepped forward and took Grandpa's hand, only feeling that his usual generous palm became soft. Ziming is no longer here. Kair will be the Wahiapu Patriarch from now on. Your second, third, and fourth brothers should help Kair take care of Wahiapu. Don't tell the fifth. Don't say anything about the family. Don't think about it. With revenge. Grandpa, don't talk. Hua Xing fell into a coma again after speaking. Hua Kai suddenly felt a voice in his mind at this time. It was detected that the host meets the Super Patriarch System opening conditions. System generation. System is being installed. The control panel is being generated. The family space is being generated. The Super Patriarch System is turned on, and the host is detected. Congratulations to the host for opening the Super Patriarch system to obtain system rewards. 1 Eye of Reality. 1 cubic meter of portable storage space. Before Wakai could react, he felt a message in his mind. Wahiapu. No entry. Prosperity. 24. Power. 5. Agriculture. 16. Animal husbandry. 2. Commercial. 7. Culture. 31. Comprehensive strength. 85. Allies. None. Capital. 67 taels of gold, 841 taels of silver, 40,365 bone coins. Hostile forces. Hutuition, Shenjia in Guangxian County, 9th product. Luck value. 4. Carrying space. 1 cubic meter upgrade requires 100 luck value. The system prompts. The family with a luck value of 0 will automatically disband, and the system will unbind. Wakai had just finished reading it before he had time to think. A transparent attribute panel appeared in his mind. Huakai. 9th floor of the Aura realm. Qualification. E. Physique. 10. Strength. 9. Will. 17. Mind method. Meditation Ju Yellow Order Low Level Mind Method Dachang. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship Xiaochang. Special skill. Real Eye cannot be upgraded. Whether to enter the family space. No, Huakai thought instinctively. Detecting the host's current patriarch's situation, the system generates the main task. Do you accept it? No, the main task cannot be rejected. The system task is being generated. Quest Main Line 1. Obtain recognition from Wahiapu villagers and save the family. Task reward. 1 special cultivation technique, 1 bottle of primary qualification pill. K. What's wrong with you? K. Young master. Wakai suddenly heard a cry of concern in his ear, and he raised his head to see everyone looking at him. Care, your grandpa said that you are the head of the Wa family patriarch, then the entire Wa family fort will depend on you in the future, you have to cheer up. 4th uncle looked at Wakai and said seriously. Everyone thought that Wakai was in a sorrow and trance, and he didn't pay any attention to a few calls. Then he comforted him. Wakai looked at his 4th uncle who was about to answer, and suddenly felt a burst of information in his mind. Wazawan. Level 6 of Kaiyuan Realm. Qualification. C. Physique. 29. Strength. 24. Will. 30. Mind Method. Meditation Ju Yellow Order Low Level Mind Method Dachang. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship Dachang. Loyalty. 91. 6th uncle. I'm fine. Wakai didn't dare to think about it anymore. It was better for him to understand what was going on first, so that others could not see the flaws. It's fine if it's okay. The old man is like this now. Kyer accepts the position of patriarch as soon as possible. We will call the whole village to announce this early in the morning. Don't notify other people. We will talk about it when everything settles down during the special period. As the housekeeper of the family, Wafu, the housekeeper, will certainly obey Hua Xing's orders to help Huakai gain the position of head of the family. Kyer is Dage's son, and the most talented in the family. I have no objection to let Kyer be the master of the family. 4th uncle Wazawan said first without waiting for others to speak. Kyer is the master of the family. Since it was my father's order, I have no opinion, but this is the case in the Hua family. Kyer is only 12 years old and a child. The Shen family betrayed us this time. How can we survive in Guangxian in the future? Even if the Shen family doesn't care about us, the crisis is pervasive outside Guangxian. Secretly, I don't know how many people are staring at us. Can Kyer handle it? The 2nd uncle sat aside and said solemnly. The 4th uncle on. 0%. Chapter 2 Family Secret Realm Space. 2nd uncle, the most important thing for our family now is to unite as one and get through the current difficulties. As for the position of the head of the family, since the grandfather said it personally, then I am now the head of the Hua family and the owner of the Wahiapu. Wakai has been in the family for so many years, at most, making suggestions behind his grandfather and father. No one knows that the family's wine and porcelain are his ideas. Now that the family is in the most crisis, Hua Xing can only hand over the family to his grandson as soon as possible, because he knows that his grandson's wisdom is not comparable to ordinary people, and only he can lead the family out of the predicament. Huakai must show strength and self-confidence at this time, so that everyone can have confidence. Confidence is often the most critical in times of crisis. The 2nd uncle Hua Zili just wanted to speak up, but the 3rd uncle Hua Ziji on the side spoke first. K. I have no objection to your grandfather's entrusting this home to you. What do you plan to do now at home? The few of us who are uncle will do our best to help you. Waziji is in charge of family logistics, and his statement in this way is actually his support for Huakai. Waziju spends most of the year looking after the family shop in the county town and knows very little about this nephew. I am young, and I will rely on several uncles to support my family affairs in the future. I don't know much about the specific affairs of the family. I don't know how many uncles have any good ideas. Although Huakai looks polite, he already speaks as the head of the Wa family. Several people have never thought that Huakai has such a strong side. Suddenly their brothers have a feeling that the person speaking in front of them is not a 12-year-old child. He is a patriarch who can take on the important responsibilities of the entire family. Since you asked Kair, my second uncle will tell you what you think. Such a big thing has happened at home. Our Wahiabao is a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in Guangxian County, and Shenjia has pitted us. I just came back to deal with the goods in hand. When the busy schedule is over, I will most likely start with Wahiapu. We'd better send a lot of money to the Shen family tomorrow, show a good attitude with them, and let them give up hostility towards us. Also, it's better to get through the county magistrate's relationship, so that the entire Guangxian County will be scrupulous if we want to move, and we will be weaker to suppress us. After all, your grandfather is like this, your father is gone, and the family is in a pneumatic environment. It's all gone. The second uncle Wakai could not help but nodded slightly when he talked about this. The second uncle usually has a bad reputation, and he likes to care about things, but he did not expect to see this. As the county seat of the 9th grade family, they can't fight against the Shen family. If the family wants to survive in Guangxian, this bitter fruit must be swallowed. Zili said this. Zawan stood up angrily after hearing this. Impossible. Dage was killed by the Shen family and the bones cannot be found. How can we whisper to the Shen family and bribe them? Hearing what Zawan said, everyone was silent, but Wakai spoke at this time. For uncle, I think what the second uncle said is right. Now we are forced to bow to the Shen family. How can we have revenge in the future without the present tolerance? Preparations are up, and my second uncle and I will go to the county town tomorrow. What Huakai said surprised the housekeeper Wafu and his third uncle Waziji. Huakai would agree to Wazili's suggestion and would go to the county in person tomorrow. How could this be like a 12-year-old child saying? As long as my grandfather doesn't completely close his eyes for a day, some young people who want to deal with us have to weigh and weigh. We will hold a village meeting early tomorrow morning to tell everyone about the situation in Wahiapu. If you say it directly now, it will have more impact on our family. Smaller. Wakai continued to see that everyone had calmed down. At this point, the second uncle could only agree to support Huakai as the head of the house, and everyone was dispersed. After discussing that Wahiapu's family took turns to take care of the unconscious old man, Wakai stayed by his grandfather for a while and saw that his condition was stable, so he went back to the room to rest. Just lying on the bed, Wakai closed his eyes and meditated on the super patriarch system. Even if Wakai too couldn't understand what appeared in his mind, he knew that the Millennium aristocratic family had its own special alien space, but the existence of this system in people's mind was too unbelievable. Huakai carefully understood the function of this system. A family attribute panel, which digitizes the various development indexes of the family, as well as the value of luck. There are only 4 points left, indicating that the family is close to collapse. The second mission system. The system shows that the main mission failed and the system disappeared. He must complete this mission for the sake of the system and the family. In addition to these 2 points, I have not yet explored the family secret realm space. Wakai silently read family secret realm space, and a system prompt appeared in his mind. Whether to enter the family secret realm space. Wakai said, yes, silently. I found myself in a small virtual space. The area of this space is about 10 square meters at most. There is a crystal column in the center of the space, and the crystal column clearly reads. Wa family. 94 people. Pneumatic environment. 2 people. Kaiyuan realm. 6 people. Bone refining realm. 43 people. Aura. 44 people. Luck value. 4 points. This is the family power. Apart from Grandpa, why is there a pneumatic realm? Wakai stared at the line of pneumatic realm, and the line of pneumatic realm quickly unfolded, and Wafu Butler's message appeared on the crystal column. Wafu, 56 years old. Realm, pneumatic realm 2nd floor. Talent, B, family loyalty. 99. Butler Wahu turned out to be a master of nomadics, and he hadn't noticed that he had been with him day and night for so many years. Wakai stared at the Kaiyuan realm and his party again, and the 6 Kaiyuan realm family members spread out one by one. The 6 people are the 5th uncle, the 4th uncle, the guard Wayu, the 2nd Zhuang, Wei Beidu, and the 2nd uncle who has just entered the 1st level of the Kaiyuan realm. This is the main combat power of the entire Wahiapu. Among them, the 5th uncle Zhang Zichen has the highest qualification. He is 24 years old at the 9th floor of the Kaiyuan realm. The qualification A+ is the highest in the family. In addition, he also looked at the qualifications of all the people displayed in the family, and most of them are in the F to D level. In the meantime, there were only more than 10 C level people, and B level only grandfather, housekeeper and 2 children. Huakai wrote down the names of the 2 children. Why are only the names of 94 people displayed? Why doesn't the system of more than 300 people in the village recognize it? Wakai took a closer look and found that many familiar people in the family were not on it. After observation, Wakai found that all those who were engraved on the crystal pillar had a common characteristic, and their loyalty was more than 60 points. I was thinking that Huakai saw that the number of family members suddenly became 93, and it happened that a Wahiapu villager who was loyal to 60 points was delisted. After studying the center crystal column, Wakai cast his gaze to the surroundings. The space was surrounded by 8-sided cards, each of which was carved with various patterns. Huakai approached these cards and found that it was a picture of mountains and rocks. There is a human-carved platform on the top of the misty mountain. In the center of the platform is a black and ink-colored boulder. This boulder looks mysterious and peculiar. On the card, there are 3 characters Wen Tianxi written on it. Wakai approached the card that looked like a wall, and a message appeared on the card. Wen Tianxi can detect family members' cultivation bottleneck. You need to pay 0 points to enter. Do you want to enter? Quote. These cards rely on luck to enter. Since there is no need to spend family luck, Wakai decided to enter it. Click OK to enter. When Wakai reacted, he realized that he had reached the top of the mountain in the card. There was a bottomless cliff beside him, and a special black boulder with prismatic crystals was directly opposite him. Wakai looked at the boulder and felt that he was attracted. He felt that his spirit seemed to have surpassed the restraint of his body. The family mind method Jingxinju could not help but automatically operate in the body. The blood qi of the whole body was surging, and he immediately entered the strongest fighting state of his body. This state is particularly strange. Wakai can feel all the subtle changes in himself, as if he is appreciating his own cultivation as a bystander, but he feels particularly clear about the changes in his body and true qi. Suddenly Huakai felt the true qi dissipate quickly in his body, and soon he could not feel any true qi at all. Wakai couldn't help but worry. He tried to meditate silently, meditation due to no avail. Even the previous splitting spear marksmanship insights seemed to be completely lost. Suddenly, Wakai felt that he was on the earth in his previous life without any cultivation base. After a short while, Wakai suddenly felt a trace of true qi entering his body. These true qi penetrated all of his meridians. Although there were not many true qis, it was still stinging to the fragile meridians. The tingling caused his meridians to be continuously strengthened, and more true qi can be slowly accommodated. This is the aura state. First, adapt to true qi to strengthen meridians, and prepare for the body to accommodate more true qi in the future. Wakai suddenly understood, isn't this the process of own cultivation? Qing Tianxi, let yourself experience the aura of aura again, and let him clearly realize that many things he thought were wrong before. Cultivation is a gradual, multifaceted process of strengthening, resulting in qualitative changes from quantitative changes. Soon he knew the shortcomings of his cultivation and the reasons for his inability to break through the aura, and he also had some new understandings and conjectures about the future body tempering cultivation. The aura is mainly the mutual reinforcement of true qi, meridians, and will. True qi strengthens meridians. Meridians will become stronger when they practice martial skill, so they can absorb more true qi to strengthen meridians. In the process, all 3 are equally important. Thanks to relatively strong willpower, Huakai can make up for the lack of talent and absorb more true qi. According to the law of his equalification, true qi ascension has basically reached the end of the early stage of body tempering, and the true qi he has absorbed by then basically, it can only maintain the body without degenerating, which is the sorrow of poor aptitude. After coming out of the secret realm of Wenshenshi, Wakai felt a little tired, and he glanced at the introduction of the other 7 cards. Physical training secret realm. the secret realm for training the physical constitution. The host is free to enter, and it takes 1 point of family luck to enter the family members. Strength training secret realm. To train true chi and strength use, the host needs 1 point of family luck to enter, and the family members need 2 points to enter. Quote. Will training secret realm. To train the will and mental energy, the host needs 5 points of family luck to enter, and the family members need 10 points to enter. Quote. Exercise hall. Ascension martial skill quality level. Wa family split air gun. Huang tier high level martial skill. Upgrade to the mysterious tier low level requires 500 points of family luck. Wu Jing Jai. Ascension mental quality level. Wa family meditation Ju. Huang tier low level mental method. Upgrade but Huang tier intermediate requires a family luck value of 100 points. Weapon shop. Use materials to automatically create weapons and armors. There is only one synthetic frame to enter the smithy. There are hundreds of weapons from white equipment to golden legends. He has never heard of most of the forging materials used, and the required luck value is also 100 starting, not Huakai now can try. Pill refining room. Use medicinal materials to refine medicine pill. Wakai was delighted to see here. Grandpa's injury might be rescued. He quickly entered the pill refining room and saw that medicine pill was divided into 3 levels. Fan Dan, Bao Dan, and Ling Dan are divided into 9 levels in each level. Most of the pill refining materials in it are starting with elixir, and heavenly and mortal treasures are also uncommon. There are tens of thousands of pill recipes here. After Wakai browsed through it, after layers of selection, only one medicine pill that he is most likely to refine is left. Chi Dan. First rank Fan Dan. Refining materials required. 1 main medicine Wachiguo, 10 grams of Qingshansao, 5 grams of auxiliary medicine black snake flower, 2 grams of Qianjin Bang. Efficacy. Purify the quality of true chi in the body, strengthen physical fitness, and have weak meridians conservation effect. The effect is better when taken below Shantian. The family luck required for refining is worth 1 point. Seeing this pill recipe, Huakai took the recipe in mind. Guangxian pharmacies often sell elixir. The elixir used in this pill recipe is only one kind of chi fruit, which is more common in Guangxian. When the other time comes, go to the pharmacy and ask first. After finding a way to heal his grandfather, Wakai was so excited that he could no longer stay in the family secret realm. After he silently left the system, he felt that he reappeared in his room. With more than half an hour left, Wakai forced himself to calm down, sat cross-legged on the bed and began to meditate, cultivation meditation Ju. As soon as the cock crowed in the morning, Wakai got up. He opened the door and saw that his mother had already prepared washing water for him. Wakai's mother's name is Huang Shuyun, and she is little sister of the head of the Huang family in Zaihei village. She has cried and fainted several times since she learned of her husband's death yesterday. She cheered up again early this morning and helped her son prepare everything for going out. If you go out today, you will be the patriarch of the Hua family. You must think twice before doing things. Don't be reckless. If you don't make up your mind, listen to the opinions of uncle and the housekeeper. Wakai now allows his mother to clean up his collar. Today he is wearing a white coat with wide sleeves. This is the dressing habit of the Wahiapu patriarch, but because time is too tight, he did not find the white silk. The white coat is made of coarse cloth. Mother, you should also be careful not to be too tired. Huang Shuyun touched her son's head lovingly, tears could not help but flow down again. His son was sensible since childhood. Many changes in the family in recent years have been caused by his son. Although there may be many people who think that his son is young and despise him, she firmly believes the son will be able to lead the family through the crisis. Wakai quickly ate the porridge and wotu made by his mother, said goodbye to his mother, took a deep breath and left the house. As soon as he walked out of the house, Huakai heard many villagers muttering about the failure of the Hua family's business in the corner. I heard that the old patriarch was left with a breath when he came back last night, and he may die at any time. A 50-year-old villager leaned against the corner and whispered. No, and the uncle Wakai's father Hua Ziming was in the hands of the bandits this time, this Wahiabao. Keep your voice down. The Hua family suddenly lost the 2 pneumatic masters. I think we have to think about the future for ourselves. Huakai ignored these discussions. When he came to the entrance of the Zongjiabao chamber, he heard loud noises coming from inside. With the noise, Huakai could hear some ingratitudes, and Wahiabao is kind to us. The words, death also die in Wahiapu. Huakai walked into the conference hall alone, and everyone saw that he was much quieter. The three uncles and the butler have already taken their seats, leaving only the most central position, which was the exclusive seat of Grandpa Hua Sheng. Hua Kai came to the main seat and sat down, looking at more than 40 villager representatives of various forms, and could not help but explore the attributes of all the villager representatives one by one. Most of them were in the body tempering realm, and their loyalty was basically around 50 points. The individual loyalty value has dropped below 40 points, reaching a more dangerous value. It's just that the audience Wei Beitu and Captain Hua Yu loyally observed him, and they were both above 80, which made Hua Kai very happy. Everyone knows about the family's affairs. Master has not recovered from his injuries. He has passed the position of patriarch to Hua Kai young master last night. Silence. As the right-hand man of the old man Hua Sheng, Wahu Butler was presiding over the meeting today. Everyone saw Hua Kai's teenage baby sitting on the main seat of the meeting, and they were all talking about it one by one. Uncle, uncle. Hua Kai suddenly stood up from the main seat and said, his voice was immature and crisp, and it was particularly special, but it gave people a sense of confidence and stability. Everyone in the hall saw this and talked. The voice could not help but weaken. You all saw my grandfather injured and carried back last night. My father was at a new funeral. Wahiapu had never experienced such a setback. Now the family has entered the most dangerous moment. Hua Kai sat here and saw many people are loyal to nearly 30, which is considered to have fallen into a dangerous area. These are facts. I have nothing to hide. All Wahiapu people have the right to know everything in the village. Hua Kai continued despite the butler's reminder. After Hua Kai finished speaking, there was an uproar. There was no expression on Hua Kai's face, quietly waiting for the result of the discussion below. Hua Zili and others did not expect that Hua Kai would communicate with the village representatives in such a direct way. They all waited silently for Hua Kai's follow-up performance. I will give you a stick of incense to consider time. If anyone wants to leave, I will let the Wahu Butler open the city gate and let you take your family away. Wahiapu will never force anyone to stay. A stick of incense will be enough for us. Let's talk about the future of Wahiapu. After Hua Kai finished speaking, there was a lot less discussion in the audience. How easy was it to leave Wahiapu? You don't even have the qualifications to farm for a family unless you have the strength above the pneumatic level to join the county. Wandering in the slums in the county town, I can't eat a few full meals a week. If I go to live in other big villages now, not to mention the reputation of being a traitor, people may not accept it. It seems that no one is leaving, so I will continue to talk about the family's future plans, and give you a chance. If the Hua family finds that there is a double heart for eating inside and out, don't blame the Hua family for being cruel. Quote. Said it was a stick of incense. Hua Kai started talking before half a stick of incense. After all, it is a cowardly and embarrassing thing to leave Wahiapu. Some people who are still struggling with how to leave don't have to think about it at this time. Hua Kai already said that if he stood up, he would really be a deserter. 1% Chapter 3A Preliminary Study of the Han Family in Guangxian County. Hua Kai held a village-wide representative meeting for the first time, and it was still as the head of the family. Seeing that no one had chosen to leave, he announced that today's meeting had entered the theme. The first thing I want to tell you is that my grandpa has found a cure for his illness, and the Hua family has found a pill refining master who refines medicine pill for him. As long as the collection of medicinal materials is complete, grandpa will recover soon. Hua Kai announced loudly that the three brothers of Hua Zhizhu looked at each other. They didn't know what medicine was sold in Hua Kai calabash. How could it be so easy to hire a pill refining teacher? It's not that easy, so everyone can feel calm, but the problem is that it keeps dragging the problem to become more serious. Hua Kai saw the butler and the three uncles all showing surprised eyes, and the loyalty of many other representatives in the village suddenly went from over 30 ascension to over 50. Ordinary villagers may have never seen powder medicine in their entire lives. How did they know how much medicine pill is worth? They felt relieved when they heard that the master family already had a way to treat the old family master. To refine the medicine pill to treat grandpa's internal injuries, the main medicine must be Huaki Guo and Qingtian grass. As for the other side medicines or in this prescription, can you see these medicines in Guang County, uncle? Hua Kai took a list and handed it to his second uncle Hua Zili. Although Hua Zili didn't believe that Hua Kai could really find a pill refining teacher, he still took the pill recipe and took a closer look. After seeing a few medicinal materials on the prescription, Hua Zili couldn't help but frown. Faki fruit is not cheap. It can help children strengthen their bodies. It has mild energy and no side effects. It was rumored in Guangchang that someone had picked a gas fruit from Dongling a few days ago, but it has already been bought by the county magistrate Han family. The magistrate Han is willing to give us the wachiguo, and our family has no money to buy it. Hua Zili said after reading the pill recipe. There is no metal mine underground in this world. All gold and silver are refined from the bones of wild beasts and even demonic beasts. A desolate beast skeleton can only refine a tiny bit of silver, and the amount of gold is even rarer. Gold and silver are the world's main currency in circulation, and their hardness is very high. Huakai tried here that the hardness of silver is equivalent to that of the stainless steel in the world of guns, and gold is harder than high-strength alloys. 1 taels of gold equals 100 taels of silver equals 10,000 bone coins. Bone money is the most difficult part of the bones to refining, and refining with special methods also has the opportunity to refining metal substances, which are used by everyone as the base currency. An ordinary family of 10 can live a good life with 10 taels of silver a year. Wahiapu risked his life every year to spend half a year on business trips to the Hulin grassland thousands of miles away. In the end, he would earn at most 30 taels of gold. Now the assets of the entire Wahiapu add up to 100 taels of gold. What about other auxiliary medicines besides Chiguo? Hua Kai felt relieved when he heard that there was a Chiguo. As long as it would always have a price, and he would have the opportunity to synthesize medicine pill for his grandfather. The other 2 are more troublesome, but they can be purchased in Lindsay, and they can be collected in 2 days at the latest. The price is about 30 taels of gold, and the family can still take it out. The second uncle thought for a while and said, "K, are you really sure?" Fourth uncle Hua Zawan looked at Hua Kai and asked seriously. As long as these auxiliary medicines can be bought back, and the chief root of Hengxian Ling's family is not yet used, I will be sure to refine it into medicine pill and save Grandpa. Hua Kai promised. Okay, my uncle believes you, I will set off to Lindsay myself now. Hua Zawan turned around and said, "Second brother, you'd better draw me what medicinal materials are lacking in Guangxian City, and I will go to Lindsay City immediately." The fourth uncle left in a hurry. Wufu's butler went to help him prepare the gold. Some of the strange objects and calligraphy and paintings that were previously treasured in the family were taken out, and the valuable ones were taken to Lindsay City to sell and buy medicine. The villager representatives in the discussion hall were all fortunate that they didn't say anything about fleeing. After talking about the first thing, let's talk about the second thing. This time I went to Wahiabao and lost a lot of money. My father, including my father, lost a total of 27 lives in Nehuajiabao. According to the previous rules of the Chinese family, 20 taels of silver pension in Yunqi realm, 50 taels of silver pension in body tempering realm, and 1 tael of gold in pneumatic realm. As for the injury subsidy, the Hua family will give it as appropriate, and the salary of the caravan will be no less. Everyone's. This price is not low anymore. Many families in Wahiapu may not even have seen silver in their lives. It is enough for everyone to use bone currency to trade. Hearing Huakai talked about pension issues, all representatives immediately settled down. Looking at the situation of Mr. Hua Xing yesterday, everyone thought that Wahiapu was going to be finished, but he did not expect to be able to get his pension blonde down today. It seems that the situation is not as serious as one thought. The housekeeper Hua Fu anxiously wanted to remind Hua Kai, but in the end he didn't say anything. The family's funds were not large. Hua Zawan took away more than 30 gold, and the rest would be paid out as a pension, and many of the family's things had to be sold. When the time comes, there will only be an empty shell left in the entire Hua family. The third thing is that I intend to trade the recipe of the family's brewing wine with the magistrate of Han Shu in exchange for the Han family's gasification fruit. Wahiabao's fine wines are still very famous in Guangxian County. Many families are hard to find a pot, but Wahiabao only sells 100 bottles each year, which makes many families very dissatisfied. Huakai also has no choice. If the amount of this fine wine is too much, others will inevitably be jealous. Wahiabao is a little ant in the eyes of the big family. Fort's wine is really difficult to brew. In this way, the family can ensure that they continue to earn income by relying on the winemaking process. Young master, Patriarch, you have to think about it, and hand over the brewing recipe to the county magistrate. In the future, our family won't want to make a penny in this area. The butler Wafu reminded Distress Edley. I know this. I also plan to hand over our porcelain making process to the Shen family to resolve the conflict between our 2 families. After Hua Kai finished speaking, the hall suddenly became quiet, and many people gritted their teeth and bowed their heads. This kind of grievance is not on their own, it is difficult for ordinary people to understand. In addition, Grandpa Fu, you send generous gifts to the other 7 large villages outside the city. All kinds of calligraphy, painting and antiques are all sent out. I invite them to my father's funeral 6 days later. We should support each other in the same 8 villages outside the county seat. According to the customs of Guangxian County, Wakai wanted to bury his father according to the 7-day rite of the family, and no one else opposed it. Wahiapu suffers from this crisis. This funeral will be the biggest test of Wahiapu. The Wahia will come to a conclusion on this day at the latest in the future and try to establish a good relationship with the families in Guangxian, at least it can be resolved. The family crisis in a short period of time. Huakai has ran out of wealth to reduce the hatred value of the families. Huakai's performance was temporarily affirmed by the 5 or 3 housekeepers' uncle. Wafu, as the older generation of the family, saw Huakai finished speaking and consciously received the task. Wahiapu Patriarch's replacement should also be notified to the villages outside the city, and I will go to the 7 major villages in a while. Wafu's butler said. It's better to let the 3rd child go with the housekeeper. Other families in the city have to take care of it too. The 2nd uncle reminded a lot that Wakai didn't think about many things when he became a family member. The 3rd uncle went with the housekeeper to say that reporting the funeral could better demonstrate the unity of the Wa family, and Wakai agreed to the 2nd uncle's proposal. Then please trouble the 3rd uncle to go to the 7 major villages. 2nd uncle, the families in the city will leave it to you to take care of it. After Wakai finished speaking, he felt the housekeeper behind him trembled, and the family was going to be completely hollowed out. It was okay to be able to save the old man. If the entire Wa family could not be saved, it would be completely finished. The Wa family's direct lineages are all busy, and representatives of the villagers in the village have also assigned own tasks. Now the Wahia fort gate and walls need to be reinforced, and daily patrols in the village are indispensable. Huakai took Zhuang and Wei sitting on the bullock cart heading to Guangxian County. The horses in the family were taken away by a few uncle and the housekeeper. Huakai could only take the bullock cart to the county. Wei heads, how many years have you been in Wahiapu? Wakai sat in the carriage and checked the attributes of Wei Beidu. Wei Hong, level 3 of Kaiyuan realm. Qualification, C+. Physique, 28. Strength, 22. Will, 24. Mind method, meditation Ju Wangji elementary, Xiaochang. Saber technique, 13 swords intermediate yellow, Xiaochang. Loyalty, 81. Master of Homecoming. Old Wei, I have been in Wahiapu for 20 years. At that time, the owner of the old family took me in and passed the meditation Ju to me. The kindness of Wahiapu I will not end in my life. Wei Hong replied. Wei Hong was originally a native of Ju. Ju is a small country located in the southeast of Qi. It faces the sea to the east and has developed commerce. When he was young, he went with caravans and was familiar with the roads near Qi, so he has always been a Chinese family. One of the person in charge of the caravan is very loyal to the family and his qualification C+ is quite outstanding. Uncle Wei, after the difficulties of Wahiapu, Wei Shu has to worry about it. In the past few years, the Wahiapu caravan has been led by Wei Shu. The credit is one of the few in the family. The Wa family suffered such a catastrophe, and the future family will have to relying on Uncle Wei to take care of. I wonder what bottleneck has Uncle Wei encountered in the past few years of cultivation. I remember that Uncle Wei has not had a breakthrough in aerodynamics for more than 10 years. Wei Hong is the core of the Wahiabao caravan. Without his family business, we can only get in the dark. As Wakai and Wei Hong talked, they talked about his cultivation base. I don't dare to call the Patriarch like that. The Patriarch tells me Wei to put his head on. I am also part of the responsibility of the uncle's suffering. The caravan regained its prosperity. Wei turned his head thinking that Wakai asked him if he wanted to continue his business with cultivation base, and hurriedly replied. No, Uncle Wei, no one wants to see that my father has an accident. The family wants to be strong as the key. You haven't had ascension for so many years. Is it because saber technique can't break through? Wei blushed his head for a while. It's not like a person is saying that cultivation is fast and the combat power is high when the level of mind and martial skill is high. You must adapt to his own style. 4th Uncle Wazawan is not as high as Wei Beidu, and 10 years younger than him. Realm ranks higher than him, and his combat power is a few grades higher than him. Wei Beidu's mental method and saber technique only reach Xiaocheng realm. It's good for Wei Hong, who has no family backing, to be able to have the mind and martial skill cultivation. It's normal for the cultivation speed to be slow, because most of their cultivation is done on their own. Martial skill is too difficult. Well, old Wei, I have been cultivating diligently in the past few years, but this mental method has not been able to make a breakthrough. Maybe this will be the case in this life. Wei Hong lowered his head and said, Uncle Wei, you don't have to belittle yourself. As long as the opportunity comes, I believe that Uncle Wei will soar into the sky. Patriarch praised it. After the two chatted, Wakai found that Wei Hong's loyalty had risen to 83. When they arrived at the gate of Guangxian County, the three paid the 30-bone coin entry fee, and then they drove the bullock cart into the city. When you enter Guangxian County, you will see the wide streets. There are various shops on both sides of the street, and all kinds of pedestrians pass by the shops. The prosperity here is not comparable to Wahiapu. Wakai went all the way to his weapon shop. The man drove the bullock cart to the backyard and said that his second uncle had already visited Li County Li with a gift. Wahiabao mainly sells a variety of wooden spears, broadswords and long swords in the Guangxian weapon shop, because all the metals in this world can only be obtained by refining animal bones. Metal is so rare that it is difficult for ordinary people to buy metal weapons, so wooden weapons are the main combat weapons, and some special woods are not weaker than metal. This is the county government. What do you do? Wakai came to the gate of the county office, and a Han family soldier asked at the gate. Hello, I am the patriarch of the Wah family outside the city. I would like to see the magistrate of Han County if I have something to do. Wakai said with a gentle face and raised his hands in a salute. Seeing Wakai's appearance, the other party dared not to take lightly, and hurriedly returned to the house to report. After a while, the soldier came back and told him that Madame Han could see him. The three followed the family soldiers into the Han mansion. Only when I entered Hanfu Huakai did I realize what an aristocratic family is. As the only 7-rank family in Guangxian County, the Han County Magistrate is the top master of Qi training. I heard that it is not far from the realm of Shantian. There are many pavilions in the Han mansion, and the area is much larger than the entire Wahia fort. After passing the outer courtyard and the middle courtyard, the three of Huakai passed through 3 gates and 2 gardens before they came to the outside of the Hengxian magistrate's study. The magistrate only allows one person to enter the Wahiapu Patriarch. A long and handsome maid saw several people coming and said. Wakai asked Zhuang and Wei to wait outside the door, and entered the Hengxian order study room alone. The furniture in the study room of Hengxian County is mainly made of golden sandalwood. There are various ornaments in it. As high-grade wood, golden sandalwood is often used as a material for high-quality weapons. There are no hundreds of gold can't be taken down. I have seen the magistrate of Han County. Wakai bowed his head in a salute. You are welcome. I have also heard about your Wah family. I don't know how your grandfather is now. As the master of Guangxian County, the magistrate of Han County is not familiar with the 8 major villages outside the city. When he heard the other party talking about his grandfather, Wakai showed a grateful expression. Grandpa was injured by Tru Chi and is still in a coma. Today, I came to Hanfu to do business with the magistrate of Han. Huakai knew that it is best to negotiate with such a big man. Negotiations by the county magistrate. Oh, what business? Let's hear it. The county magistrate Han smiled and motioned Wakai to continue. In a small city, the external martial arts family dare to say that they are doing business with the 7th grade family. Hearing this, the magistrate of Han County suddenly became interested. Seeing the steady young man in front of him, he actually had the intention to appreciate it. I want to use the Wahiabao brewing formula in exchange for Wachiguo and treat my grandfather. Wakai took out a piece of sheepskin from his pocket. Some special tools make drawings. Well, that's not bad. But I heard that Wahiapu's Zui Linglong only produces less than 100 bottles a year. Why is this? The county magistrate Han said, taking the sheepskin that Wakai handed over, and he told Wakai's performance is very satisfactory. As the master of Guangxian County, even if it is a transaction, he must have the initiative. Wakai did not negotiate with him first, but first handed over the brewing method to himself. Wahiapu people are weak. The food they grow each year is only enough for the 300 people in the village. There is no extra food to make wine. Only by entrusting this wine-making method to the county magistrate can it play a greater role. Wakai replied casually. The county magistrate Han also nodded with a smile, saying that what food is only enough for himself. Wahiapu sells at least 10 gold in a year, how much food can he buy? However, it is correct to say that this winemaking method can be best used by himself, and the county magistrate Han couldn't help but take another look at the little owner of Wahiapu. Wachiguo Hanfu does have one, which was originally intended to be taken by my precious daughter. But don't you think it is a loss to exchange this wine for an ordinary spirit fruit? The county magistrate Han asked deliberately. Wahiapu has only been able to see it today thanks to the county magistrate's care over the past few years. It is now the biggest expectation for the family to save the grandfather. Besides, it is right for the wine party to be handed over to the county magistrate. Wahiapu dare not have other extravagances. Quote. Wa Kai's words were justified and well-founded, just like a little adult, and the county magistrate Han admired it when he saw this place. I understand what you mean. I'll accept this wine, and I'll give you the Chiguo later. If you encounter any difficulties in Guangxian in the future, you can go to Han's house to seek asylum. This is already wooing Huakai. 1%. Chapter 4 How to Obtain Luck Value. Young Master, how is it? Patriarch. Huakai left the Hengxian magistrate's study and saw Wei Beidu and Zhuang waiting for him anxiously. The order of Han County has agreed to hand over the Huaki Guo. Hearing that there were smiles on both faces here, as long as the Han family was willing to accept Wahiapu's wine party. If other families want to move the Chinese family, they have to think about it first. The housekeeper of the Han house handed a beautiful box containing the chi fruit to Huakai, and Huakai probed that the housekeeper was already a master at the 4th floor of the chi training realm. Just now, he originally wanted to investigate the cultivation base of the Han County magistrate, but considering the crisis after being spotted, he finally suppressed his curiosity. The three of them felt better after leaving the Han mansion. Young Master, the Han County magistrate has already accepted our wine recipe. Do we still need to give the Shen family a porcelain-making method? The second Zhuang has always been called Huakai Young Master, and he hasn't turned the corner recently. Wei also looked at Huakai. The Hua family suffered such a great loss because of the Shen family. They were 10,000 unwilling to give the Shen family a porcelain-making method. Send, why don't you send it? The Han County magistrate took our wine, that is a normal transaction, don't we also get the gas fruit? Don't think about relying on any family, there is no benefit. The Han family will not offend Shen because of us. Home, Huakai said categorically. The Shen family has hundreds of shops in Guangxian County, and their business involves grain, cloth, salt, cattle, horses and livestock. Even if the Han County magistrate wants to move the Shen family, they have to think about it. When I came to the door of Shen's house, although it didn't seem to be luxurious in Han Mansion, you could see the luxury of Shen's life everywhere. I heard that Huakai wanted to hand over porcelain-making craftsmanship to Shen's family. Met him. Wahiabao Huakai has met the Shen family master. Huakai met the Shen family master in a garden. Are you the new patriarch of Wahiapu? Patriarch Shen asked when he saw that Huakai was only over a dozen years old. Back to family master Shen. My grandfather passed me the position of the family yesterday. Huakai returned. Well, the Shen family is also responsible for your family's affairs. I have been in friendship with your grandfather and your father for many years. You can call me Uncle Shen. How is your grandfather's body? Shen Teng stared at Huakai's eyes as if it were want to see something. Palm Master Shen doesn't need to blame himself. My father kept telling me that going to business is to tie his life to his belt. Wahiapu suffered from this disaster and he was destined to blame anyone. He just went to the county magistrate's house. I have already helped my grandfather obtain the chi fruit. I think my grandfather's illness will be cured soon. I came to Shen Mansion today and hoped that I could take care of Wahiapu more in the future. I will leave this ceramic manufacturing process to Uncle Shen. Huakai endured these words, and he silently reminded himself in his heart that today's shame will be returned 100 times in the future. Well, you are a good boy. Your grandfather made the right decision to hand over Wahiapu to you. The Shen family has been making good relations with the Hua family. No one in the entire Guangxian knows this. Today your second aunt returned home to tell me don't worry about your family's affairs. Don't give you any less goods in the future. Didn't your dad always want to sell horses? If you want the livestock of Shen's cattle and horse market, please report my name. Can get a lowest price. Shen Teng said that he took the sheepskin that Huakai handed over, with all the essentials of porcelain firing written on it in detail, and he couldn't help laughing happily in his heart. Wahiabao has such a good porcelain firing technique, it turned out to be just burning some wine bottles. Shen Tang has been jealous and can't find the opportunity to take it. If this craft is given to him, he can make all kinds of utensils, far more than burning. Making wine bottles makes 100 times more profitable. Thank you, Uncle Shen. The Hua family will definitely find a way to repay the great kindness of the Shen family in the future. Nephew, as long as you remember your uncle well. Hua Kai left Shen's house. His face was blushing. After all, the second aunt came to Shen's house. Hua Kai's second aunt is an offshoot of the Shen family. She has a violent personality and does not leave much room for her family. She has often lived in the county for many years and rarely goes home. There are many reasons why the Shen family has oppressed Hua family and her for so many years. Uncle and her often have conflicts, and no one in Guangxian County knows this matter. When I mentioned my second uncle Hua Kai, I couldn't help but feel big. I didn't know how many things and handles he had on his second uncle. He could push the entire Wahiapu into the abyss at any time. Without thinking about this, Hua Kai, Zhuang, and Wei returned to the weapon shop, took the ox cart and drove home from the county town. When they walked to the gate of Wahiapu, Hua Kai suddenly saw a familiar figure. Second uncle. Hua Kai saw a horseman in front of him with 4 Jia militiamen shouting. The horseman heard the sound and turned around and saw Hua Kai smile happily. K, have you gone to the county seat? How can you leave the village at will at this time? Huang Guangwen looked at his nephew and said with concern. Second uncle, are you going to Wahiapu to do something? Hua Kai asked while checking his second uncle's attributes. Huang Guangwen, 5th floor of pneumatic environment. Qualification, B. Physique, 37. Strength, 35. Will, 38. Hard method, Wang Yanjing lower hard method of yellow stage Dachang. Marksmanship, 18 swords yellow level intermediate saber technique complete. Sure enough, the rumors were correct. The second uncle had already entered the aerodynamic state, and the intermediate saber technique had actually reached perfection, which was one of the few outside the city of Guangxian. Your father's new funeral. Your uncle asked me to come to Wahiapu for a few days when he heard the news. Huang Guangwen said as he got off the horse. The heavy wooden knife handle hit the ground and sank a few centimeters into the ground. This long wooden knife didn't look like it. All things. That's really thankful to the second uncle. Let's go home. The Hua family has always had the best relationship with the Huang family. The Huang family lives in Shahe village and reclaimed 800 acres of fertile land. It is the largest farm outside the city. It used to be helped by the old man Hua Xing, but it was unexpected that Huang Guangwen was sent this time. Hua Kai looked at the militia brought by the second uncle, 2 of the Kaiyuan realm and 2 of the body tempering on the 9th floor. Back at Wahiapu, the whole village is already tight on the outside and inside. You can see villagers patrolling all corners with armors at any time. Everyone who leaves the village has to go through layers of checks before they can pass. The steward and the third uncle have already returned at this time. Patriarch, all the news from the 7 villages has been sent. The Huang family, Zheng family, Chen family, Yi family, Mao family, Wan family, and Yu family all stated that they will come to attend the funeral of the uncle in 6 days. Wufu Butler saw Hua Kai coming back. Go forward and report here. Huang Guangwen saw that Hua Kai had something to talk with the housekeeper, so he took the initiative to avoid going to Hua Kai's house to find Hua Kai's mother. He knew that the most sad thing about Hua Ziming's accident was Huang Shuyun, own little sister. Grandpa Fu, what's the attitude of Kijia? Hua Kai said to the housekeeper Hua Fu as he watched his second uncle leave. The Huang family and the Zheng family have been in friendship with us for many years, and they can be completely trusted. The 2 families have already mobilized in the whole village. If Wahiapu encounters power, it can support it at any time. As for how many people can be sent to assist in the end, it is not certain. The Chen family, the Yi family and the county seat Shen family are closely related, and we should be careful at all times. The Mao family, the Wan family, and the Yu family are not far or near, and should not be hostile to us. Chenjieling, Tupogo Yi's family and Wahiapu have business conflicts. The 3 are competing for shares under the Shen family. It's strange that they don't fall into trouble at this time. Always pay attention to the actions of the 2 families. By the way, the Shen family has agreed to reconcile with our family. In the past, our share of goods was too small, and the Shen family would still like us to intervene in the horse business. Hua Kai said. Then Chen and Iraq shouldn't worry about it. The Shen family is willing to intervene in the horse business. This is because we have no strength. When your father was here, our family did not know how much they paid to get involved in the horse business. Block it, Wafu Butler said with a sigh. At this time, the Shen family is willing to get involved in the horse business by the Hua family. On the one hand, it is the reward for handing over the ceramic firing recipe to Wahiapu, and on the other hand, it is for others to see. Forts make up. It is true that Lizzie Face can go. This is the best result we can think of. As long as my grandpa can save life, everything will get better. Hua Kai also talked to Hua Fu about going to the county magistrate's Han mansion, and said that as long as the second uncle and fourth uncle took out the last medicinal materials, the medicine pill for treating grandpa would be refined soon. Patriarch, tell the old slave honestly that you are really sure to refine the medicine pill to treat the master. Wafu has been thinking about Huakai today about refining medicine pill, but Huakai has been in the Hua family since he was a child. Where can I find the legendary mysterious pill refining division on the fort? Grandpa Fu, come with me. Hua Kai knows that some things must be revealed to the housekeeper. If you say that this family is the most trusted person besides his mother, then he must be the housekeeper of Wafu. The butler of Wafu followed Hua Kai to his house. The second uncle was comforting his crying mother. Hua Kai entered his house and closed the door. Housekeeper Wafu, no matter what happens later, don't be too loud, you will gradually know about the pill refining of Grandpa. Hua Kai knows that this family system will be known to the family members sooner or later, since the system thinks that it exceeds 60 points of loyalty can enter the family secret realm space, he must try the space function. Grandpa Fu's 99 points of loyalty is the highest in the family, and it is most suitable from him. Patriarch, no matter what the old slave, I will definitely keep it secret, please rest assured. Hua Fu said cautiously. Hua Kai didn't know how to bring other people into the family secret realm space. After entering the space, he silently sent the butler Wafu into the Wen Tianxi secret realm, but there was no response. Then he studied the central crystal column. Click on the name of Wafu manager, and then after the module, there will be an option to enter the secret realm and the other 3 secret realms. Does it cost 0 points of luck to make Wafu enter the Wen Tianxi secret realm? At this time, a system prompt appeared in Hua Kai's mind, and he chose to confirm. Waiting for the consent of the family member, Hua Fu. Family member, Hua Fu, has confirmed to enter the Wen Tianxi secret realm. The Wen Tianxi secret realm card suddenly turned gray, and the system showed that it was in use and could not be accessed. Hua Kai left the space and appeared in his room, and found that the Wafu butler was no longer there. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the butler Wafu suddenly appeared in front of him. He was sitting cross-legged on the ground in deep thought. It took more than 10 minutes before he slowly opened his eyes. System prompt. Wafu loyalty value of family members reaches 100, Wafu will never betray, family luck value +1. Hua Kai was entangled in how to obtain the family luck value, but he did not expect that the family luck value increased a little after the housekeeper was loyal to 100 points. Now it is the moment of family crisis, and a little more luck will have a great effect on Hua Kai. Thanks for the cultivation of the patriarch, the old slave has been stuck on the second floor of the pneumatic realm for many years and cannot be saved, but it was only at this time that I realized it. Unfortunately, I am 55 years old. It is the limit to be able to enter the 3rd floor of the aerodynamics in this life. Hua Fu said regretfully. After the average person enters 45 years of age, their physical fitness will begin to decline. To maintain their realm, they must spend a lot of true chi to maintain their physical strength. At this time, the difficulty of breakthrough will increase. Wafu is 55 years old, even if the qualifications are good, if you want ascension the difficulty is also great. Grandpa Fu doesn't have to worry about these, everything is possible in the future. Afterwards, Hua Kai and Wafu exchanged information about the secret realm. Wafu was not surprised that Hua Kai was able to send himself into the secret realm. He told Hua Kai that many big families have their own special secret realm space. Hua Kai, this is when the ancestor blessed him to obtain the approval of the secret realm space, so he must not easily reveal it to others. In this way, Hua Kai breathed a sigh of relief. The world surpassed Hua Kai's imagination, so he wouldn't have to worry too much about seeing the super patriarch system face to face in the future. Butler Wafu became radiant and confident when he came out of the secret realm of Wen Tianxi, but Hua Kai was thinking about how to gain more family luck. He could not easily use the family luck value. If the shipping value is too low, if there is an accident at home, the system may be gone. After leaving the room, Hua Kai took his second uncle to see his grandfather's injury. More than a dozen direct family members stayed beside him, and all his hopes were placed on the medicine pill that Wakai said. Patriarch, the master's breath is getting weaker and weaker. When Wakai heard what Jia Ding said, he hurried to his grandfather's room, only to see that his whole body was flushed with blood oozing out of his skin, and his whole body became swollen. It can be imagined how much pain his grandfather is suffering now. To Patriarch Hua that the old man is now suffering from true qi all over his body. If there is no cure, he may not be able to hold it on himself. The doctor looked at Wakai's report. Wakai came to his grandfather and looked at his grandfather's appearance. The grandfather who was once so strong now has all white hair. He has been insisting on not giving up, perhaps just to give the family a chance to breathe. Grandpa, if you hold on for a while, my uncle will immediately buy medicinal materials from Lindsay and I can save you. For the sake of the family, you must hold on. Wakai said. The female relatives on the side cried when they heard it. They felt sorry for the old man, and they were very worried about their future. Everyone in the Hua family stayed in the main courtyard, anxiously waiting for the last hope. At this time, the second uncle finally came back. The big families in the county really didn't take Wahiabao seriously. Many families Wazili didn't even see the speaker. At least the things were sent out. This is also good news. The second uncle brought back to Guangxian and was able to buy all the Huaki pill medicinal materials, only the last 2 medicinal materials remained. Everyone slowly began to panic after dark. Fourth Lord is back. Wakai and other major family members all gathered around the old man to meditate quietly, and suddenly got up when he heard the news that his uncle was coming home. 1%. Chapter 5. Medicine. Medicinal materials are back. As soon as Wakai came out of the yard, he saw his fourth uncle rushing in on horseback. It took more than 300 miles from Guangxian to Lindsay City, even though Wazawan took 10 hours to ride the 2 horses in rotation. He arrived, and when he arrived in Lindsay, he went to the horse shop and changed horses. He bought medicinal materials and hurried back. Uncle C, you go back and rest first, then Grandpa will leave it to me. Wakai took the medicine that his uncle took out from inside the clothes and turned around and walked into the house. Wazawan didn't listen to Wakai, so he gave the horse to Jia Ding and followed him with a limping. Everyone quit. Butler, second uncle, third uncle, and fourth uncle just stay. Wakai entered the door and said. There were only a few people left in the room, and everyone looked at Wakai anxiously. Look at Grandpa, I'll be back soon. Wakai turned and walked to the side hut. Although Wazawan and others were puzzled, they did not ask. The 4 of us know what happened today. Let us not mention it when we go out. The Patriarch will definitely let us know when we know it. The loyal 100 Wafu Butler saw the puzzled look of the 3 brothers. Allowed to remind. The 3 brothers sat down cross-legged when they heard this, watching the painful father on the bed waiting anxiously. Wakai entered the side room directly into the family secret realm space. He found the Qi pill he needed to refine, and he heard the system prompt. Qi Dan. First rank Fan Dan. Materials needed for refining. 1 main medicine Wachiguo, 10 grams of Qingshansao, 5 grams of auxiliary medicine black snake flower, 2 grams of Stephania vine. Check whether the medicine is complete or not, and the family luck required for the refining is 1 point. Is the refining confirmed? Huakai clicked OK and saw a breath on the crystal column in the center of the secret realm drifting into the pill refining room. A part of the medicinal materials in the pill refining room disappeared instantly, and the pill furnace in the center of the pill refining room began to rotate. Huakai's medicinal materials are stored on the medicine rack, and there is a medicine rack for storing medicinal materials Huakai for the first time. After more than a minute, the rotation of the pill furnace stopped, and the flame under the pill furnace disappeared. When the pill furnace stopped steadily, the furnace lid was automatically opened. A special fragrance filled the integrated pill room. Wakai suddenly felt that the spiritual qi around him had increased. Quite a few. He didn't care about it slowly and took out medicine pill. This time pill refining has refined 3 inches Huaki pills at once, and all medicine pills have a smooth and full surface, with a unique fragrance of vegetation in the hand. Needless to say, medicine pill was successfully refined. Wakai left the family secret realm space, walked out of the side room, and saw Grandpa Fu and the 3 uncles looking at themselves expectantly. Medicine pill has been successfully refined, so let Grandpa take it quickly. Wakai took out a Qi pill, and several uncles quickly lifted his grandfather's head and opened his mouth. Wakai put the Huaki pill into his grandfather's mouth, and saw that the chi pill gradually became smaller. Wahu Butler hurriedly closed his grandfather's mouth. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, several people obviously felt that the frequency of the old man's twitches was lower, the redness and swelling on his body began to slow down, and the old man's breathing became smoother. It is effective. Master True Chi is now slowly becoming smoother, and the swelling of the whole body is slowly disappearing. This medicine pill is really effective. Steward Wahu shouted as he spoke. Father doesn't seem to hurt that much, really bless my ancestors. As the second uncle was talking, he heard the grunt of the old man. 2 days have passed since the accident. Wahu Xing has been fighting the chaotic True Chi. Both the body and mental energy have reached their limits. Let's not talk about Grandpa's affairs. Wait until he wakes up. Don't let other people come into contact with Grandpa these days. The 5 of us take turns to take care of Grandpa. I'm worried that someone knows that Grandpa has the possibility of recovery. I can't help it. Start early. It took Huakai a lot of effort to get a buffer of 6 days for the family. If we now let them know that Wahu Xing might recover, they might take the risk. Grandpa didn't wake up, but now it was the most dangerous moment. Leave it to me and the youngest. You have to take care of the family affairs. The 4th child needs a good rest. The youngest child and I will not show up these days. Wakai left his grandfather's main house. Yesterday, because of time, he failed to try the effects of the 3 trial spaces. Now that his grandfather took the Huaki pill, he was finally relieved. After dinner, Wakai locked himself in the room and entered the family secret realm space. He found that the crystal column family roster had undergone some changes. Wahia, 100 people full. Pneumatic environment, 2 people. Kaiyuan realm, 7 people. Bone refining realm, 48 people. Aura, 43 people. Luck value, 5 points. The system unexpectedly showed that the number of family members was full. Huakai checked and found that the system was ranked by loyalty. The 100th place was loyal at 63 points. The news that Grandpa took medicine pill in the evening had been getting better, and Huakai saw the family for a while. Many people are loyal to Ascension. Another is that he used a little chi luck value for refining medicine, but how did he show that his chi luck value increased a little? Huakai checked the system and found that it was the reason that Grandpa's injury was controlled and recovered. It seems that this method of obtaining chi luck value needs more research. Leaving the crystal column in the center of the space, Huakai came to the physique training secret realm. This was the only thing Huakai could not spend on family luck when entering the secret realm besides the Ask the Sky Stone secret realm, so it planned to explore in time. Physical training secret realm. The secret realm for training the physical constitution. The host is free to enter, and it takes 1 point of family luck to enter the family members. Huakai chooses yes to enter the secret realm space. Unlike Wen Tianxi, after entering physical training secret realm, Wakai found himself in a desolate desert. There was silence around him, and only the whistle of wind was heard in his ear. Wakai had been walking in the desert for a long time. I don't know what is peculiar here. With the passage of time, Huakai felt that the surrounding temperature was getting lower and lower, and the sound of the wind blowing in his ears was no different from ordinary deserts. Is this training my anti-freezing ability? Wakai thought coldly while rubbing his hands. At this time, he suddenly felt a gust of wind and sand, and Wakai couldn't help being startled as soon as he turned around. I rely on. It turned out that the dust storm covering the sky behind him came. Under the power of this nature, human beings looked so small that he didn't dare to want to rush to the opposite direction of the dust storm. Huakai measured the speed of the sandstorm as he ran his heart. The speed of the sandstorm was not very fast, and it was about the same as Huakai's. When Wakai was complacent, he found that the speed of the sandstorm was accelerating, and it soon reached 100 meters behind him. Wakai tried his best, only feeling that his breathing was getting heavier and heavier. The sandstorm had gradually followed his footsteps. Wakai felt that he had reached the limit and silently left the space. Unfortunately, there was no echo in his mind, and Wakai was anxious now. Isn't it dead for not being able to leave him? Ignoring too much, Huakai tried his best to flee away. He didn't expect that his sudden eruption would be a little apart from the sandstorm. The roar of the wind behind him became louder and louder. Huakai could no longer take care of everything. Can escape the chase of the sandstorm. As time went by, Wakai felt like his lungs were burning, and the sandstorm behind him had gradually overwhelmed his body. He felt his skin was cut by tens of thousands of knives. Wakai couldn't help shouting in pain. It's a fool who has a mouthful. The trial is over. The score is 23 minutes and 42 seconds. The score is 23 minutes and 42 seconds, and the physique is awarded 2 points. Wa Kai suddenly heard the system prompt sound in his ear. He opened his eyes and found that he was in his room. There was no sign of injury in his whole body. He just felt particularly tired. He opened the own control panel. Huakai. 9th floor of the Aura realm. Qualification. E. Physique. 12. Strength. 9. Will. 17. Mind method. Meditation Ju. Yellow order low level mind method Dachang. Marksmanship. Split air spear. Yellow level advanced marksmanship Xiaochang. Special skill. Real eye cannot be upgraded. His physique really increased by 2 points. Wa Kai felt that there seemed to be some changes in his body. He stood up and felt that his body seemed to become a lot lighter, and the muscles that were not obvious before seemed to have changed. Physique really improved. Wa Kai thought excitedly. He enters the family secret realm space again, and wants to try to enter the secret realm. If this can continue to increase his physique, his strength will continue to increase even if he does not break through the aura. Your spirit has not been restored to its best state, and you cannot enter the secret realm. The system prompt dispelled Wa Kai's idea of continuing his ascension physique. He clicked on Vitality Training Secret Realm. Now his vitality is 9 points. As long as it suddenly reaches 10, he will naturally enter the body tempering realm. Your spirit has not been restored to its best state, and you cannot enter the secret realm. Vitality Training Secret Realm was also unable to enter, and there was no way to continue the trial. Wa Kai exited the secret realm space and sat on the bed to start Cultivation Meditation Ju. Today Meditation Ju seems to be running faster than before. When the cock crowed in the morning, Wa Kai opened his eyes. Even though he hadn't made it to the body tempering state, he felt relaxed throughout the whole night. After getting up and washing, Wa Kai came to the martial arts training ground and found that his fourth uncle had already led his family members to practice the split air spear technique. After practicing several sets of marksmanship, Wa Kai felt his whole body relaxed. With this physique, his marksmanship seemed to be a lot easier. He also looked at the other trained people in the family. Most of the good aptitudes are those who have made better progress in the family. Some people, some who are over 30 years old and still at the peak of the aura, are all F-level qualifications, and it is difficult to enter the body tempering state in this life. After the morning exercise, Wa Kai returned to his home. His mother had already prepared dinner with his second uncle and others waiting to go home for dinner. The second uncle took 4 Zaihe village militiamen and stayed at Huakai's house for dinner. When I went to the main courtyard of my grandfather, my third uncle was alone by his grandfather's side. One night, the redness and swelling of my grandfather's body had disappeared, and the whole person looked much more normal, but he was still in a coma. Wa Kai tried to investigate his grandfather's attributes. Washing, 9th floor of pneumatic environment. Qualification. B. Physique. 21-37. Strength. 39. Will. 46. Mind method. Meditation Ju. Yellow order low level mind method Dachang. Marksmanship. Split air spear. Yellow level advanced marksmanship Zochan. Loyalty. Seriously injured, in a coma. Grandpa couldn't see the loyalty point. His physique was only 21 points. The physique state after recovery should be shown in brackets, but it was surprising that his aptitude reached 46 points. There is also this method of shooting. Huakai used to think that perfection is the highest realm, but he did not expect that his grandfather was actually Zochan. After staying by his grandfather for a while, Grandpa Fu signaled that he had something to report to Huakai. Wa Kai gently left his grandfather's room and followed Grandpa Fu to the accounting room. Since you are already the head of the Wa family, you should let you know about the affairs of the family. Although the old man is out of danger this time, it is not that easy for the Wa family to survive the crisis. The Wafu steward said, taking a sheepskin. Hand it over to Huakai, because there is no paper in this world, and the accounts are all recorded on a parchment scroll. Huakai opened the sheepskin roll and found that the family situation has far exceeded On's expectations. There is very little gold and silver left in the family. The food grown this year is not enough for the 329 people in the village. In the past, every time the family came back from business, they had to go to Jew country to purchase food. With a lot of meat, our family needs a lot of meat every day. Without meat, our body simply can't support the cultivation. Wafu Butler said so. Huakai also knows that a family needs a lot of resources to maintain. A small Wahiabao spends more than 30,000 bone coins every month, which is 3 taels of gold. This made him unexpected, and he looked at the family's income and expenditure over the past few years. Regarding the situation, Wakai frowned. I asked my second, third, and fourth uncles to discuss this together. At the very least, we can't leave Wahiapu easily when my father is buried. Huakai suddenly felt what was internal and external troubles. The 5 people were discussing in the old man's side room. Everyone heard the news that the family was about to run out of food. Although they had expected it, they all had a headache. We still have to persist until Dad wakes up. When we borrow some food from the Huang family and Zheng family, at least we can survive until next year. Wazawan took the lead in speaking. This year can pass for a while, but what should we do in the future? Sanshu Waziji manages the family's supplies and logistics, knowing how difficult it is for a family to operate. Our family's annual income is nothing more than going to merchants, brewing, weapons shops, and farming. Now that the brewing business is gone, merchants can't be counted on. Only the weapons shop and the family land are left, but these are far from enough. At this time, a few people clearly felt where the family crisis was. If Wahiapu had no income, it would be better to disband earlier, but where is the future of the family? Sanshu, you have been in charge of the supplies and logistics at home. How do you think the family should solve the plight? Wakai looked at Sanshu Waziji. It doesn't make much sense for Guangxian Weapon Shop to expand its scale. Guangxian buys so many weapons every year, so I feel that we are still like Huangs, opening up the wasteland outside the village. Wahiapu can still get over. What Waziji said is the safest way. The spiritual qi in this world is plentiful. It's easy to produce 1,000 caddies of grain per acre, but because of the attacks of various beasts, the land can only be planted within the city walls. To increase the area of the village, Japu must expand the area of village construction. It makes the village defense more difficult, which is also very risky. 1%. Chapter 6 Strength Training Secret Realm. The 5 people were discussing the future direction of the family in the side house next to Hua Sheng. Waziji was unwilling to say that after Wazawan was finished. Brother, if our family expands the area of the village, we must increase the defensive intensity of the villagers in the village. I think many people will choose to leave and go to other villages. After 2 years, we don't know how many people are left in the family. The generation can't be cultivated. When we are old, Wahiapu will have to decline. I think we still have to reorganize the caravan to take a trip to the Linhu grassland. Life and death are up to my destiny. I don't want to survive. Wazawan flushed. Speaking of, how can this be a living? The 800 mu of farmland in Huang's family is one of the 8 largest villages in Guangxian. The Huang family chose the valley to build the village. Our terrain is different from that of Zaihe village. We can't hold on to 800 acres of land. What do you think of the second uncle? Wakai saw the third and fourth uncles quarreling, and asked the silent second uncle. Well, I think that although our caravan has suffered heavy losses this year, since the Shen family has been willing to reconcile with us, we took the opportunity to buy some Shen family animals and buy them home to raise them for a month, but there is some profit. When the second uncle talked about this, other people here settled down and pondered carefully. Every year, the villages outside Guangxian County buy a batch of livestock bought back from the grassland by the Shen family. The Shen family had to cross thousands of miles to drive the livestock back to Qi. The livestock lost fat on this road and needed more feeding to recover. Villages large and small outside the city will rush to buy these livestock, and the fattening can make at least 10% of the income. That said, even if your grandfather can finally wake up, the Meridians were so traumatized before realm was a delusion. We can't hold on to this reclaimed land, and we don't have a dynamic period to lead the team when we encounter danger and we can only be slaughtered by others. If the sale of cattle and horses fails, our family can survive in the city by relying on weapons shops. This is advocating abandoning Zhongjiabao. Before Hua Zili had finished speaking, the others suddenly burst. Hua Kai found that his second uncle had a very flexible mind, but he could not become a family decision maker if he only wanted to escape when he encountered a problem. Okay, Sanshu, you will clean up the cattle pen and stables at home in the past few days, and we will consider selling livestock after my father is buried. Huakai has some money-making ideas in his mind, but it is a pity that Wahiapu is walking on thin ice nowadays. A little carelessness will not only make no money, but also cause a murderous disaster. In the evening, Wakai went back to the room to rest early. He entered the space and saw that the secret realm for strength training had been shown to be able to enter. Entering the body tempering realm ascension strength earlier, his self-protection ability would be stronger. He thought of entering strength today. Training secret realm. You can enter the body tempering realm through your own strength breakthrough, and Wakai still has some excitement in his heart. Do you spend 1 point of luck to enter the vitality training secret realm? Yes, Wakai said silently in his heart. Please choose the weapon you are carrying. He also had to choose a weapon. Huakai exited the space and took his own red spear and then returned to the secret realm space. Vitality training secret realm is different from physique training secret realm. As soon as Wakai entered, he found himself in a dim space. In front of him was a stone bridge with no end in sight. The two sides of the stone bridge were more than 10 meters vertical. There seemed to be many small holes in the pits on the cliffs. Wakai walked up the bridge and pointed out his head and found that the bottom 20 meters were full of densely packed venomous snakes. As soon as he stepped on the bridge head, these venomous snakes crawled along the bridge piers and the cliffs on both sides. Crawl away. Wakai hurriedly closed his feet. If he was bitten by these poisonous snakes, he might not really die, but the trial might be over. Physical training secret realm tests physical fitness and endurance, then this chi training secret realm perhaps the test is the use and power of true chi. Leaving the stone bridge, Wakai found that all the poisonous snakes had also retreated. He tried to climb the bridge again and found that these poisonous snakes started to climb up again. Did he think he was wrong? As long as he speeds up and waits for these poisonous snakes to climb up, he will go and pass. That's all right. Huakai decided to try. A few steps on his hind legs, Huakai rushed towards the stone bridge. The viper found someone entering the stone bridge and quickly climbing up the stone pier and the cliffs on both sides. Huakai had run out more than 10 meters before they could climb up. But after running for more than 10 meters, Wakai found that many of the venomous snakes in front of him had already climbed up the stone bridge. Some venomous snakes shrank after climbing on the cliffs on both sides, and struggling to shoot with their tails on the cliffs, they flew towards Wakai. Wakai had to slow down, and the red tassel spear accurately pierced the flying snake's head. The flying snake suddenly turned into a light spot and flew into Wakai's body. It was too late to realize that Wakai turned his head and found that his own retreat was gone. Venomous snakes of various sizes in the rear have already climbed up the bridge. Wakai saw that a 1-foot-long green snake had climbed up the bridge pier and was spitting out the core of the snake to bite himself. He hurriedly turned around and avoided, then stomped the little snake to death with 1 foot, and a burst of energy entered his body again. This time, Wakai deeply felt that there was more true chi in his body. With this discovery, Wakai slowed down and concentrated on killing the snakes, but after he killed the 2 little snakes with the red sakura spear, he felt that there were more snakes around him, and he would definitely be surrounded if he didn't leave. It seemed to be concentrated. Killing monsters is not enough. Running at extreme speed, Wakai tried his best to avoid group shooting attacks. Only when he couldn't avoid it, he quickly solved it with his red tasseled gun. He found that the sensing distance of these snakes was only about 10 meters. As long as they were running fast, only some fast little snakes could catch up with himself, but he has to be careful of the snakes flying out of the cliffs on both sides. Accustomed to the attacking methods of the snakes, Wakai is no longer so anxious. The aura cannot leave the body with true chi, but it can bless all parts of the body to increase combat power. Wakai uses true chi on his feet to accelerate the sprint speed. In the event of an attack, he blessed the red tasseled spear and concentrated on killing the enemy with his marksmanship. For a while, the various moves of the split air spear technique made him more flexible, and the speed of his feet increased a little. Wakai focused on the possible attacks around him, but the speed under his feet was not slow, and he rushed to the other side of the stone bridge. At this time, a small snake that was less than a foot galloped down from the cliff on the side. Wakai accidentally got caught in the arm of the small snake medicine. Suddenly his entire left hand could not gather true chi. This sudden change instantly made him feel dangerous, lost the original rhythm. As the pace of his feet slowed down, Huakai suddenly felt the pressure around him increase. A big black snake that was more than 5 feet long climbed up from the bridge pier. The snake had already come to him. Wakai roared and struggling with all his strength, the red tasseled spear slammed into the black quickly, and the black had no time to avoid Wakai, but felt that the big black skin was as hard as gold, and his hands were a little numb. This also gave Wakai some reaction time. He saw more and more snakes besieging him, making several leaps under his feet and quickly escaping from the encirclement. At this time, Wakai felt that his left arm was beginning to regain consciousness. Just now he was careless and almost ended the trial. With experience, Huakai continued to embark on the journey. He could feel that the snakes he encountered were getting bigger and bigger and more in number. I don't know how long Wakai was besieged by more than a dozen 10-foot-long snakes. He was completely unable to escape, and a big gray snake bit him. Although Wakai killed the big snake in the end, he felt dizzy in his head. The function of this snake was paralysis. Wakai saw that everything around him seemed to have ghosts. Finally reached the limit of own. Wakai knew that he could no longer advance, so he stood firm and stopped avoiding. In his spear thrust, at a point of 7 inches from a 4-meter-long snake, the snake directly turned into a bright light and entered Wakai's body. Wakai felt his whole body suddenly true chi became surging, and the bottleneck of the aura was suddenly broken at this time. True chi in his body began to wander around the whole body. His body was naturally tempered like never before, and he entered the body tempering state. Entering the body tempering realm, Wakai felt that his body suddenly became better than ever. He even got out of the snake's circle again after a few extreme steps. The dizziness of his head seemed to be no longer so obvious. He didn't dare to neglect it when he escaped. Continued to run towards the distance along the stone bridge. But it didn't take long for his speed to slow down again. The big snakes in front of him were all over 10 feet, and some black pythons with great power could reach more than 15 feet, and their strength was basically equivalent to the level of low-level wild beasts. Human aura, body tempering, and kaiyuan are equivalent to low-level beasts, intermediate-level beasts, and high-level beasts among the beasts. Pneumatic state, chi training state, and Shantian state correspond to the primary, intermediate, and high-level barbarian beasts. With many kinds of snake venom in his body, Wakai finally fell on the stone bridge. When he regained consciousness, he felt that he was lying on his own bed. The sunlight outside the window had been shining far in, and he actually woke up late today. It was the first time Wakai slept so comfortably after stretching his waist. He remembered the trial in Secret Realm last night and meditated on the attribute panel in his heart. Huakai. Body tempering on the 2nd floor. Qualification. E. Physique. 12. Strength. 13. Will. 17. Mind method. Meditation Ju. Yellow order low-level mind method Dachang. Marksmanship. Split air spear yellow level advanced marksmanship Xiaochang. Special skill. Real eye cannot be upgraded. He went directly to the 2nd level of the body tempering realm. The body tempering realm and the aura realm are not a concept at all. The aura realm is only nurturing meridians, and the body tempering realm is the beginning of the formal tempering of the body. Wakai feels that his physical strength is true chi. The aspect is different from the previous world. As long as you use true chi a little, the strength and speed are a lot of ascension. After taking the red sakura spear next to own, Wakai practiced a set of splitting air spear technique from beginning to end, and his understanding of spear technique in his heart became a little bit more ascension. Huakai felt that if he was familiar with his current realm, he would have no problem dealing with the 3 selves of yesterday. It's just another bad thing that made Wakai feel particularly angry. After he practiced a set of marksmanship, he sat on the ground to absorb true chi for a long time. Unfortunately, most of true chi dissipated in his body to temper his whole body, and there was not much remaining true chi. After entering the meridians, there is not much left. It will take at least an hour to make up for the true chi lost just now. This is really charging for 2 hours and talking for 5 minutes. Wakai said with emotion. This is the case with poor aptitude. Wakai estimates that his E-qualification will reach the 3rd level of the body tempering realm at most. At that time, the true chi he has absorbed can only be absorbed by the body, not to mention cultivation ascension realm. To solve this problem, either the ascension mental level or the ascension physical aptitude, these are basically impossible for ordinary people, but Wakai never thinks that the 3rd level of body tempering is the end of his life. I warned myself not to use true chi lightly. When Wakai left the room, she saw the mother in the back room waiting for him at the door. She didn't know how many times the breakfast at the dinner table was hot, and Wakai still tasted hot. Mother, where's the 2nd uncle? Wakai asked while eating. The housekeeper came to you just now. I said you were still resting. He called your 2nd uncle to talk. Son, if you have any difficulties at home, tell your 2nd uncle. Don't be embarrassed. Zaihe village plans to go to Dongling in a few days. Huang Shuyun said while looking at her son. Go to Dongling. Didn't you just go there last year? Hua Kai frowned and said. Dongling is located at the border of Qi and Yan. There are many wild beasts in the dense forests, and many of them are savage beasts. Every 3 years, the villages in Guangxian will go to Dongling to explore, and sometimes people will participate in the county. People who can go to Dongling are forced to have no alternative, or else they can't organize the visit once every 3 years. You ran away your wealth in order to save Wahiapu. Now all the villages outside the city know about it, but this has temporarily saved the village, but what shall we do in the future? How could Huang Shuyun not know the operation of the family? Now all the ways to make money are basically no, what can the family do in the future? Hua Kai is still thinking about waiting for his father to take action to solve this problem after his father's funeral. When the grandfather wakes up, everything will be on the right path. Stabilize everyone's minds, even if you do it, otherwise it will be difficult to get together again when people's hearts are scattered. Mother, I see. I have already figured out a solution to the problem with the 3 uncles. Hua Kai comforted his mother. When he came to the main courtyard, his grandfather still didn't wake up, and the 3rd uncle told Hua Kai that someone had come to Zheng's house. The Zheng family is the 4th aunt's family and has been making friends with Wahiabao. Their family has hundreds of years of leather armor making craftsmanship. The shop in Guangxian earns much more each year than the Wahia weapon shop. Hu Lin made a lot of profits by selling leather armor. The Zheng family led the team this time with an uncle of the 4th aunt. The 4th tier combat power of the pneumatic realm was stationed in Wahiapu like the Huang family. Hua Kai met the people of the Zheng family and asked his 4th uncle to take good care of the 6 people in the Zheng family. Dozens of people in the wooden room are constantly polishing weapons. Most of the weapons sold in the county are made from here. Hua Kai also saw a silver knife here. The master used a knife to quickly paint on a wooden knife. Soon, an exquisite pattern came out. An apprentice poured the burned silver juice on the pattern. The last step of making the wooden knife was completed. Wahiapu has relied on this craftsmanship for hundreds of years. After watching for a while, Hua Kai couldn't find the slightest problem in weapon manufacturing with his 2-life experience. In the end, he could only leave reluctantly, seeing that it was not feasible to make a fuss about the family's traditional craftsmanship. 1% Chapter 7. Leaving the weapons workshop, Hua Kai headed east to the livestock shed. After the failure of Wahiabao's business trip, the family's livestock has been run out. There are 3 strong horses and 4 shaggy horses. The number of horses is less than half of the previous ones. You only have 2 farming cattle left in the cattle pen. You will have to make up 5 of them at the beginning of the spring next year. Otherwise, planting will be a problem. Uncle San. Hua Kai saw San Uncle and a few villagers in the cattle shed of Nuoda were cleaning, and the stables were all cleaned up. The family used to sell cattle every year when his father was there, and at most he could sell hundreds of cattle. Kay, why are you here? This is a barn, the smell is great, don't come in. Sanshu saw Hua Kai coming to put down his work. It's okay, let me see how the cowshed and stables are cleaned. Hua Kai said that he had entered the cowshed, and the place was flooded without cleaning a lot of weeds and waste wood for more than a year. Uncle San, this cow in our family has been raised for almost 10 years. I remember she came to our house when I was very young. There are only 2 cows and a little calf in the cowshed. Hua Kai walked in front of him and the cow suddenly felt his heart, and looked at the cow using true eye. Cattle. Tier 2 54%. Physique. 22. Speed. 14. Spirituality. 26. Hua Kai glanced at the other side when he could actually see the attributes. The attributes were almost second order. Your grandfather is a good player looking at cows and horses. In the past, our cattle sellers earned tens of thousands of bone coins every year. I don't know if we can sell livestock without your grandfather. Sanshu said unconfidently. I didn't talk about selling cattle and horses because there were no people in the family who knew about livestock. Then Sanshu, what do you think of our 2 cows? Hua Kai wanted to see how different true eye is from the traditional method of showing cows. Our 2 cows were carefully selected and left behind by the cattle sellers in the past few years. Both of these cows have reached the level of strong cattle, and each head is about 20 tails. The reason why our family keeps them is because they are spiritual. It's easy to raise at home. Uncle San said casually. Hua Kai compared it and it was really true. How do you rank cows in general? Only real cow dealers can rank cows so that they can make money. It's generally easier to divide cattle. Bad cattle are basically difficult to work. You can buy 500 bone coins. Strong cattle will start with 1,000 bone coins. A fine cow will cost at least 6,000 bone coins, and they will catch up to 1. It's the price of the horses, and the job is worth 3 bulls, and there is the bull king. It's hard to see here. We have to go to the grassland. Wazuji patiently explained to his nephew these things as the owner of the family. K must slowly know from now on. Wakai estimates that the bad cows, strong cows, and fine cows mentioned by the third uncle are 1, 2, and 3. Then can they make money for the family by relying on true eye? Uncle San, let's take a look at the stables. Wakai pointed to the stables in the distance and said to Wazuji. Well, this horse is similar to a cow, but it is much more expensive, and must be fed every day. Horses are generally divided into 5 grades, namely, horses, strong horses, steeds, BMWs, and horses. The horses are strong horses, and there is no problem riding them normally. Those 4 horses can only be used for pulling goods and carts or women riding. Wazuji introduced Wakai carefully, using the true eye to check the attributes of the tall and strong horse in front of him. East Huma, 99% of Tier 2. Physique, 19. Speed, 25. Spirituality, 27. Huakai knows that most horses in Chi State come from Donghu. Donghu horses are characterized by fast speed, average endurance, and average explosive power. This horse in the family is on the verge of upgrading. Uncle San, how are horses upgraded in normal times, or are horses of different qualities similar to adults? Wakai asked. Of course not. Horses need to be carefully fed and exercised in order to upgrade. There are many tribes that are good at raising BMWs in the grassland. They often train horses at the horse level. At that level, the horses can no longer be measured by money. Legend has it that Yang Guo, in order to buy a horse from Wuzhongguo, he actually exchanged 5 cities with him. Sanshu said with a longing look in his eyes. The metal is precious in this world. A divine armament plus a magic horse can ascension warriors too much power, and the magic horse should at least have reached the level of ordinary people's aura level, that is to say, the power of a horse is similar to that of the county magistrate of Guangxian. It's not too ridiculous to think of trading 5 cities in this way. Wazuji took Wakai to the entire village. He carefully explained to Wakai from feeding cattle and horses of different levels to planting and storing grain every year. Obviously, he had already seen the backbone of his family. Uncle San, today I will find out when the counties and cities will open, as well as the situation of the Jew national market. We must prepare early, Wakai said. I personally went to the county town in the afternoon to find out when the market will open. I'm afraid we won't get much from going to Jew country this year. Wazuji thought about it and said. Every year when Guangxian caravans return from Linhu, Donghu, Daguo, Zhongshanguo and other northern places, they will open a unified market outside the county. At that time, all villages near Guangxian will buy and sell livestock. This is the busiest place in Guangxian of the year, time. The country of Zhu, which is adjacent to Qi, is the trade center of the countries in the northeast region. There are countless merchants from various countries here. The horses, animal skins, and herbs sold in the Linhu grassland in Guangxian are basically sold from the country of Zhu. Go and prepare first. If the Hua family doesn't act at this time and the whole village just waits like this, it will really be over. Wakai said to his third uncle. Guangxian County is located between Linzi City and Zhu State Bukchi City. Commercial trade occupies nearly half of Guangxian's income. Business has become the largest industry in the county. Every October caravans come back. Many families and business houses in Qi will come. Picking up goods to try your luck, this has become an important festival in Guangxian County. At this time, all villages near the county seat have to go to the county and city as long as they have the strength to buy some cattle and horses and raise them back home. They can make a lot of money when the livestock prices rise in the spring of next year. Villages outside Guangxian County basically buy some livestock every year. Large families buy horses, small families buy cattle, and families can buy sheep. This time of year has become a competition for the strength of the villages outside Guangxian County. Wazuji sighed and walked away. The family can only raise more than 20,000 bone coins. Even if the Huang and Zheng families can support some, it will definitely not be enough to buy winter food. Where can there be money to buy livestock? Wakai has been thinking about how to relieve the financial pressure of his family in the county and city next year. He has the true eye to be able to see the livestock level and upgrade percentage. In this county and city, he has to participate anyway, and if it was a good harvest. He also plans to go to Zhu country. The big market in Jew country takes a month to open. Although it is dangerous to go there, there are more opportunities. At noon, Huakai and the housekeeper had lunch in the main courtyard. They are discussing how to raise more money after the market in Guangxian County is opened, as well as to solve the family's food crisis. At this time, Grandma yelled from the back room. Huakai's first reaction was that his grandfather woke up. He saw Fu Steward go into the back room first. Master. Master. Steward Fu looked at the old man whose eyes were slowly opened, and whispered beside him. Ha ha, my old man is still alive after all. What about care? The first thing the old man thought of when he woke up was Huakai. Grandpa, I am here. Huakai walked from the side to the old man and returned. Well, how long have I slept? Everything is okay at home. Hua Xing asked Huakai, and the others listened silently. The family is okay. It will be better when you recover, Grandpa. Huakai replied. Hearing what Huakai said, Hua Xing, who had just woke up, let go of Shin. In a coma, he vaguely heard someone talk about Wahiapu, and when he woke up to see everyone around him, he was relieved. A lot. Wahiapu suffered losses from this disaster. How many people are left in the village? Will there be other villages to pull people out? The rest of you should go out first. Hua Xing said to others on the side. Hua Kai and Hua Xing's grandfather and grandson were left in the room, and Hua Xing's expression quickly sank. My meridians are seriously injured now, and my strength is only less than 30%. Even if I recover well in the future, I won't be able to practice aura. Do you talk about the situation at home? Has anyone put pressure on us these days? Has the Shen family targeted us? Hua Xing asked in a low voice. Everything in the village is fine, and you don't have to worry about recovering from your injuries. Hua Kai told his grandfather what had happened at home in the past few days. Hua Kai secretly checked the attributes of his grandfather, and his physique has recovered 32 points. With his super good mood attributes and Zochin marksmanship, I believe that the middle stage of the general aerodynamics is not his opponent. Grandpa's body is already like this, and this family will be handed over to you in the future. To be honest, you have done better than Grandpa these days. Although you have lost most of your family business, the family living environment looks broader. Grandpa wants to remind you that everything will happen in the future. You can't get over it, don't be enemies of the family. After Hua Xing finished speaking, he knew he was worrying about it. A few years ago, Hua Kai took someone to brew wine and make porcelain. He didn't take it seriously, but Hua Kai actually succeeded. When he planned to brew the wine himself when fine wine was sold to the grassland in exchange for a large number of cattle and sheep to develop the Hua family, Hua Kai blocked himself. Don't worry, Grandpa, I will be careful. Recently, you should not show up and recover your body. When you come out at my father's funeral, you will be able to deter some of the younger generations at that time. Hua Kai said. I know my body. The meridians problem can't be over in a short time. You don't have to worry about my body. Your second uncle and Zheng Xie come to our house. I have to see them as I say. The relationship between the Zheng family and the Zheng family. You'd better visit it in person tomorrow. If they want to lend us money, don't refuse. I will ask your uncle to follow you. Grandpa's thoughts. Hua Kai understands that you won't accept that others will help you. This is not pushing the relationship farther away. Moreover, the family really wants to sell horses, which costs more than selling cattle, so Hua Kai nodded and agreed. At this time, the second uncle and the others rushed back when they heard the news that their grandfather was awake. Hua Kai called the second uncle and Zheng Xie over, and the second uncle and Zheng Xie were going back tomorrow. Soon the whole Wahiapu learned the news of the old man's awakening. Some nearby villages attached to Wahiapu sent gifts in the evening. They were unable to help when the Hua family was in trouble. Now the old man wakes up and they have to engage with Wahiapu. Good relationship. In the evening, the second uncle, third uncle and others and Huakai's family ate at the grandfather's house in the main courtyard. The food on the dinner table is very rich. This is a celebration of Hua Xing's wake up. As a master of nomadics, he wakes up at noon and meets ordinary people at night. They also ate dinner with everyone and drank alcohol, and everyone's faces were happy. The Hua family was able to survive this catastrophe thanks to the help of Zaihe village and Zhengjiazhuang. Tomorrow Zawan, you and Kair will go to the two houses for a trip. It is a thank you. Since I have handed over the position of Patriarch to Kair. Here, he will be the master of Wahiapu from now on, everyone including me must follow Kair's orders. I hope everyone can understand. The old man's statement at this time meant that even if he woke up, Huakai was still the head of the family, and Huakai's performance in the past few days had conquered the majority of Wahiapu, and no one opposed it. After the dinner, Huakai went back to his room and rested, and habitually entered the family secret realm space. Huakai found that the loyalty of everyone on the crystal column had risen a lot, and the final name loyalty value reached 69 points, and Grandpa the loyalty value is finally unlocked. Washing. 9th floor of pneumatic environment. Qualification. B. Physique. 27-37. Strength. 40. Will. 46. Mind method. Meditation Ju Yellow Order Low Level Mind Method Dachang. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship Zochin. Loyalty. 100. Grandpa's physique has recovered 2 more points, and his vigor value has also increased a bit, which means that as long as his body recovers, he will enter the Qi training period. But how easy is it to recover meridians under Shantian? Just like Grandpa himself said, it's good to recover in this life. The first thing he thinks of is the space pill refining room. After looking for a long time, many people can recover meridians, but at least 18 points of Qi Yun can be refined, and the 3 main medicines used have reached the level of elixir. Wakai can only sigh and quit. Originally, Wakai planned to test the family space as soon as possible. Ascension family combat power, but he was afraid that the secret of space would be spread into the ears of those big families, and he was in danger. Now he intends to gradually open up to the family with the highest loyalty value. In the afternoon, the system reminded that his family's luck value had increased by 4 points. The 9-point luck value had been out of the crisis of family demise, and he should also use the secret realm. Looking at my attributes again, the physique has become the worst among the 3 attributes, and entering the physical training secret realm by myself does not require Qi luck value. Huakai directly clicked to enter. Entering the secret realm is still the same as last time. I am in the big desert and the surrounding area is full of yellow sand. A gentle wind blows through Huakai and feels a little bit colder. If not unexpectedly, the sandstorm will come again later. Wakai paid close attention to the changes in the surrounding environment, and found that the sandstorm was in the direction of the dust storm, and he could start more runs. The longer he persisted, the better his results would be. Why am I so stupid? The sky is gray on the other side when there is light, and the sandstorm naturally came from behind and ran quickly. Wakai got up and ran towards the bright direction. He couldn't help speeding up his pace when he saw the sound of ha behind him after a few steps. I don't know if it's an illusion. As time goes by, Huakai feels that the spiritual Qi around him has become thicker. The true Qi in his body is running smoothly, and the speed under his feet is also a bit faster. Finally, the familiar sandstorm is getting closer and closer to him. Wakai abandoned all distractions and ran hard. It didn't take long for him to feel that the sandstorm had overtaken him, and the yellow sandstorm hit him with painful pain. Finally, he felt breathless again and was swept into the sky by the sandstorm. 1%. Chapter 8 The Horse Breakthrough. The trial is over. The score is 34 minutes and 19 seconds, the score is 10 minutes and 37 seconds, and the physique is awarded 1 point. After 10 minutes longer than the first time, he received a little physical reward. After checking his attributes, Wakai had entered the 3rd level of the body tempering realm. It's a pity that the secret realm of this trial does not add attribute points to each trial, so if you don't have a big ascension in all aspects to enter the trial space, it doesn't make much sense. The idea of relying solely on the strength of the ascension family is based on your luck. Shattered. But this time I came out and my state was much better than before. This is not my own strength ascension, but the reason I am getting used to the secret realm. The next morning, Wakai got up to check his family's luck value by 2 points, and now it has reached 11 points. He is waiting for when the family luck value will be able to accumulate 100 points. Ascension, then the strength of the entire family will definitely be greatly ascension. I went to the main courtyard to visit my grandfather. I did not expect that he had already gone to the martial arts training ground. There is no special elixir. Meridians, injuries can only be polished by a little training, and true Qi cannot be used in the middle, otherwise it will cause secondary damage to meridians. When we came to the training ground, everyone had finished training. In the past few days, we entered the secret realm space to train. Huakai really got up late. Now everyone knows that he is working on family affairs and he did not require him to practice morning or evening. See, Grandpa is alone at the front of the martial arts training ground, and the 4th uncle has retreated to the rear team. Everyone is training very seriously. This is the role of the backbone. K. Come and practice with fourth uncle. Wazawan was in a very good mood today. He mentioned that his pear blossom whitewood spear was performing the split air spear method starting move. Kai knew that his fourth uncle was going to test his own cultivation base. Kai took his red tasseled spear to stabilize the horse stance, set up his posture, and waited for his uncle to attack. Everyone in Wahiapu gathered in a circle and watched carefully. Wazawan took the spear-splitting spear technique in the first attack. It was just that the pristine marksmanship did not carry a trace of true chi. Good fellow actually entered the body-tempering realm. Every time Kai practiced with his fourth uncle, he tried his best. The fourth uncle could turn him around without using true chi. Today, Wazawan still used his previous strength, but he did not expect Kai to seize the opportunity. Wazawan still didn't use true chi, and was hit by Kai's red cherry gun. After a few rounds, Kai felt the pressure increased again, and returned to the rhythm of the previous duet with the fourth uncle. Body tempering and Kaiyuan are incomparable, and his strength is not at the same level. Moreover, the fourth uncle's marksmanship is much higher than his own. It can be said that Wazawan is constantly feeding Kai and guiding his marksmanship. Kai gradually has a feeling of killing snakes in the vigor training secret realm stone bridge. His feet become flexible when he moves, and his guns become tricky. True chi quickly changes his limbs and enters the body tempering state. The effect of chi is obviously much better. Come here, Zawan, you have to accompany Kair to go out later. Xing saw that Kai's vigor increased significantly, and it was not far from the body tempering middle stage, but the true chi in his body was obviously insufficient. Wazawan used true chi to repel Kai by more than 2 meters, and the two of them withdrew from the battle. You have already entered the 3rd floor of the body tempering realm. Wazawan said happily. Kai only felt that his whole body of true chi was emptied. He sat on the ground and ran true chi in his body according to the formula of meditation Ju, which made him feel better. This poor aptitude is simply a pain. The true chi absorbed by the mind cannot be absorbed by the body. Kai thought while running the mind. Kai got up when he felt that his body was no longer in pain. Body tempering was a process of continuously tempering his body. When he didn't feel the pain, he would go to the bottleneck. Others in the martial arts field can't see Kai's strangeness. They only think that it is very rare for Kai to enter the body tempering realm at the age of 12. Such a talented and powerful patriarch can lead the whole family to growth. After breakfast, Kai came to the stables in the north of the village. Jading had already fed the horse concentrate. Kai took out the horse and stroked its neck. This horse also enthusiastically responded to Kai's stroke. Anyone who knows horses knows how rare it is for a horse to be spiritual. If you want a horse to be spiritual, you must communicate with it frequently, so that you can ride it together. When the fourth uncle came over wearing leather armor, the two picked up the gifts prepared by the butler and left Wahiapu. Uncle Wu is mainly responsible for protecting Kai's safety today. There are often some wild animals in the wild in this world, especially before winter comes. The wild animals in Dongling often enter the vicinity of He village for food. The second uncle and Zheng Xie left early in the morning before dawn. Kai and the fourth uncle rode on the road. Wazawan pointed out the things to pay attention to in the splitting spear method and saw Kai enter. In body tempering, he is still very happy now. Zaihe village is more than 20 miles away from Wahiapu. Some small beasts on the road saw that they both ran away too. When they came to Zaihe village, the guards saw that it was Kai and Wazawan and quickly opened the door. Obviously, the second uncle had already told the guards that Kai was coming. He politely greeted Kai, who is familiar with Zaihe village. Riding all the way to the gate of Huang's compound, several cousins were already waiting for him at the gate. Kai's mother is little sister, the youngest owner of the Hua family. Several of Kai's cousins are all grown-ups. The eldest cousin is older than the fourth uncle and has entered the 5th floor of the Kaiyuan realm. He is the future heir of the Huang family. Seeing his uncle, Kai hadn't spoken yet, so he sent 5 taels of gold. 5 taels of gold may be half a year's income for the entire Zaihe village. Kai gratefully accepted it. Conveyed his grandfather's gratitude, Kai bid farewell to his uncle without staying. Cousin sent Kai to the entrance of the village. Kai and his uncle rushed to Zhengjazhuang on horseback. The Zheng family also gave 5 taels of gold. Kai expressed his gratitude to the Zheng family on behalf of Wahiapu. It was almost noon after leaving Zhengjazhuang. Kai and his fourth uncle were about to go home after leaving Zhengjazhuang. Suddenly they heard someone calling his fourth uncle's name on the city wall, and someone told him to go back and bring things. Wait for me for a while, I'll go back to your fourth aunt's house, and I'll be back soon. 4 Uncle, you go. It's more than 10 miles away from our village, and there are no woods along the way, so there is no danger. I can go back by myself. Wakai sounded like he was going to bring something for the fourth aunt. He gave it to the fourth uncle. Speaking of. Okay, be careful, I'll go back soon. My uncle said and went back on horseback. Wakai walked on the road alone. He tried to speed up the horse. This horse was also obedient, and he quickly saw the shadow of Wahiapu after running fast. Suddenly Wakai had a sudden thought, since weapons can be brought into the trial secret realm, what about the mount? Physical training. The secret realm needs speed and endurance. This horse runs much faster than humans. If you bring a horse into the secret realm, you can hold it for more than an hour. How much power can this increase? Just do it. When he thinks about it, Wakai silently enters the family secret realm space in his heart, and only feels that the scenery in front of him has changed. He is already in the family secret realm space, and the horse under his crotch is also coming in with him. The horse suddenly changed its environment and began to fear, neighing in the space. Wakai kept touching and comforting it, and it slowly calmed down. Outside the physical training secret realm, Wakai clicked on the secret realm trial. As soon as his surrounding environment changed, he came to the familiar desert. Haha, drive. Wakai saw that it was the time when the sun was high, but the sky was bright and dark, so there was no need to run to the bright side. It is very difficult for a horse to run in the desert. Fortunately, Wakai is only a child, and he weighs much lighter than an adult. After adapting to walking in the desert, the horse quickly picked up. Compared with Huakai running with 2 legs, I don't know how many times faster. Although it is daytime in the space and the desert is very hot, Huakai feels a lot cooler when he feels the sound of the wind coming from his ears. This horse seems to have not galloped so freely yet. Huakai is tight. Holding the reins tightly to adapt to the horse's rhythm is also an exercise in his riding skills. Why did the sandstorm catch up so quickly? Wakai felt that for more than 10 minutes at most, his speed was many times faster than before. The sandstorm had already appeared behind him and was approaching him at an extremely fast speed. Ignoring too much, come and shake the reins to urge the horse to continue to speed up. He already feels the horse's sweat soaking the hair all over his body, and the horse's breathing has begun to become rapid. But the sandstorm is still approaching. Huakai can already feel the sand hitting his own cheeks. This horse also feels the crisis, and instinctively speeds up. 10 minutes later, Wakai appeared on the road more than 3 miles away from Wahiapu village, and he heard the system prompt. The trial is over. The score is 31 minutes and 39 seconds. The score is Ascension 0, and the physical fitness is awarded 0 points. Failed. The tired horse was lying on the ground and panting. Wakai opened his eyes wide and didn't know what to do. He probed the horse's attributes. East Huma. Tier 3 21%. Physique. 19-22. Speed. 25. Spirituality. 27. Is it a third order? The 22 behind physique 19 means that he is currently injured and dissatisfied with his attributes. Does that mean he will be promoted to the steed after the injury is healed? What are you doing? Why did the horse lie on the ground? Wakai was thinking, and the fifth uncle from a distance rushed over on horseback. Wakai didn't know how to answer for a while. The horse couldn't get up. He could only go back to the village and ask someone to carry it back. This is obviously tired, and it's all twitching. A horse running for more than 10 miles is exhausted. Wazawan looked at Wakai with a puzzled look, wondering if the two half an hour apart, how can a strong horse be convulsed? After all, Wazawan's curiosity was not satisfied. It didn't take long for the horse to seem to have recovered some strength, and slowly tried to stand up, but when he saw Huakai, he instinctively flinched back. Maybe he just came to the half. The hour really left him invisible. The two slowly returned to Wahiapu with the horse. Huakai personally sent his own horse back to the stable, and asked Mafudu to add some concentrate to it. In the afternoon, Huakai came to the stable several times. Although the horse looked sluggish, he ate more than usual. The groom was also worried about supporting the horse. Huakai knew he needed a lot of energy just to upgrade. The horse's physique has never seen ascension at 1900. In the evening, Wakai cultivated for 2 hours Jingshinju and went to bed early. In the afternoon, he galloped in the desert and couldn't enter the secret realm trial at night. It was rare for him to sleep early. Wake up early in the morning. Huakai looks at the family panel. Wahiapu. No entry. Prosperity. 25. Power. 9. Agriculture. 16. Animal husbandry. 2. Commercial. 7. Culture. 31. Comprehensive strength. 90. Allies. None. Capital. 11 taels of gold, 41 taels of silver, 2,365 bone coins. Hostile forces. Hutuition, Shenjia in Guangxian County, 9th product. Luck value. 13. Carrying space. 1 cubic meter upgrade requires 1000 gas luck value. Prosperity ascension 1 point. Combat power ascension 4 points. This may be the reason after Grandpa wakes up. Now the family luck value is also 13 points. Wakai wants to write how to use it as soon as possible. Let the family strength ascension up. Himself being able to explore the attributes of livestock. If you can go to the grassland next year, you will surely be able to sell back the best war horses, so that your family's strength will be ascension. You must know that the price of a war horse is unimaginable. An ordinary horse can cost at least 3,000 bone coins. 1 tael of gold equals 100 taels of silver equals 10,000 bone coins. Strong horses start with 2 gold, and steeds are even more expensive. The Shen family has agreed to Wahiapu's horse business. He has pitted Wahiapu once, and it is impossible to face the Wahia again, otherwise the Shen family will lose leadership to the villages outside the city. I went to the martial arts field to complete the morning exercises with my grandfather. Huakai didn't dare to use true chi anymore. Grandpa's physique was still unrecovered. Wakai suddenly thought that he still had 2 Huaki pills. The main function of the chi pills was to resolve the bodies. It is different from true chi, but it still has the effect of repairing the meridians. Although it is a waste to use the medicine pill worth hundreds of gold in this way, Huakai dare not sell the medicine pill. Those who can buy the medicine pill find that the unidentified medicine pill appears. I will definitely track down who refining it. It's better to use it now, leaving only 1 spare. Grandpa, I have something to tell you. After the morning exercise, Wakai walked to his side and said. He used to stand in the 3rd row in the morning exercises, and now he has entered the 4th row. In terms of the true chi level and the proficiency of the splitting gun, he has been able to enter the top 30 of the family. You have eaten and come to the main house to find me. Hua Xing returned. Haotian was the day when Hua Ziming was buried. Wakai, as Hua Ziming's only son and the head of the Hua family, had to take charge of everything personally. The white-haired people of Hua Xing sent the black-haired people to the customs of the Qi country. He was not allowed to see guests. I have to explain something to Huakai. After breakfast, Wakai came to the main house. Grandpa was sitting in a chair and drinking tea. His face was ruddy and full of energy. The meridians, pain did not seem to affect him much. I heard that you let your 3rd uncle go to the county seat. How do you plan to open Guangxian County this time? Wakai did not speak yet. Hua Xing asked first. Yes, I gave the Shen family the method of firing porcelain. The Shen family is willing to Wahiabao to intervene in the horse business. I plan to make a little loss this time. In front of me, I will reserve enough food for the autumn harvest next year. Huakai replied arrive. Well, you just have to know. Grandpa gives you the position of patriarch. It's all up to you. It's just that I haven't recovered my strength. You have to be careful about everything. Grandpa usually looks carefree, but he really encountered it. Things are very careful, otherwise he would not be able to create such a family business. I'm here today to talk to Grandpa about the meridians, recovery. 2%. Chapter 9 Hua Xing Breakthrough. Hua Kai took a Huaki pill for Grandpa, and planned to let him enter the physical training secret realm to try. Grandpa is absolutely impossible to reveal his secret. Entering the family space secret realm, Hua Kai pulls down his grandfather's module physical training secret realm, and he sees that the secret realm is already in use, and the system prompts the family luck value of -1. Grandpa has agreed to enter the secret realm trial. After waiting for half an hour in the main house alone, Huakai was a little anxious. I don't know if meridians were damaged and entering the secret realm would be affected. I also thought that every time I came out, all the negative effects of the body would be eliminated. Huakai felt better. Have been waiting for more than an hour. Wakai finally saw a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, as if he hadn't left here. Wakai heard the system prompt sound. Family member, Hua Xing, physique training secret realm training score is 1 hour, 12 minutes and 49 seconds, and score is 1 hour, 12 minutes and 49 seconds. Reward physical fitness +6. Hua Kai looked at Grandpa, who was sitting on the ground silently, and used the eye of reality to probe. Hua Xing. Level 1 of Qi Lian Jing. Qualification. B. Physique. 33/43. Strength. 40. Will. 46. Mind method. Meditation Ju Yellow Order Low Level Mind Method Consummation. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship Zochin. Loyalty. 100. Physical Ascension at 6 points. Grandpa's physique finally broke through 40, but because of the meridians, it has now only recovered to 33 points, and he can't exert his aerodynamic strength. Haha, I have been able to transform true Qi out of the body and enter the Qi training realm. Hua Xing said with a big laugh. Body tempering realm can bless all parts of the body with true Qi, and Kaiyuan realm can bless true Qi on weapons, greatly increasing the strength. True Qi can be separated from the body when it is in the air training realm, and its attack power is greatly increased. When entering the air training realm, true Qi can be transformed for a short time. It can be said that entering the Qi training state has already entered another cultivation level, and Hua Kai suddenly heard the system prompt. A cultivator appears in the family, and the family luck is +10. The family luck value is ascension again. The Hua Kai family's combat power has reached 19 points, of which 10 points are added after Grandpa breakthroughs the spirit level, then 70% of Wahiapu's combat power should be on Grandpa's body. After all, the family strength was only 5 points when Grandpa was seriously injured. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Hua Kai hurriedly asked when Grandpa opened his eyes. Very good. I didn't expect Hua Xing to be able to enter the Qi training state after 60 years of age. The meridians, injury has recovered a lot, and I feel that it can be fully recovered in a year at most. Hua Xing said loudly happily. Why don't you take the last Huaki pill, Grandpa, too? No, it's the 7-point poison. If you take more medicine pills of the same type, the effect will get worse and worse. You can save it if you encounter meridians in the future. Hua Xing directly refused. Hua Kai saw that the wrinkles on his grandpa's face were less than before, and his hair also tended to turn from white to gray. The life expectancy will generally reach 120 years when entering the Qi training realm. True Qi has fully sublimated life. Hua Kai asked his grandfather to ask the Sky Stone secret realm once. Although this will not directly ascension attributes, it will have a great impact on a person's future cultivation. Large, its role is no less than the 3 major attributes of secret realm. Hua Xing came out after spending more than 10 minutes in the secret realm in the Wentian Shi. When he came out, Hua Kai saw that half of his grandpa's hair had turned black, and only the sideburns were still gray. You don't want people to enter this space at will. You know the truth about guilty, don't look at people lightly in the future. Hua Xing has completely become about 50 years old, and it seems that he has entered the Wentian Shi secret realm has gained a lot from him. Yeah, but the secret realm that just came to the Wentianshi, as long as the family loyalty value is enough. You don't need to tell me too much, just know it in your heart. I heard that many royal families have their own special secret realm, and generally don't look at people lightly. You are the future master of the Chinese family, and you have acted since your birth. After leaving Bufan, I also know that your martial arts qualifications are not high, but when the family is most in crisis, I still put the family in your hands. Grandpa, you have now entered the state of Qi training. It is better to be the patriarch of Wahiapu. Hua Xing raised his hand to signal Hua Kai not to say anything. Grandpa knows what his advantage is. The family has handed over to you. You are the head of the Hua family. 2 days later, your father will be buried. It is no longer suitable for my grandpa to live in the main courtyard. You will move in this afternoon. My grandma and I went to the west yard, and the maid grandfather took it away. Hua Xing was determined, and if he had to move out of the main courtyard, Hua Kai could only obey. He negotiated with his grandfather to let the family members enter the Wentian Shi secret realm in batches, which would make it even more so. Father, what's the matter? Suddenly the hair is all black, and it has become a lot younger. In the afternoon, the 3 brothers Hua Zawan, Hua Zili, and Hua Ziji were called to the main house by the old man, but they found that the old man had moved to the west yard. The 3 brothers had no objection to Hua Kai and Huang Shuyun living in the main yard. Should have lived in the main courtyard. Maybe it's already recovered. Father used to have black hair. Hua Zili said uncertainly. It's a good thing anyway. I don't know why Dad asked the 3 of us to come here. Hua Ziji said softly. At this time, Hua Xing came out of the inner room with a hat on his head, perhaps to hide his black hair. After a while, everything that happened when you came in can't be spread out, and no one can say it. Once you get out of this door, you will forget it. No one can mention it, you know. Hua Xing said. Although the three brothers were puzzled, they nodded and agreed. Hua Zuan followed his father into the main house, saw Hua Kai sitting on the futon, and sat down with his father. At this time, he saw Hua Kai disappearing suddenly, and he was about to be surprised when he saw his father look at On's eyes, so he sat down and waited. Suddenly a voice rang from my mind. Whether to enter the Ask Sky Stone secret realm. Hua Zuan didn't know why someone would speak in his mind, but he also guessed that it was his opportunity, and in his heart he silently agreed to enter and found that he had come to a strange space. Hua Kai left the secret realm and waited for about 5 minutes, and saw his fourth uncle appear on the futon again. He closed his eyes and seemed to feel comprehension. Hua Xing quietly walked out of the main house and put the second child Wazi in. When the three brothers left the main house, they were all overjoyed. Although the old man would not allow discussion about what happened in the main house, they also knew that the family had a special opportunity. The shortcomings and mistakes of their cultivation had already been known. They are more confident about future cultivation. According to Hua Kai's prompt, Hua Xing called everyone on the crystal column of the family secret realm space to the main house one by one. Everyone went through the Wentian Shi baptism in Wahia Fort. There were nearly 10 breakthroughs on this day. One person went from the breakthrough of body tempering to Kaiyuan. Hua Kai found that the loyalty comments of family members have risen by about 10 points, and the 100th loyalty has reached 83 points. It is impossible to betray Wahiapu without a major accident. In addition, Hua Kai investigated the attributes of all the family members and found that 7 people were stuck in the body tempering realm. Among them, 4 were within 3 points of physique, and 2 were not strong enough. Hua Kai spent 8 points of luck. Helped 6 people in the breakthrough body tempering state. Just like this, Wahiabao quietly added 7 more people in the Kaiyuan realm, and the number of people in the Kaiyuan realm reached 13 people. As for the family qualifications that exceed the sea level, Hua Kai has allowed the family to vigorously cultivate. The secret realm space trial reward is not continuous. It is difficult to directly increase the attributes only for the first entry, or the strength has a breakthrough attribute. Young people or those who have not encountered their own bottleneck, Hua Kai will not use the family luck value to help the ascension attribute. In this way, on the last night of Hua Kai's father's funeral, Hua Kai came to the village's north stable and saw that all the horses he had been following had finally recovered. East Huma. Tier 3 27%. Physique. 22. Speed. 25. Spirituality. 28. The level of ascension has been increased, and the spirituality has increased a bit. It looks a lot longer than 3 days ago, and its body is more streamlined, but its legs will still shake when it sees Hua Kai. The groom happily told Hua Kai about the changes in the horse in the past few days. It has eaten hundreds of caddies of concentrate in the past few days. The groom even fed him more than 20 caddies of soybeans, because it takes at least 10 caddies of essence to feed the horse a day. The ingredients are good, and soybeans have the best effect. The groom happily said that he had cultivated a steed. None of the villages outside Guangxian County has a horse. Generally, horses can only be bought by families in the city, and the cost of raising them is more than 10 strong horses. The steed is the primary choice for war horses, and many countries regard steeds as strategic resource reserves. Seeing that this strong horse was really promoted to become a steed, Hua Kai also had his own plan in his heart. At this time, there was news from the county folks that Guangxian's opening time was October 27th, which is the first day after the father's funeral, and that the Jiguo Grand Market will probably open in early November and will be closed before the ground freezes in early December. The family crisis was almost eliminated. Hua Kai waited for the main task to be completed, and he opened the task prompt. The main task of the task is to obtain the recognition of the Wahiapu villagers and save the family. Task reward. 1 special cultivation technique, 1 bottle of primary qualification pill. 67% mission completion. Quote, the system believes that they have not saved the family yet. Many villagers are still worried about the loss of the Wahia caravan. Everyone is worried about their future in Wahiapu. In the early morning of October 26th, the whole village of Wahiapu was dressed in linen and filial piety. Hua Ziming was buried according to the patriarch's courtesy. The white filial piety cloth was hung from the entrance of the village to the compound. Hua Kai stood at the entrance of the village to greet him and attend the funeral. Filial piety. The Huang family patriarch of Zaihe village is here. As Hua Ziming's eldest brother, the head of the Huang family came here in person today. In Zaihe village, there are two aerodynamics. The owner, Huang Guangqi, is on the second floor of the aerodynamics, which is much worse than little brother. However, he manages the family very well. Zaihe village reclaims 800 acres of fertile fields and harvests thousands of stones a year, which is enough for his own village to eat. A large portion can be sold every year, which is very rare in Qi. Today he asked little brother to guard the village and personally came to attend the funeral of Hua Ziming, which shows the importance he attaches to Wahiapu. Uncle, please come inside. Hua Kai said to his uncle. Oh, Kaier, you are a good boy. Tell your uncle if you have any difficulties in the future. Huang Guangqi couldn't help but whispered while looking at his nephew. Uncle, my grandpa is already well, and the family will gradually get better. You have helped Wahiapu a lot. Wahiapu remembers that my grandpa is waiting for you in the west yard. Huakai asked Jiading to take over Huang. Said the black cloth of the family. Qi Guahuan's filial piety are all respected relatives and friends. They hung the black cloth on the eldest son of the deceased's family, signaling to make him forget the grief and cheer him up again. Therefore, a family funeral is also a test of one's own connections. Huang Guang instructed Yi Huakai not to send him. Second uncle Hua Zili tied a white cloth on his arm, and Jiading led him to the village. Huang Guangqi entered the main courtyard. This is where the funeral will be held later. The cook is already preparing for the luncheon banquet. Entering the west room of the main courtyard, there is no funeral atmosphere here. He saw Huakai's grandmother and the maid was in the side room, and Hua Xing was sitting on a chair in the main room. Uncle Xing. Huang Guangqi is more than 50 years old this year, 10 years younger than Hua Xing, but whoever asks him to marry little sister to someone else's son can only be one generation younger. Sit down. Hua Xing pointed to the chair beside him and said. I heard that your meridians were badly damaged and almost died. No matter how I think you are better than me, you look younger than me. Although Hua Xing covered his hair with a hat, Huang Guangqi still noticed his changes. It's true that meridians were damaged, and it's true that they almost died, but it's a blessing in disguise. You made a breakthrough. Huang Guangqi stood up suddenly. How could he not know the meaning of entering the Qi training state? There is not a strong Qi training outside the city of Guangxian, and there are only aristocrats in the county. Hua Xing's step forward means that Wahiapu has the possibility of entering the city of Guangxian. What are you talking about? Sit down. The meridians haven't fully recovered yet. At best they can only use the strength of the pneumatic realm Zochin. Hua Xing said. That's not comparable to the pneumatic state. You used to be the one among me who is most likely to enter the Qi practicing state. This time some people see you like this, and they may have regretted their intestines. You really intend to hand over the position of Patriarch to Kai? Son, he is only 12 years old. Originally thought that Hua Xing handed over the position of Patriarch to his grandson just to retreat behind the scenes, but when he saw that he had moved out of the main courtyard, Huang Guangqi realized that Hua Xing had really let go. How can my grandson use common sense to infer? From now on, I will be at ease with cultivation. Since it is not the management of the family, I will give up quickly, otherwise it will delay the whole family. I can remind him of what he has done wrong. Hua Xing still looked like a fool, but Huang Guangqi was lost in thought. This Hua Xing's trust in his nephew has reached an incredible level. This is to treat Hua Kai as the pillar of the family. Does this old guy think that relying on a 12-year-old child can upgrade the Hua family to a family? These are so funny. But looking back, this is not entirely impossible. Hua Xing has already been promoted to the Qi realm. As long as the family's strength continues to grow, the Hua family has a chance to become a family. Thinking of this, Huang Guangqi looked at Hua Xing speechless. 2%. Chapter 10 Funeral. Patriarchs, village heads of the villages outside Guangxian County arrived one by one. As soon as Hua Kai asked to send the patriarch of the Zheng family to the west yard, he saw the Yu family coming. Yeah, others say I still don't believe me. I really let a Manhwa be the owner of the family. I said Hua's second child, is it such a trifling matter for Wahiapu to choose the owner of the family? Yu Jiatang, the head of the Yu family, was also in his 60s, with a high-handed appearance. He brought his son Yu Shang over with high spirits, and the Yu family chief did not speak his son Yu Shang first. Everyone in Wahiapu became furious when they heard it, and they were about to come forward and argue with each other. Yu Shang is the third son of Yu Jiatang in his 30s. He is a little worse than his fourth uncle Hua Zuan on the fourth floor. He usually has a good relationship with the Hua family. Hua Kai didn't reply yet. Hua Zili on the side spoke first. How the Hua family chooses the owner of the family is the Hua family's own business. Yujiago thinks that we have chosen the wrong one. Should we choose it for us? Hua Zi was not afraid at the critical moment. I'm not interested in Yujiago. I heard that old man Hua was seriously injured and died, so you should continue to pretend. If I were to say something softer earlier, we can see that our Yu family can still help you in the past love. Shang said triumphantly. The Yu family patriarch seemed to have acquiesced to his son's words, and stood aside without speaking. Hua Zimiao also retorted that he was blocked by Hua Kai. Then thank the Yu family for your kindness, please go to the main hall for a while, and of course you will know everything about the Hua family when the funeral is over. The Yu family thought that Hua Kai meant that the funeral was over before they confessed to everyone, but what everyone in Wahiapu heard was waiting for them to see how the master faced it. Humph. Yu Shang snorted coldly and followed the Yu family patriarch to leave. Guangxian Han family arrives. At this time, everyone heard that the Han family in the county seat had sent someone there, and they all looked over. The father and son of the Yu family stared at the boss for a while, and they couldn't help but wonder how this Han family would come. Shen's house in Guangxian. Another team entered Wahiapu. The Yu family and his sons finally couldn't calm down after seeing the representative of the Shen family. Both the Han family and the Shen family were willing to make friends with Wahiapu. The family came with presents, and I actually had empty hands. This is obviously a posture to find fault. Is the disaster of the Hua family fake? When the Yu family father and son saw this, they quickly turned around, praying not to be discovered by the representatives of the Han family and the Shen family. What no one noticed was that the Chen family and the Yi family had just arrived outside the Wahiapu village, and when they saw the Han family and the Shen family in the county seat, they stopped at the door and did not come in. The two of them had already discussed that they wanted to give Wahiapu a good look today. At this time, they would not let the Wahia go anyway. Seeing here, they turned around and went home to get gifts with anxiety. Huakai can see their attitude towards Wahiapu from the attitudes of the representatives of each family. The Han family and the Shen family look aloof. The aristocracy treats ordinary families like this. Huakai only needs to entertain them well. The Huang family and the Zheng family have the best relationship with the Hua family, but the system shows that the family allies column is still empty. I don't know if the relationship is not enough or other reasons. The Mao family and the Wan family meant to distance themselves from the Hua family. The Yu family was clearly doing it. It was clear that they wanted to step on the upper position of the Hua family. Father Yu Jiatang was already on the 9th floor of the aerodynamic realm. This should be their support. The other is the Chen family and the Yi family. With so many people today, they will not miss the opportunity to suppress Wahiapu, and their hostility is much greater than that of the Yu family. When the guests arrived, a black wooden coffin was carried out from the main house by the children of the Hua family. In fact, there were only some clothes worn by Hua Ziming in the coffin. At the forefront, the 3 uncles and more than a dozen direct descendants of the family followed. After they left the village, they were buried in a coffin. The next step was the highlight. Hua Kai took his father's spiritual position and came to the entrance of the village. Uncle Huang Guangqi was waiting for him at the door. He put a piece of black cloth on Hua Kai and Hua Kai bowed to express his gratitude. Behind him, the patriarch of the Zheng family also tied a black cloth to Hua Kai, but the Han family and the Shen family were far away at this time, and it seemed that they were just coming to see the Hua family jokes. The Yu family and his son could not help but sneer secretly when they saw this place. After all, the family is still based on strength. They think that the Hua family has no aerodynamic masters, and it is inevitable that it will decline. In this case, the reasonable competition of the Han family and the Shen family will definitely not stand out for them. Their minds are up again. After the funeral was held, all the guests gathered in the living room of the main courtyard of Wahiapu. Huakai, as the host, greeted the representatives of the families. At this time, the head of the Huang family, Yu Jiatang, finally spoke. Wahiapu suffered such a catastrophe, it is indeed heartbreaking. I don't know if I can ask Mr. Hua to come out to see him. I heard that he was seriously injured this time, so I should pay a visit. Shui Jiatang suddenly said to Hua Kai. The living room suddenly became quiet. The representatives of the Chen and Yi families all smiled at Hua Kai's performance. The other representatives were waiting nonchalantly, but Huang and Zheng did not say anything at this moment. Grandpa was attacked by the Huchuo mountain bandits this time and was seriously injured, but now it is fine. As for my grandpa, I have to ask him his opinion first. Grandpa has rarely come out since he moved to the West Campus. Wakai has already given up in this way. The father just broke his son, so he should not go out to meet guests at his son's funeral. But in the eyes of many people, it is a guilty conscience. That's really a pity. My Chen family also wanted to visit old Manhwa. Since Mr. Hua refused to meet, we can't force it. Wahiapu splitting gun has no opponent outside Guangxian County. Can you take the opportunity today? Let the young people move around and learn from each other. The Chen family patriarch said at this time. It is normal for the Chen family to talk to each other without incident before meals, but the Chen family said that you are provoking Wahiapu. If the Hua family does not agree to learn from each other, their reputation will be wiped out. Since the Chen family wants to try our Hua family split air gun, the Hua family dare not refuse. Let's ask how the Chen family wants to try. Wakai spoke softly and did not lose the majesty of the head of the family. Everyone present for a moment they all ignored Wakai's age and regarded him as an equal position with himself. At this time, all family representatives in the living room started to think about what role their family should play in this competition, in order to obtain greater benefits. In the end, Huakai asked the guests for their opinions and decided to go to the village east training ground to compete. Everyone left the living room and went to the Wahiapu martial arts training ground. The entire Wahiapu villagers and visitors knew that someone was going to compete with Wahiapu, and they all gathered in the martial arts field. This world is respected by martial arts. This kind of competition is also a competition of family strength. This is my grandson Chen Hao, who just turned 13 this year. Let him try the Wahiapu marksmanship first. As soon as he arrived at the training ground and settled down, the Chen family patriarch said first, it seems that he intends to show his face today. If this kind of competition wins, it will be of great help to a person in the future. After speaking, a young man walked out behind him with a wooden sword in his hand. Holding a 3-foot wooden sword in his hand, the young man looked at the Wahiapu people contemptuously, and Wakai checked the opponent's attributes. Chang Hao, 9th floor of Chi Yun. Qualification: C. Physique: 11. Strength: 9. Will: 8. Mind method: Qingfeng Ju Wangji Lu level mind method Xiaocheng. Marksmanship: Qingfeng sword technique yellow level low level spear technique Xiaocheng. Wahiabao split air spear is a yellow level advanced marksmanship. It is difficult to get started but has super attack power. There are few opponents outside Guangxian City. Wahiabao is vaguely known as the first village of Guangxian City. Huakai looks at the opponent's Chen family child attributes. 13-year-old with 9 levels of Qi, must be the key training target of the Chen family. He looked at the eagerness of the Hua family children, but he was worried. The 2 Chinese children on the 9th level of Yunqi just entered the body tempering state a few days ago, but they were a little inappropriate to send them out. Many of the 9th floor of Yunqi in the family are too old, and Huakai's eyes are from the young children of the Hua family. He swept across his body and stopped on a young man with an indifferent expression and a cold face. It was the second uncle's son Wamo, one of the 4B level qualifications of the Hua family. Wamo, 8th floor of Aura Realm. Qualification: B+. Physique: 7. Strength: 9. Will: 12. Mind method: Meditation Ju Huang Tier low level mind method Xiao Cheng. Marksmanship: Split air spear yellow level advanced marksmanship Xiaocheng. Loyalty: 89. Demo, you can start this round first. Hua Kai said. Wamo is 11 years old this year. Because of the influence of his mother, he has always been relatively indifferent to Hua Kai. He was the first to click on himself when he heard Hua Kai. He silently walked out of the Hua family, holding a white locust wood gun in his hand. The spearhead used redwood, walked to the center of the martial arts field and nodded to the opponent. At this time, the audience on the side was not indifferent. Hua Kai sent out a 10-year-old child who was much shorter than the opponent on the stage. Chen Hao suddenly became angry when he saw this place. There is no one in the Hua family that can take a shot. Send you here, Chen Hao said to Wamo. I'll talk about you before you win. Wamo was silent, and put on a splitting gun to move forward and wait for the opponent to attack. Chen Hao saw that he could only choose to solve his opponent quickly. Grandpa used to tell him that the Hua family's split air gun was very good, and he had to see how to get it right today. Chen Hao attacked Wamo with a sword, but before he could get close, he found that Wamo's long spear had blocked his way. He blocked Wamo's attack with a long sword and deceived him to kill Wamo. The sword and spear confrontation: only when you are close can you give full play to your advantage. Wamo was not afraid at this time. He saw his spear being held up, and then swept back and swept back. While attacking the opponent, he took a small step to the side. With this small step, Chen Hao was completely lost. In order to attack the target, the difference between the two people's fighting consciousness is too great. Although Hua Mo and Chen Hao's martial skills are both small accomplishments, the split air spear is 2 orders of magnitude higher than Qingfeng's sword technique, and Chen Hao is obviously not an opponent when competing with martial skill. After 10 moves, Chen Hao knew that he would lose if he continued like this. He also felt that the opponent's physical fitness was much worse than his own, so after gathering his strength to confront Hua Mo, he began to exchange injuries for injuries, and the audience on the side suddenly felt anxious. Hua Mo also discovered this. He is 2 years younger than the opponent, his physique is too poor, and his true chi does not have the advantage. This time is no longer a time to compare someone with a good martial skill, so he no longer hides in his heart. He turned around and quickly got out of the opponent's attack range, gathered all his strength, and pierced the opponent's chest with a spear. This shot was a powerful killer in the split air gun. Chen Hao saw the fierce attacking style of the opponent, and couldn't help but regained his sword defense. He only heard a bang, and Chen Hao was shot a few meters away. Hua Mo also stepped back, and both of them began to tremble involuntarily. Although it was only a slight change in offense and defense, Chen Hao had already lost his vigor at this time, and the two continued to fight after more than 10 moves. The tip of Hua Mo's gun touched Chen Hao's chest, and Chen Hao was defeated. The surrounding audience once again saw the power of Wahia's splitting gun. After Hua Mo won the victory, he quietly returned to the Wahia lineup, standing in the team without saying a word. The Yi family also wants to ask the Hua family about spear techniques, came out. It turned out to be a Yi family child. Although this Yi family child is only 16 years old, he is already a powerful Kaiyuan realm. Huakai sent a new Kaiyuan disciple from the family. The Yi family masters bow and arrow, just to restrain archery, but the Hua family failed. At the beginning of the competition, Ascension has reached the Kaiyuan realm. The 3 children of Yu, Chen and Yi took turns out of the field. Gradually everyone became angry. The Hua family played 7 games with 5 wins, 1 draw and 1 loss. This made everyone realize the strength of the Hua family. Solid. I heard that Patriarch Hua has outstanding talents. At the age of 12, spearmanship is very good. My Wan Jia Fair has been known as a genius since I was young. Ha ha. The Yu family, Chen and Yi family laughed when they heard this. Hua Kai, as the owner of Hua Jiabao, does not matter whether he wins or loses his shot. The Hua family must be completely discredited today. No matter how much Hua Jia wins, it is no longer important in the new competition. I've been waiting for a long time, everyone is so anxious to end. Hua Zawan, the 4th oldest in the Hua family, come up and try if you are not afraid of death. Hua Zawan saw Hua Kai's humiliation, and said in a deep voice, many people couldn't help but stare. Looked over. 4th Hua, the Hua family is now the strongest for you. Don't struggle, take refuge in our Yu family for the sake of your previous friendship, we can still protect your Hua family, otherwise. Yu Shang on the side said, speaking of. Only you. It's a dog, but do you have the courage to come up and give it a try? Hua Zawan said slowly. Hee, don't be so arrogant, just compare, I'm afraid you won't make it. Yu Shang said and walked to the center of the martial arts field. Huakai explores the attributes of the 4th uncle. Hua Zawan. Level 7 of Kaiyuan realm. Qualification. C. Physique. 29. Strength. 26. Will. 32. Loyalty. 97. Mind method. Meditation Ju Yellow Order Low Level Mind Method Dacheng. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship Dacheng. The 4th uncle has actually entered the late stage of the Kaiyuan realm, and the 3 attributes have slightly increased. It seems that Ask the Heavenly Stone Secret Realm is of great help to him. Hua Kai looked at Yu Zhang's attributes again. He was 2 levels lower than the 4th uncle, and the 4 attributes were relatively average, and saber technique was only a small achievement. The 2 are in place on the stage. Yu Shang rushes to attack the opportunity that he wants to seize. There is no suppression in the sword and gun test, and the sword is heavier than the sword as long as the close is close, and the advantage is still great. Hua Zawan smiled slightly. His right hand held the gun and suddenly made a straight stabbing. Cheng Hao only felt that the gun was killing intently, and the knife was stopped, and there was a burst of sound in between. Yu Shang furiously jumped back. Hua Zi Huan Yi shot with all his strength. Seeing Yu Shang retreating, Wazawan hurried up, and before the opponent landed, a sweeping Cheng Hao could only use to block, but how could he think that the strength of this whitewood pear spear would be so great that he could hardly hold it? Knife out. Wazawan won the power and did not forgive, and the spear flew into the air, condensing the will of the whole body. Truchi gathered on the spear, and pierced into the air with all his might. What? With a roar, Yu Shang took off his hand with a big knife. His right hand had been broken and fell on the stage. He slowly stood up. Traces of blood fell down his fingers, and the audience in the audience took a deep breath. I haven't lost yet. Kill. After landing, Yu Shang refused to admit defeat, picked up the knife on the ground with his left hand, and once again killed Wazawan. How could Wazawan give him a chance to shoot a few shots flat on Yu Shang, and Yu Shang finally fell to the ground again, lying on the ground unconsciously. Shonger. Seeing his son fell to the ground, Yu Jiateng hurriedly got up and came to the center of the stage. Just these two outfits, I thought you could grow a little bit in the past few years. Wazawan said while looking at Yu Shang who fell on the ground. 2%. Chapter 11. Wazawan defeated Yu Shang, and the entire martial arts ground was discussing Wazawan's marksmanship. How arrogant the Yu family was just now it is so embarrassing. The Yu family carried Yu Shang down, and Yu Jiateng looked at Wazawan with hatred. Since it is a competition, the old man also wants to come to the stage to learn about the exquisiteness of the Hua family splitting gun. I wonder if the Hua family can give the old man this opportunity. Yu Jiateng said while looking at Hua Kai in the distance. The whole martial arts field was noisy. The Huang family and Zheng family patriarchs closed their eyes and seemed to have disconnected all contact with the outside world. The other families looked at the center of the stage with regret. The Hua family's performance was already very good, but what's the use of all this without a pneumatic master? Old slave go up and accompany you patriarch with a few tricks. The Wafu butler looked at Hua Kai and slowly walked towards the center of the stage. He pointed his finger at the weapon rack in the distance, and a gray spear flew into his hand. The tip of the spear was silvery white and emitted there was a chill. All the people present did not expect that the Wahia butler was actually a master of aerodynamics, and Truchi was a sign of aerodynamics, so there was a good show. I didn't expect the Hua family to hide a master like you. Since you choose to shoot today, don't blame the old man for being cruel. Yu Jiateng looked at Wafu with murderous intent. At this moment, an unexpected voice suddenly came from outside the martial arts training ground. Lao Yu, Daddy takes a little more rest these days, you just can't stand it anymore, haha. A red sandalwood dragon wood gun flew from the air, the tip of the gun was pure silver, and the tip of the gun was golden. Everyone looked into the distance in shock. When the red sandalwood dragon wood spear flew over the martial arts field, Washing jumped onto the gun body. During the training period, they could be true chi. It was easy to do this, but all the audience in the field was not calm. Washing, you are finally willing to show up. Yu Jiateng tightened the knife in his hand. He once again saw Washing felt a burst of pressure. In the past, Washing could always press half of his head with his marksmanship, and finally knew that he seriously injured himself. You can come to Wahiapu to show off your prestige, but he didn't expect the other party to show up again. Look at your talents, you are really coming back more and more lively. The old man will directly bully the junior, and you have to face not wanting face. I wanted my grandson to leak his face again, and let you old fellow break the rhythm. You want let's try my Wahia splitting gun. The old man let you have a hand. Washing pretended to be generous and put a hand behind him. Both Washing and Yu Jiateng are the strongest outside Guangxian County. Everyone wants to watch a dragon-tiger fight, so that at least it can detect how much Washing's strength has recovered. Don't be ashamed. Yu Jiateng lifted the knife to kill Washing. He had just broken through the 9 levels of aerodynamics, and he knew who was strong and who was weak. Unfortunately, when the broadsword collided with Hua Xing's weapon, Yu Jiateng felt that although Hua Xing's strength was a little weaker than before, he felt that the own broadsword could not control the direction. Each attack was more than 2 inches worse than he expected. Kind of shocked. Without waiting for his reaction to withdraw his broad knife, he felt that Hua Xing's offensive style was coming again. The familiar split-air gun made him feel that there was no room to escape, so he could only force the knife to attack and force the opponent to defend. Lao Yu, you lost. Hua Xing's spear was placed in front of Yu Jiateng's chest, and Yu Jiapeng's stare-eyed boss couldn't speak for a while. Yu Jiapeng had thought that Washing would return to defend, but he didn't expect that suddenly a true Qi envoy came and Owen's broadsword went off the track, and he was defeated like this. Why, dissatisfied? Let's come again, Hua Xing said with a grin. The audience in the audience reacted, and the patrons of each family secretly communicated with each other. Only the Huang family and the Zheng family patriarch showed a slight smile. No, I'm convinced that I lost. I didn't expect you to really take that step. Yu Jiatang replied with the knife back. Hua Kai checked that his grandfather's physique had only recovered to 34 points, which was as much as 7 points worse than the opponent. Unexpectedly, the ending was one-sided, and the aura was so strong. A person has entered a whole new world when he arrives at the Qi training realm, and the pneumatic realm is already very difficult to cause harm to him. Today's martial arts competition is here. I won't entertain everyone at my son's new funeral. Care, you take good care of the guests. Hua Xing took his gun and left after speaking. Today is the day when Hua Ziming is buried. He shouldn't have taken the shot. At this time, Hua Kai heard the reminder of the increase in family luck in his mind. In a short while, there were more than 20 points. The main mission has been completed 83%. He got up and everyone watched it at this time, but at this time no one dared to show contemptuous eyes anymore. Even the representatives of the two aristocratic families became polite and good to Hua Kai. After lunch, the families all came to say goodbye to Hua Kai, and their attitudes were very different when they entered the door. Two small villages even expressed their hope to be sheltered by Wahiapu. Hua Kai nodded and agreed. Every year, winter is the hardest time for everyone. Some animals enter the hibernating mountains without a source of food, and they will appear near human settlements. Villages outside the city have to undergo severe tests, and some small villagers with less combat power, you can only enter the county seat or large village to escape, and the cost of entering the county seat is not something ordinary people can afford. After the family representatives left, Hua Kai received several family luck points. His family luck point has now accumulated to 44 points, which is getting closer and closer to the Ascension family mentality. Back to the main yard, the family members cleaned the yard happily, and some villagers came to help happily. Not to mention that Father Hua defeated the Yu family patriarch with 2 moves. Everyone in the Hua family performed very well in the martial arts competition today. They defeated the 3 families and defeated less. In this way, Hua Jiabao will become stronger and stronger, and his life here will be safer. Grandpa. Hua Kai returned to the main house and saw Grandpa sitting in a chair. Well, the guests are all sent away. Hua Xing asked. They are all sent away. A few villages just hoped to come to our village in winter. In a few days, they will send strong men over to help. Small villages go to large villages to seek refuge. Although there is no need to pay for it, every major village needs to repair the village defenses before the arrival of winter, and they all have to participate. Are you curious, why did the Yu family treat us so easily and I let them off easily? Hua Xing said. Grandpa, you must have your own consideration. Hua Kai returned. The Yu family suppressed the Hua family today and did not spare any effort, even more than the Chen and Wan family. It stands to reason that Grandpa can suppress the Yu family, at least let them give some blood. If the Chen and Wan families are fighting for our interests, then the Yu family is a private feud. Although I am promoted to the Qi training stage and have no opponents outside of Guangxian, I am still very weak compared to the big families in the county. Do you know the division of the 4 major forces in Guangxian? I don't know. Hua Kai heard of this for the first time. Guangxian County is under the jurisdiction of Linzi City of Qi State. Qi State was founded with Linzi as its capital, and managed the 6 counties and 5 countries of Qingzhou. The annual tax revenue of Guangxian County is basically in the hands of Qi family. The entire Qi state governs as many as 30 cities. Many, the strength of the Qi family can be imagined. It was the first time Hua Kai heard this from his grandfather. He had been in Wahiapu for so many years and he rarely went out. What he learned was only the history and family governance concepts taught by the village primary school teacher, and he didn't know much about Zongjiapu. The Li family in the county seat is a knife that the Qi family placed in Guangxian County. The Li family has no business in the county seat, but manages the 500 guards in the city. Even the magistrate Han will not easily provoke Li County Lieutenant. Hua Xing said arrive. No wonder the Han family allowed the Li family to recruit soldiers in various villages. Then the Han family should be the second largest force in Guangxian. Hua Kai asked. The Han family controls most of the commercial yards in the county seat and is responsible for the operation of the entire Guangxian. Every year, most of the profits of the Guangxian caravan go into the hands of the Han family. The Han family has more than 10 people as a 7-family cultivator, which guarantees the entire Guangxian. It's safe for decades. Hua Xing said here. Hua Kai immediately understood that this world is governed by the family, and the Qi family, as the master, cannot manage all the territory, so he handed his territory to some families to help take care of, and finally made his own achievements in it. Ro. What about the other two forces? Hua Kai asked curiously. The other is the families in the city and the 8 villages outside the city. Hua Xing said. Bada village. How could Bada village become one of the 4 major forces? Hua Kai said in surprise. Hee. I ask you, do you know how many people there are in Guangxian? How do you get the life materials in the city? Hua Kai immediately understood, and he also knew why Bada village had its own business in the county seat. The population of Guangxian County is more than 20,000, and the population is even larger when winter comes. So many people are provided by the major villages outside the city, and Bada is the leader of hundreds of villages outside the city. Many things must be done. Give it to villages outside the city, so that the 4 major forces are interdependent and competitive. So, high-rise buildings are built up gradually by relying on the bottom layer. The powerful Bada village can win more status and resources. Hua Kai thought about it and said. You are talented and intelligent. As long as your grandpa reminds you a little, you can think that there are still many reasons for letting go of the Yu family. In the future, you will slowly realize it. In short, everything depends on your own strength. Wahiapu will be handed over to you. In the future, the Yu family will no longer be hostile to the Hua family. What you have to do now is to strengthen the Hua family itself. Hua Xing left. Hua Kai thought a lot at home. Wahiapu has a population of more than 300, plus more than a dozen small villages in the surrounding area, with a population of over 1,000. Every year, he has to work hard to transport a large amount of leather, animal bones and livestock from the forest and Hu grassland, most of them. The profits are actually handed over to the city of Guangxian. Think about the other 7 villages. All of them have a population of nearly 10,000 outside the city, and they have used countless ways to feed tens of thousands of people in the city. This has to be said to be a kind of sadness. This world is like this. People live for their own family, and family is for the whole family. The family supports the family, and the family is the backbone of the country. To climb up step by step, it will take the hardship of several generations or even dozens of generations. Struggle. In the evening, Hua's family entered the physical training secret realm. Unfortunately, it only increased by 2 minutes with full strength and did not get the strength reward. However, running in the secret realm does not worry about the consumption of true qi. Hua Kai's understanding of his physique and true qi the use of is a lot more proficient. On October 27th, Wahiapu got busy early in the morning. Today, on the first day of Guangxian's opening, they must go early to take up positions. Hua Kai is also very excited to participate in this kind of transaction for the first time. In order to buy more livestock in the market, Hua Kai decided to sell the only horse in the family. These heavenly horse husbands have been complaining in Hua Kai's ear that the food in the family is insufficient and the horse consumes too much refined food. There were more than 20 people traveling with Hua Kai, and they drove a horse-drawn carriage with hundreds of weapons and walked towards the city of Guangxian. When we arrived at the gate of Guangxian County, Hua Kai saw such a lively scene outside the city for the first time, with various snacks and tea shops full of dazzling arrays. A lot of stalls had just been opened on this day, and Wazawan found a good one. The place began to lay out all the weapons, and someone came up to ask for the price. Let your uncle take care of the weapons business, let's go to the horse market. The second uncle said to Hua Kai, looking at the bustling crowd. Since they were left to watch the stalls, more than 10 people from Hua Kai and his party walked to the cattle and horse market. The cattle and horse market offers everything from small chickens, ducks, gooses, to pigs, sheep, cattle, and horses. This year's bull market is not good. It feels a lot smaller than last year, but the horse market is bigger or smaller than last year. Sanshu Hua Ziji said on the side. What are we going to do now? Hua Kai asked puzzledly when he came to this market for the first time. K, you and your third uncle will go to the horse market to sell horses first. I will take someone to the bull market to see. This is a great deal of business in cattle and horse business. You have to learn more, said the second uncle. Hua Kai brought a few people to the horse market with his horses. There were already hundreds of horses tied to temporary pegs, and many horse buyers were asking about prices. Let's be right here. Seeing a position, Hua Ziji bolted the horse, and told Hua Kai the main points of watching the horse. That area is mostly horses. There are strong horses. We basically belong to the steed area here. The general price of horses is more than 5,000 bone coins. A strong horse needs at least 20,000 bone coins, and a steed horse is at least more than 100,000 bone coins. 10 taels of gold. Hua Ziji gave Hua Kai the market quotations. There are few horses in the horse market early in the morning, but there are already a lot of people watching the horses. A man who looks like a housekeeper walked over and walked around the Wahia horse. He touched the horse's back and looked at the horse's teeth. Discussed quietly for a while and then left. Uncle San, that man bought a horse. Hua Kai asked. Go to the market to find it. I want to buy a steed for 60,000 bone coins. There are many people in the market every year. The price of a steed like ours is generally around 200,000 bone coins. There are many talents who watch horses at noon. Hua Ziji also told Huakai how to match horses and how the market prices of different grades of horses last year. After waiting for half an hour, there were more and more people in the horse market. Huakai planned to go to the market, so he left his third uncle here to watch the horse. Most of the horses sold in the horse market in the morning were horses raised by various families inside and outside the city. The few who came to buy them were merchants from other places. Huakai saw that many villages outside the city also brought their own livestock. Patriarch Hua, Steward Fu, do you also come to see the horse? Hua Kai just walked a few steps and saw Mao's family also come to the horse market to sell horses. He then checked the properties of the 3 horses. East Huma. Level 137%. Physique. 5. Speed. 6. Spirituality. 2. Hetao horse. Tier 2 58%. Physique. 14. Speed. 17. Spirituality. 15. East Huma. 98% of Tier 1. Physique. 9. Speed. 11. Spirituality. 10. Hua Kai immediately noted the third horse, and his third uncle also told him that most of the horses in Qi are Donghu horses from Donghu. Donghu horses are characterized by spirituality and good speed. The disadvantage is that they are small and lack endurance. Then there are the Hetao horse and the South Vietnamese horse. These 2 horses are generally larger in size and are known for their endurance. How does Uncle Mao sell this horse? Hua Kai asked deliberately, pointing to the tall Hetao horse in the middle. Unexpectedly, Patriarch Hua also knows about horses. This hippocampus was bought by our family last year. It is sturdy to ride and solicit goods. If you want 46 bone coins to take it away. The Mao family returned. What about this horse? Hua Kai asked, pointing to the small Donglin horse aside. This horse has been raised in our family for 3 years. Although it is a stray horse, it is very spiritual. You sincerely buy it and take it away. It was about the same price as Wahia thought. Many people in the early morning asked the market first, and very few started. Huakai asked the butler Wafu to write down the horse and buy him if there is no better one later. 1. 2%. Chapter 12. As Huakai walked, he asked the butler Wafu to inquire about the price, and he really found an opportunity for him to miss it. Yila horse. Tier 2 26%. Physique. 12. Speed. 14. Spirituality. 11. This horse looks a little thin and weak. The seller asked for 19,000 bone coins. Obviously he treated it as a horse. After several bargains, Huakai bought the first horse for the last 17,500 bone coins. Originally, he wanted to earn the price difference by upgrading the horses. After walking around, Huakai missed 3 strong horses, all of which were purchased for less than 18,000 bone coins. When he saw another South Vietnamese horse wanting to sell, Hua Steward Fu spoke up. Patriarch, we brought 160,000 bone coins, and it has already spent more than 50,000 yuan in less than half an hour. Wait and see, Shen's horse has not come yet. Wafu reminded. Huakai realized that the highlight of the horse market was the new horses bought back by the caravan this year. When the Shen Jiaxin horse arrives, the horse market will be the busiest time. Then wait, let's turn around. Hua Kai was a little reluctant to leave the South Vietnamese horse, and returned to Sanshu and found that someone with the appearance of an officer was talking with Sanshu. There are still officers coming to Malaysia. Hua Kai asked when the officer walked forward. This is our guard army in Guangxian City. It specially selects some horses to supplement the army. He just bid 16 taels of gold and I didn't sell it. How can you buy so many horses for a lap? Sanshu asked in surprise when he saw the horses behind Hua Kai. If you missed it, you can't help but take it. Sanshu, look at these horses. They are all obtained below 2 gold, hereinafter referred to as gold, silver, and bone coins. Huakai said as if offering treasures. Waziji stepped forward to touch the 3 horses and nodded. Yes, they are all strong horses. Your kid has a good vision. All 3 horses make money. Waziji said happily. At this time, a group of caravan-like people walked into the horse market. They scattered when they saw suitable horses and stepped forward to Mogu and asked for the price. They looked like rich people. Those are caravans from various families in the southern country. They come to our country every year. They buy a large part of the goods that Guangxian brings back from the grasslands every year. Waziji said softly to his nephew. What is the price of these horses? At this time, 3 people came to the stall in Wahiapu, and the 2 Nangguo Shangma masters directly touched the 4 horses, and one came to Waziji and asked. This horse is 22 gold, and 3 strong horses are 4 gold. Waziji returned casually. The 2 of Soma came over and talked with him gently in the ear of the speaker. 16 gold for steed horses, 3 gold for 3 strong horses. The merchant bargained. Strong horses can be carried away with 3 gold and 50 silver, and horses are at least 20 gold. Waziji said. Finally, after discussion, the businessman took the 3 strong horses away with 10 gold and 20 silver, and reluctantly turned a few times behind the steed, and finally left. Just bought it and sold it directly, and you made the hardware. The money is too easy. Waziji handed the money to the Wafu butler and said to Wakai happily. At this time, a city guard came suddenly. Come on, pay the transaction tax, 10-20 bone coins. The city soldier said to Waziji. Wafu took out 12 taels of silver, counted another 20 bone coins, and handed them to the other party. Uncle San, how do the city guards know our transaction price? They will get thousands of bone coins without doing anything. You know that 1 sheep is only around 200 bone coins, and 5 sheep are lost in one fell swoop. Look at the city guards around them. They are not only maintaining market order, they will report and register wherever there is a transaction. All transaction sellers pay 100% of taxes. Our Guangxian County is relatively small. Many places draw more, we have more. Huakai was anxiously awaiting the arrival of Shen's new horse in the marathon market. At this time, many people asked about the price of their own horses, but they all had the mentality of picking up the missing horses, and no one was willing to give a reasonable price. At this time, Wakai saw that the officer who was about to buy a horse came again. He talked with Sanshu for a while, and Sanshu walked towards him. This city guard wants 19 gold to buy our horse, but we don't need to charge our transaction tax. Waziji said in Wakai's ear. Sell it. After selling it, I won't have the money to buy a new horse. Wakai said. The horses of Wahiapu were sold in this way, and the few people who had no business were relieved. After turning around in the bull market, Huakai saw his second uncle with Jading and then asked about the price of the cow. He walked over when he saw Huakai. Horse sold, Wazili asked. 19 gold. In addition, Kair bought 3 strong horses after missing out, and changed hands to earn 5 gold. We now have 40 gold to buy a new horse. Waziji said. I didn't expect Kair to be so powerful in horse art. I watched this year's bull market. There are some good bulls, but I don't feel spiritual enough. Wazili said. Don't worry about buying cattle. Let's go to the horse market to take a walk. Maybe there are still leeks to pick up. The Huakai horse market hasn't been finished just now. At this time, families continue to lead the horses. Come. When a group of more than 10 people returned to the horse market, they saw countless cows and horses slowly coming in the distance, and many people shouted that the Shen family was coming. There seemed to be about 500 horses in the Shen family. The family members used a rope to tie dozens of horses together. Someone in the front was pulling the rope, and a group of people in the back was chasing the horses. The scene was not grand. When the horses of the Shen family arrived at the horse market, they stopped in an open space. They were clearly separated from the other stalls in the horse market. Hundreds of people took these horses out and fastened them one by one. At this time, many horse buyers surrounded them. Stay away, don't squeeze. A Shen Jiajia's whip threw a whip in the air. Wakai looked at the other party and turned out to be a complete cultivation base on the 9th floor. A 9th-class family has such strength, it is conceivable. The strength of the 8th product and even the 7th product family. Wakai and his second uncle, third uncle and others came to the stall of Shen's house and joined the crowd in the horse group. Shen's horse selling is different from other horse markets. There is a wooden sign hanging on the neck of the horse with the price of the horse on it. You can see and touch, and pay money to leave. East Huma. 59% of Tier 2. Physique. 16. Speed. 21. Spirituality. 24. Price. 3 gold and 60 silver. East Huma. Level 3 16%. Physique. 22. Speed. 25. Spirituality. 27. Price. 16 gold. Huakai looked at these new horses. They were all bought back thousands of miles away from Donghu, Linhu, Zhongnu and other places. All of them are extremely thin, and the horses look dirty without cleaning. The price is comparable. Ordinary horse markets can be slightly cheaper. What do you think of this horse? Second uncle suddenly called at this time. Wakai walked over and saw that this horse was indeed much taller than ordinary horses. East Huma. Level 3 58%. Physique. 29. Speed. 26. Spirituality. 22. Price. 22 gold. This horse is good, but the price of 22 gold is already considered high. If you buy it for a month, you can sell it for 27 or 8 gold at most. This is a good horse, the price is high. Wakai just took a look and said. Then hurry up and see if there is any chance of missing it. What do you think of this horse? The Wa family is dominated by Wakai. Just now Wakai has proved its vision, and they are all waiting for him to pick a horse quickly. The Shenjama market was only open to local families in the first 3 days. Buyers mostly just check it out on the first day. Every additional day, Shenjia will automatically reduce prices for horses. We are allowed this year and Shenjia will be cheaper for us. We can check it out more. The butler Wahu said. Only then did other people realize that it is best for Wahia to focus on hidden development nowadays. Don't easily make moves that attract the attention of the family, everything still needs to be done slowly. Only then did the Wa family disperse. Wahu followed Wakai. Wakai took notes on all the horses that were suitable for the Wa family to buy. After turning around until noon, everyone gathered at the weapon booth. The weapon stall is doing well today, selling more than 30 weapons, earning 40 silver, and the profit is at least 20 silver, which is considered good for the Wa family. After eating a bowl of noodles at the stall outside, Wakai opened the sheepskin recorded by Own. The most expensive 16 gold buys the 89% steed of Tier 3, this one buys home to raise fat and sells for 30 gold for half a month. The profit is less than half. Huakai chose to give up and choose again. There were more than 30 horses in the sheepskin roll and only 13 were left. East Huma. Tier 2 96%. Physique. 18. Speed. 21. Spirituality. 23. Price. 4 gold and 50 silver. East Huma. Tier 2 32%. Physique. 14. Speed. 16. Spirituality. 15. Price. 1 gold 80 silver. East Huma. 99% of Tier 1 physique. 9. Speed. 11. Spirituality. 16. Price. 1 gold and 50 silver. A total of 2 strong horses and 4 shaggy horses are all on the verge of upgrading, and they only have a little physical fitness as long as they enter the physical training secret realm to be upgraded. Among the other 7 horses, 1 full horse was considered for sale. The 6 strong horses were either sloppy or seriously undervalued, and were finally selected by Huakai. Don't make any mistakes about the serial numbers of these horses. Second uncle, third uncle, and Grandpa Fu, please visit Shenjiama market and buy these horses little by little. Huakai handed over the serial numbers to each of the 3. In order to protect himself this time, Huakai does not plan to go to the horse market again. If someone finds that the Wa family is wrong in the end, it is difficult to think of Huakai. I helped my 4th uncle sell weapons at the weapon stall all afternoon. When the sun was about to set, Wakai saw the second uncle and Jading walking out with 4 horses. One was bought first, and the Shen family gave us a 10% discount. Second uncle Wa Zili said quietly, and he returned the remaining money to Huakai. Huakai took out the money and put it in his pocket, but the money quietly entered its own portable space. Such pickpockets are not uncommon in such places, and it is safer to put it in the space. Soon the third uncle and the housekeeper also led the horses out. A total of 11 of the 13 horses were bought. 11 horses cost a total of more than 28 gold. Huakai still has more than 10 gold left unused, thinking that to let the horses get fat quickly, you have to spend a lot of refined grains, and there is not much food at home, so Huakai is the third uncle. The horse team waited at the horse market first, and entered the city of Guangxian with the housekeeper's second uncle. With 4 horses in a carriage, plus 9 people, the entrance fee is 180 bone coins. It is too easy to make money in this county. When I came to the grain shop, the price of food is still cheap now. Wheat is 1 stone for 320 bone coins, rice is for 450 bone coins, and the price of soybeans is a little better. As long as 260 bone coins, Huakai bought 20 stones for wheat, 10 stones for rice, and 30 stones for soybeans. I bought 3 more carriages in the city, and a total of 4 carriages were fully loaded before leaving the county seat. 30 stones of wheat and rice are enough for the village to eat for more than a month, and the total cost is less than 2 gold, and the remaining less than 10 gold is used for the preparation of the family. After leaving the county town, the sky has gradually fallen, the cattle and horse market personnel have gradually dispersed, and the Shen family has sold nearly 100 horses. They are starting to set up tents here, and they are going to live outside the city tonight. It is relatively safe before entering November outside the city, and besides, a family of aura masters who sit in battle can keep the losses to a minimum. Driving home to Wahiapu, the village is busy with adults and children. Today, as long as there is a little savings at home, they will go to the market together. You basically have everything you need to buy outside the city, and there is still money left to enter the city. The second uncle and the housekeeper arranged for the villagers to deliver the grain to the warehouse. Kai and the third uncle drove 13 horses to the stables. 2 of them were their own old horses. The groom and several villagers were adding feed to the manger. Normally, the Wa family when I'm busy, some villagers in the village are invited to do part-time jobs. The daily wages are not much, but they are more expensive on the day. These are all strong horses. Give me feed according to the feeding amount of the steeds. Those stray horses also have to add 5 caddies of concentrate. Kai commanded everyone to settle the horses and looked at the horses with a smile. The child is spinning around in the stable. It takes some time for the horses to adapt to the new environment, but the 11 newly purchased horses today were all returned from the grassland after a few months. They were too thin and tired. Under the temptation of fine materials, they quickly ate them. Kai went home for dinner and returned to the stables. At this time, the third uncle came to see the horse. Haha, raising so many horses at home seems to make people happy. They will surely be able to raise the horses one by one in less than a week. If you look at them then, they will definitely be stronger than the others. Waziji looked at the stables. The horses lying resting, couldn't help but say happily. Grandpa is already in the state of training. Next year, we will go to Hulin for business. There will be more horses when we come back. By then, I am afraid that the stables will not fit. Kai said jokingly when he saw this place. The third uncle's E-level qualification is now only on the 4th floor of body tempering. He has long given up on martial arts and put his mind on family management. How about every family in the village, spring plowing, autumn harvest, cow feeding, horse raising? The third uncle knows everything, and the contacts and prestige in the village are greater than the second and fourth uncles. When next year's spring plowing is over, I will take someone to expand the stable, and then even if you bring back 100 horses, I will settle down for you. The third uncle said with a smile and added some fodder to the manger. Uncle San, I need to take a horse back to the main yard, and I'll bring it back in a few hours. Of course, Kai came to the stable in the dark to upgrade the horse. He was not afraid of Uncle San's suspicion, so he said. Our horses made you toss once. After 3 days of raising, you will become a steed. Your grandfather said that you can't ask you a secret. It's not much different from the main courtyard. I'll go to the door to show you and wait. You call me again. Otherwise, you will have to ask someone to bring the horse back to the stable. Kai thought about it, so he asked his third uncle to guard the door. He brought out a sturdy horse that was almost upgraded, and took the saddle from the side. The horse seemed to be unhappy because of being disturbed and hit the ground. After a while, Kai waited for it to get up, then put on the saddle and disappeared into the stable. 2%. Chapter 13. When Kai appeared outside the stable again, the horse just now was tired and rolled on the ground. East Huma. Tier 2 12%. Physique. 9-11. Speed. 11. Spirituality. 16. If nothing goes wrong, the horse will become a strong horse in 3 days. If it is well fed, it will be reborn after half a month of recovery. Waziji blocked the horseman who was about to enter the stable for half an hour. Hearing the noise in the stable, he knew that Kai had something to do, so he walked in. Patriarch, what are you doing? A good horse made you toss like this. Seeing this, the horseman was distressed and wanted to lift the horse up, but the horse didn't stand up after several attempts. This horse is too weak. Huakai took the horse to run in the physical fitness training secret realm for more than 20 minutes before being overtaken by the sandstorm. Seeing that the horse could not run at the end, Huakai could only pull down. After running with it, he still didn't hold on for half an hour, and only gained 2 points of physique bonus. Hearing what Wakai said, the groom looked at Wakai in horror, but he didn't expect that his paternity still had a habit of abuse of horses. Don't read it, don't say anything about today's affairs, feed it more concentrate later, and leave the stable at night. Waziji and Wakai went out of the stable and saw Wei carrying 2 villagers with his head. Patrolling outside the stable, slapped Wei on the head to take care of Wakai and went home. Early in the morning of the next day, Huakai checked that 91% of the main quest 1 had been completed. He was already on the 3rd floor of the body tempering realm. He knew the pain of cultivation without qualifications. The true chi accumulated with all his energy was basically absorbed by the body, and that's all. True chi can only maintain the strength of the body, so a genius with good aptitude is very important to the family. When he came to the stable, Huakai tried to bring a new horse into the space, but the system indicated that mental energy had not fully recovered. It seemed that he could only enter the space once a day. Huakai turned and walked to the martial arts field. Although the cultivation base cannot be entered due to qualifications, marksmanship and mental skills can still ascension proficiency. That's also a way to increase his own strength. Wakai will continue to practice the splitting spear and meditation technique when he has time. Grandpa on the martial arts field did not come today. The 4th uncle is still standing at the forefront of the team. Wakai saw that there were a few more dolls in the martial arts group today. They looked 7 or 8 years old. Scratching his head in no rush, Wakai found that a 6 or 7-year-old child is significantly better than other children. This is the son of his 4th uncle Wazawan, who just entered the village school at the age of 7 this year. Wahu, a layer of energy. Qualification, A. Physique, 3. Strength, 1. Will, 4. Mind method. Introduction to meditation Ju, yellow order low-level mind method. Marksmanship. Getting started with split air spear, yellow level advanced marksmanship. Loyalty. In the list of Wahiapu personnel included in the system space, the youngest were all over 10 years old. Wahu was only 7 years old this year and just started cultivating minds and marksmanship. This is another family genius. I thought I had to formulate a child training plan for my family. Some qualified individuals have not been taken seriously since they were young. After a certain age, Meridian's bones will be stereotyped, and it will be difficult to think about cultivation. All the geniuses of the family must be cultivated together and given them a cultural foundation. The basic education of family and martial arts can improve their loyalty value, and cooperate with the system Wahiapu to take off better. After completing the 3 sets of splitting air guns, Wakai did not deliberately use true chi, but still consumed half of true chi in his body. This is because practicing martial arts caused the body's true chi tempering speed to accelerate, and it was too late to absorb true chi's body. Split air spear seems to be diligent, and the speed of the meditation art has also increased a bit. After breakfast, my 2nd uncle is going back to Guangxian County. Winter is getting closer and closer. This time, he will fill up the goods for the weapons shop for the winter months, and then start to stock up on winter supplies for the family. It won't take another month of winter. Will come. Many villagers in the village gathered together and waited at the entrance of the village. It was safer for them to go to the bazaar to have the owner's family with him. Huakai went back to the stable again. The horse that he tossed yesterday has recovered a lot. Huakai sees that its physique is already 10 points and it is already a strong horse. Huakai feels that its horse legs look like overnight. He has grown a lot, and his body has become taller. I don't know if it is an illusion. Taking advantage of the existence of green grass in the wilderness, the 3rd uncle planned to take all the horses out for stalking. Wei followed the 2nd Zhuang with his head. It was best to hold the horses the first time they left the village. Everyone rushed to release the horses. In the end, nearly 30 people went there, and they didn't come back until noon. For the next 4 days, Huakai conducted physical training on the horses every afternoon. The horses had begun to grow fat because of the concentrate fed. There were a total of 3 steed horses, 12 strong horses, and 3 horses. Last year, we had a steed horse in our family. That horse has been with my old man for 10 years. I didn't expect that there will be 3 steed horses in our family this year. Everyone in the Wahu family likes to come to the stables more and more these days. This master came right after eating. It's fine if grandpa likes which one he likes to stay. Buying other horses is enough to get Lin Hu's capital. Wa Kai said. No, ordinary horses have little effect on me. Unless it is a BMW, I can become a partner in battle. I don't want to lose my own combat partner at will. You want you to keep it yourself. BMW is equivalent to the aerodynamic environment, which is equivalent to the core combat power level of ordinary families outside the city. It is a big change for horses from a steed to a BMW. Their intelligence is greatly increased and they can absorb spiritual chi, also called monster chi, on their own. Endurance and life physique have changed. The worst BMW is a 100 gold start, and there is no market. Then I will buy a BMW for my grandfather from now on. Grandpa makes it difficult for you to use your full strength without a horse. If you go to the grassland, you have to find a BMW for you. Prairie BMW is much more common than Central Plains. Hearing Huakai's words, Hua Xing laughed from ear to ear. K. At this time, Hua Kai heard the shout of the fourth uncle, and the fourth uncle walked in from outside the stable and seemed a little anxious. Uncle C, what is so anxious? Hua Kai quickly got up and asked. Your second uncle went back to the village just now and said that a group of wild animals has appeared in Xinwen County, and it will be unsafe in the wild soon. Hua Zawan said hurriedly. It stands to reason that today is the 2nd day of November. Generally, the number of wild beasts will increase in mid-November. This may be the reason for the colder weather this year. Then we can't wait any longer. Today, we will go to the county town to sell all the old horses in the family, and those strong horses. See if we can buy a few well-qualified horses, and 3 cows. Come back, I might not be able to go to Jew country this year. Hua Kai said worriedly. The hazards of wild beasts penetrate into everyone's mind. The wild beasts in winter are extremely cruel, and the whole village will be swallowed if you are not careful. This is why so many people don't live far outside the city even if they go to the county to be slaves. Don't worry about things in the country of Jew. Every year in November, even if there are beasts appearing, they may not be able to spread to our county. Now we first strengthen the city walls and inform all the villages that depend on us. In which winter we don't come here like this. Hua Xing looked at Hua Zawan dissatisfied. Yes, with a father, we are not afraid of brutal beasts this year. A few days ago, the village head of Wanghe village asked me if the walls of our village should be repaired this year. Hua Zawan said with joy when he looked at his father, arrive. Now that he has decided, he can't hesitate. Hua Kai asked his fourth uncle to convene Jia Ding. He went to the stable and brought out the 3 strong horses and 3 stray horses. In this way, more than 10 people including Hua Kai left the village with 8 horses. When I arrived in the horse market, I felt that there were a lot less people here. The Shen family had already bought all the horses. There were still some people waiting for the opportunity in the horse market, as well as the southern horse dealers who hadn't bought enough horses yet. As soon as Huakai entered the horse market, he was surrounded by a few horse dealers. After a bargain, Huakai packed it up. The horse was 80 silver, and the strong horse was 3 gold and 70 silver. The price was a bit cheaper, but the strong horse sold was good. Huakai bought it at the price of a horse a few days ago. The 8 horses bought a total of 20 gold and 60 silver. Just after the transaction, a city guard appeared on time. Huakai paid the tax of 20 silver and 60 bone coins. After buying own horses, it's already past noon. Some people are already ready to go home. It may be that everyone in the market has become nervous after hearing the news of the wild beast. Originally, there was still 1 day of the market tomorrow. Huakai saw that there were only more than 300 horses left in Heavenly Horse City, and inquired that they were all horses from families in the city. It's sold here again, and the price is cruel. Hua Kai turned around the market, and Hua Zawan's face sank as he watched behind him. Our horses were sold at a low price just now. Look at this store. Ordinary horses dare to ask for more than 2 gold, and the strong horse is 10 gold. How about eating people? I think we should go back. The horses here are not profitable when they are bought for a big price. This is also the last 2 days. I just watched a lap. You can figure out how to get these horses at a price. How many horses you can buy? I will go to the bull market. The bull market is much simpler than the horse market. Most of the people who buy cattle here are farmers. Huakai spent 2 gold to buy 2 fine cattle, one strong cattle, and the spirituality is very high and suitable for long-term feeding. When Huakai returned to his weapon stall, Wushu and the others came back, and the prices were all agreed. Huakai looked at the 27 gold and 64 silver in his hand, and finally chose to buy 3 strong horses with poor physique upgrades, and 1 poor agile upgrade. Wazawan gritted his teeth and spent a total of 26 gold. When I went out in the morning, there were 5 strong horses and 3 sloppy horses. When I came back in the evening, they became 4 strong horses and 2 sloppy horses, and they also posted 6 gold. In the next few days, all the major villages outside Guangxian County were building the city wall and preparing for the city wall defense, but the news of the wild beast was no longer heard. It seemed to be just a joke with everyone. Huakai stayed at home for a week. All the horses have been upgraded, and the idea of going to the Ju National University market can't stand it. The food at home is far from enough for the winter. If you go to Jiguo this time to buy some food and come back, Grandpa will accompany you this time. The big market in Jiguo is not peaceful, so I can be safer with you. Hua Xing saw that his grandson had not thought of letting go of Ju country, so he decided to go with Hua Kai. Although it is not far to Ju country, it is about 400 miles, even if it takes 2 days to drive a carriage. In the early morning of November 8, Wahiapu, there was a long queue of horses and carriages outside the village. This time Huakai brought 7 steeds and 9 strong horses, pulling 12 carriages, and a group of more than 30 people started taking advantage of the darkness. On the road, the carriage to Ju country was empty, so everyone walked quickly. When 2 or 3 of the villagers crossed Guangxian with a carriage, the mountains and forests began to grow. Soon everyone came to the border of Guangxian County. The east of Guangxian County is close to Beihai State, which belongs to Qi State. At the junction of the 2 countries, Huakai saw the camp of Guangxian City Guards. There are about 100 soldiers stationed here. Huakai checked that the strength of the other side is mostly in the body tempering state. Compared with the Kaiyuan realm, the strength of these 100 people is about the same as the overall strength of the Bada village outside the city of Guangxian. Stop. Where are you going? A city guard who looked like a captain blocked the Wahiapu motorcade. Wahiapu outside the city. Go to Jiguo to go to the city. Wei turned his head forward and negotiated. The other party seemed to know Wei Beitu and knew that this was the day when the market was opened in the Qi County of Ju State. After passing the checkpoint, Wakai thought it was over, but he did not walk a few steps but encountered the checkpoint again. It turned out to be the checkpoint in Zushu County of the North Sea country. This time it did not go smoothly. After negotiations, Wei paid the first 2 taels of silver. The team passed. Patriarch, the business is like this. This is because there is nothing in our car. If we pull something, we need to check a little bit, and charge tolls according to the size of the goods. In fact, there is no difference between the government and the bandits. They all pay for the road. It means that the government is more reasonable. Wei turned his head to see Wakai and seemed a little unhappy, and stepped forward to explain. Well, I know, this is the first time I have followed a car, and I have never seen the world. Wei put your head on your road for many years. I hope you can remind me of something wrong. Wakai said. This is no problem. I dare not say that if there is a county under the jurisdiction of Qi, and there are more than 10 countries around it, my old Wei knows the road conditions well. Wei turned his head and began to talk about his own business. People like to chat. If you leave without chatting, you can drive people crazy for a few months. Of course, just listen to the content of the chat, and you can't take it too seriously. Qi State, where Wahiapu is located, is a large country in the eastern part of the mainland. It has an area of about 4,000 square kilometers and includes 9 cities including Linzi City, Guanglu County, Nanfang County, and Guangxian. The largest is Linzi City, with a population of more than 400,000. It accounts for more than half of the country. Qi also governs 5 countries and 6 counties: Donglai County, Beihai County, Chungyang County, Dongguan County, Langye County, Layan County, Jinan County, Donghai Kingdom, Pengcheng County, Shapi County, and Gangling County. The small, unclear country is within each county. The total area is about 150,000 square kilometers and the total population is more than 3 million. At this time, I dare to say that I understand the situation of more than 400,000 square kilometers in the vicinity of Qi. That is really an incredible talent. Talking with Wei Beidu all the way, Wakai admired him more and more. If a caravan has such a head, then the safety will be greatly ascension. Along the North Sea country all the way to the east, there was no danger on the road. Everyone just ate some dry food at noon. By the end of the night, they had passed through 3 counties, not far from Donglai County. In the evening, everyone in Wahiapu stayed in a village outside of Hanmo County. This village seemed to be very experienced in entertaining guests like them. The hot water bed only cost more than 300 coins in one night. 2%. Chapter 14 Jew State Market. When Huakai came to the big market in Jagubaki County, it was the first time he saw what a big market is. Bukchi County is near the sea. There are many ships here. Ships from the south coast are docked along the coast of Bukchi County, and they can reach the south of South Vietnam as far as they are. Among them, Zongguo and Chu have the most ships. What makes Huakai hard to believe is how prosperous the market is, but the protection of the city wall is not visible. No one here charges you an entrance fee, and there is even no commercial tax here. This is a commodity trade zone agreed by Chi State and several surrounding countries. Every year, 1 month after November, few people come at other times. Most of the houses here are simple wooden shed structures, and some use tents directly. Entering the big market is full of vendors doing business, all kinds of goods are only you can't think of, there is no one you can't find here. Grandpa, where is the horse market? Should we go to the horse market now? Hua Kai asked. Let's go to Marshall to explore the wind first. Wei Hong, you go to the inn to book 2 yards. Don't be too expensive, Hua Xing said to Wei. Don't worry, master. Wei Hong took 30 silver from Hua Kai and left. Wahia's funds are left with less than 2 gold, and the tolls on the road cost more than 30 silver. Counting accommodation and meals, Hua Kai now has 1 gold and 20 silver left. If the horse cannot be sold, they will go home. The travel expenses may not be enough. Grandfather Huakai walked all the way from the west to the south of the market, and encountered countless shops, all kinds of southern exquisite silk, cotton, linen, as well as the tea which is in short supply in Chi. Grandpa, this salt is sold by the stone. 1 stone only costs 200 bone coins. Hua Kai saw a salt shop and shouted in surprise after seeing the price marked on it. Let's go. Brick tea, salt, and animal bones are the highest tolls. We transport this salt back. The tolls for a stone of salt are at least 10 silver. By then, a caddy of salt will cost 12 bone coins, which is not much profit. Hua Xing speaking of. Guangxian salt is about 20 bone coins per caddy, but the salt that I usually eat is much better than this. Even if it is shipped back and sold for 15 bone coins, it is estimated that it will not be sold. After walking a few steps, Huakai saw a stall selling salt again. The salt was as white as powder, which was many times better than the coarse salt just now. Huakai approached and asked for the price, but the shopkeeper said that a caddy cost 10 bone coins. 1 stone in Chi is about 220 kilograms, which means that the price of refined salt is about 10 times that of coarse salt. This price difference is too big. Hua Kai couldn't help but said aloud. The little guest officer, how can that black salt be compared with my refined salt? My refined salt is naturally formed in the Tianshui Lake. Generally, only the big family can eat it. The little guest official buys some home and tastes it, but it has a bitter taste. Nothing. The seller looked at Hua Xing but said to Hua Kai. You can buy me a caddy. Hua Kai gave the other party 10 bone coins for a caddy, and went to the coarse salt booth just now to buy a few caddies of coarse salt. What do you buy these salt for? The coarse salt is generally not eaten by people, it tastes very bitter. Hua Xing said puzzledly. Do an experiment tonight. Hua Kai returned. Today, the big market in Bukchi County of Ju Country has been open for the 4th day, which is the time when there are most people. Hua Kai and his grandfather and other cadres came to the horse market and were shocked by the endless horse market in front of them. Hua Kai discovered that this horse market has no distinction of horses, strong horses, and steeds. All horses are on a large flat ground. The lowest estimate is that the number of horses here exceeds 10,000, which is not comparable to the small Guangxian horse market. I asked about several horses whose prices are about 20% more expensive than Guangxian County. There are more than a dozen types of horses of various breeds, and Huakai is dazzled to see. I found an open space to tie all the horses to the pegs, and soon a customer came forward to ask for the price. The Huakai horse opened 24 gold, and the strong horse 5 gold, but the other party directly offered 220 gold to pack and take it away. Those who bought the Huakai horses belonged to merchants from Chu State. Seeing that the prices of the Huakai horses were really affordable, they bought them all at once. Huakai was also stunned by this purchase speed. He got 220 gold for his grandfather to check carefully and confirm that he was right. Then he put his heart in his stomach. After going around the horse market for a while, Huakai didn't find a single horse. The average price of strong horses was more than 6 gold, and the price of steed horses was as high as 30 gold. Huakai finally knew why he could sell all the horses so quickly. Quick shot. The second Zhuang followed Huakai with a look of regret, but Huakai was very satisfied. The own horses have just been upgraded, and the quality of the horses is still worse than those in the horse market. He has 16 gold plus a strong horse. His capital has increased tenfold in a dozen days, so what is there to be dissatisfied with? With this 220 gold, the Wahu family's lost money this year can basically be wiped out, and the family will return to normal. Next year, the family will have the capital to take the forest road again, and everything will return to normal, even better than before. Thinking of this, Huakai silently checked the main task 1 of the Super Patriarch System. 98% has been completed, and the distance to success is infinitely close. Although the horse market in Jiguo is expensive, there are indeed a lot of horses. There are so many horses that have achieved 99% physical upgrades, and there are even BMWs for sale here. Huakai asked about the price, and the other party directly asked for 300 gold, which is really not an ordinary person. It can be bought. After wandering in the horse market for more than an hour, Huakai 26 Jin bought 4 strong horses. In addition, he wanted to buy a few horses that were about to break through. After the trial, he trained to become a BMW and earn at least 100 gold. It is a pity that not to mention the horses that are about to be upgraded along the way. Horses with more than 70% experience are rare, and most of them are not very spiritual. Most of the horses who can come here to buy horses are of very high level. Huakai didn't find any leaks along the way. Instead, I found many horse dealers who use strong horses as their stallions to sell horses. There is no tax for doing business here. But there is no military protection either. Everything depends on the tacit understanding of the market over the years. Being deceived is a matter of your own ability. No one will do justice to you. Get out of the way. Be careful. At this time, Huakai suddenly heard a shout in front of the horse market. A red horse galloped from a distance. The stalls hid along the way were all turned on their backs. Many people were knocked down and groaned on the ground, unable to get up. For the first time Huakai saw such a horse, he couldn't help using true eye to explore the attributes of the red horse. Duanma. Tier 3 99%. Physique. 36. Speed. 29. Spirituality. 38. Features. Know the Lord, travel alone for thousands of miles. There are actually 2 characteristics. It was the first time Huakai saw a horse with characteristics. He saw that some people had taken up weapons and started to block the horse's path, so he loved the horse and asked his grandfather to help save the red horse. Duanma. Hua Xing flew to the red horse to be empty, and Ma Hongma seemed to feel the crisis and made a neighing noise. Huakai Truchi was wrapped around the horse's neck. At this time, the road ahead was blocked by passers-by. The red horse instinctively slowed down. Hua Xing took the opportunity to grab the horse's neck, but the horse struggled to get rid of it. If you don't open, passers-by can't help but burst into applause when they see this place. Oh, you finally stopped. Thanks to the help of this adult, otherwise my horse will get into trouble today. The owner of the horse looks like a horse dealer who specializes in selling horses. He saw Hua Xing nod. Thanks for stopping. No, be careful in the future, don't let the horse run around. Hua Xing said and handed the horse's rein to its owner. Thank you. Thank you. The horse seller was going to pull the horse away after he said it, but the red horse seemed to be blocking the opponent's gas, so he refused to take any steps. Passers-by crowded around to watch the jokes, and the horse seller was a little embarrassed. This uncle, I don't know if you can sell this horse. Huakai suddenly stepped forward and asked at this time. This Dawan horse was bought by Lu Pingli from the Chang nationality. It took nearly a year to walk all the way to the country of Zhu. Although this horse is not a BMW, it is full of spirituality. I brought the horse team to try, but I didn't expect this horse to be frightened and cause trouble. My horse came from the Chang nationality not far away. The old man saved it today. You can buy the horse at a price of 60 gold and take it away. Lu Pingli thought for a while and said. Lu Pingli also felt distressed when he said this. The horse was frightened just now, thanks to the help of the old man from the other side. As the caravan leader, if he is stingy in the face of so many onlookers, this will have a great impact on the reputation of the caravan. Huakai's horse looks very good. It's not wrong to say that it is worth 60 gold coins, but the other party said that he was a horse bought for 60 gold in the Chang ethnic group. Huakai didn't believe it if he was killed. If he could spend 10 gold, it would be regarded as the other party. The price is high. Okay, 60 gold is 60 gold. We should have a destiny with this horse. If it weren't for my grandpa today, he might have died here. Huakai said the truth. Today, this horse is frightened and there is no expert in the training period. The shot will definitely not be able to calm it down. The loss of their caravan is a small matter, and the damage caused by the destruction of the market is enough for him to eat a pot. What the little brother said is Lu Pingli, the person in charge of the Four Seas caravan. It is also a fate to meet the little brother today. Whether he can go to my firm's resident or not. Lu Pingli, as the manager of the Four Seas caravan, likes to make friends wherever he goes. Shanyuan, although he is only 10 years old when I met Huakai today, his speech, manners and temperament are not that simple, and the people around him are also headed by him. As long as there are no accidents, this young man will not be unknown in the future. Besides, as the old man is a master of Qi training, it is very important for their entire business to make friends with such masters. Huakai is also very curious about the commercial banks. The commercial banks are the products of the caravan development to a certain extent. They will establish own base areas in important places for business in various places, and calculate the price difference between different bases in a unified manner every year, so as to maximize the profit of each business. Change. Then I will disturb you. I have long admired Sihai Commercial Bank for a long time, and it is a great honor to have the opportunity to explore today. Huakai agreed after thinking about it. It is not easy for ordinary families of the Four Seas Commercial Bank to get involved with it. Since the other party invited Huakai, how could they not go, and he just secretly put all the money in the space, and he couldn't get out of his pocket 60 gold at once. How could others not be suspicious when they saw it, and they would not be suspicious when they went to the Four Seas Commercial Bank to find an opportunity to take out the money? Zhuang and Wahiabao, two Kaiyuan realm masters, went to lead the Dawan horse, but the horse didn't seem to recover from the fright. Seeing people coming over either kicked or bited, several people couldn't help it. So Hua Xing had to go out in person. Hua Xing came to the horse, and before he could get close, the red horse calmed down by himself. Hua Xing stood by it and touched each other with his head, showing intimacy. Action. Everyone was amazed. They didn't expect that there is such a spiritual horse. Obviously he has already recognized the Lord. The legendary horse is born to recognize the Lord. I didn't expect to meet a horse here today. Lu Pingli had already spoken about selling horses for 60 gold. At this time, it was too late to return, so he planned to make friends with Huakai sincerely and set a good destiny. Huakai followed Lu Pingli to the east of the market. It didn't take long before he saw a row of tents with various large packages around the tents. These were large packages for commercial use, and the tents were also full of large and small packages. These are the new goods that our 4C trading firm has just shipped from Weo, Songguo, Zhengguo, Keiguo and other places. Basically, they have already been booked with people. Brother Hua, if you need any goods, please tell me in advance. I can get it for you with one sound. Lu Pingli said confidently. Then Uncle Lu owns these goods. How much are these goods worth? Huakai pointed to the large package in the distance and said. Mainly the goods of the Qi family and the Tian family, and you also have some from the Han family in Guangxian. These are all goods such as silk, cotton cloth, brick tea, spices, etc. These are all food. These are more than 40,000 gold. Lu Pingli pointed away, said the tent here. Huakai has also heard of the caravans of the Qi family, and heard that they have to go to the vicinity of the food country at one time. Every year countless animal bones are transported back from the grassland. No one knows how much they have made. The Four Seas Commercial Bank is really strong, and it can do business with the Qi family. This trip will definitely make a lot of gold. Huakai said back. This can't make a lot of money. These things can only be regarded as bringing goods to the family. These things are really not profitable by our firm. We have at least more than 10,000 gold in the cost of 40,000 gold goods. The maximum profit is 20,000 gold. Huakai opened his eyes wide and couldn't answer. The 20,000 yuan profit was still not making much. It was poverty that limited his imagination. At this time, Lu Pingli took him to the side of the horse herd. The horses here are all free range in the stables, and it seems that most of them are good horses above the steed. If we have a good relationship with families from all over the world, we will be able to travel smoothly from various countries in the north. You see, these horses are all shipped back from Xizang. There are more than 2,000 horses in total, and 5 of them are rare BMWs. Huakai looking at the horses in the distance, he said with pride. Huakai probably estimated the value of these horses, at least it should be more than 50,000 gold. These horses are shipped to countries in the south, and they are worth at least 60,000 gold. Our firm earns a little drizzle. In fact, the big heads are still in the hands of various families, and they have regular cooperation with the major tribes on the grassland. The two said that Lu Pingli asked Huakai to take a look at their goods. Huakai picked some silk products and top-quality tea and sugar. The quantity was small but it cost more than 10 gold. This was still Lu Pingli's bargaining price. Luxury goods are indeed very expensive, and Lu Pingli can only give Huakai a small amount within the scope of his authority. Uncle Lu, in fact, our family also goes to Donghu, Daguo, Linhu and other nearby places for business every year. In the past, we used to do some food, weapons, cattle, sheep and horse sales. Do you think we can make more profit in our business? Huakai asked for advice. Food, low-quality weapons, low-grade livestock, and fur are the best businesses. If there is no big tribe cooperation, brick tea and refined salt will make the most profit without considering the tax collection of countries. The weapons, armor and sweets should be the most popular in the grassland. 3%. Chapter 15 Experiments Seeking Recommended Collection. After chatting with Lu Pingli for a while, Huakai had a new understanding of the business of this world. Most of the merchandise channels are in the hands of large families. Take horses as an example. The price of a horse in the grassland is about 5 gold. Why can it be sold for 30 gold in the large market of Jiguo? At least half of this has been taken away by the Qi family. Tariffs, commodity taxes, and transaction taxes are all raised so that the price of horses is so high. Compared with ordinary families, the family has lower tariffs and higher profits than ordinary caravans. Huakai thought about what Lu Pingli had said. It would be shameful to have the advantage of the system to do food, cattle and sheep trading and earn 2 or 30 gold a year. It was discovered that the caravan really had to leave. After paying 60 gold to buy horse money and leaving the premises of the Four Seas Commercial Bank, Huakai walked towards the market center with his family members. The market center is much better than the outer houses. The small courtyards are separated by wooden boards, and the houses can at least be rectified and sheltered from the rain. I found Wei Beitu and a few Wahiapu villagers. They have found 2 adjacent yards and prepared meals for them. After dinner, Huakai took a hot bath, and he asked everyone to wait in the yard, leaving only the grandfather and the second strong. Asking Zhuang to lift the porcelain pot for cooking from the kitchen, Huakai found 2 flat stones and placed it under the pot, poured 2 scoops of water into the tank and burned it under a high fire. Patriarch, are you going to cook for yourself? Zhuang looked at Huakai's movements and asked curiously. I'll do an experiment. You weigh 2 caddies of black salt, and then pour it into a porcelain jar. There is already porcelain in this world, but Huakai doesn't make it by himself. Zhuang weighed 2 caddies of coarse salt and poured it into the porcelain jar. The water in the porcelain jar soon became turbid. Zhuang looked at the porcelain jar with some regret, distressed that the 2 caddies of salt were gone again. Stir it with a long stick, and stop when you feel that the salt has melted. Huakai said that Zhuang followed suit, and washing helped from time to time. When the salt melted, Huangkai poured the black and dirty salt water into the prepared basin, and then took out the silk he bought today and used the silk to filter the dirty things. But the silk was too fine, and the salt water was too dirty to filter. Huakai knew that he was impatient, so he asked Wei to go to the market for coarse cotton cloth. After the cotton cloth was bought, Huakai graded all the cotton cloths according to their thickness. After 6 times of filtering, the salt water finally became clearer, but it was not the kind that Huakai thought was very clear. No matter, let's burn the salt crystals first. If this is done, the quality of the salt crystals will not be much worse than the refined salt. Huakai thought after seeing the filtered brine many times. The porcelain jar stayed in the evening until late at night. The salt water finally became less. Huakai slowed down the fire and kept stirring, and the salt water finally began to crystallize. It's midnight, let's talk about it tomorrow. The firewood will burn you all up. Hua Xing saw his grandson leaping upside down intently. Although he didn't know what he wanted to do, he still stayed with him until now. It's almost done, Grandpa, what do you think of this salt? Huakai asked Grandpa a little salt from the stick. Washing took the salt and found that the color of the salt was much better than the usual salt, and it was not much different from the refined salt of the world. He put it in his mouth and tasted it, and suddenly a bitter and salty taste came. The bitterness is basically no longer tasted. It is no different from refined salt. Kyer, do you use coarse salt to make salt fine? Washing asked in surprise. It's just a small purification method. There are impurities in the salt. If the brine is filtered, the salt should become as white as snow. Wakai tasted it himself, and the bitterness does still exist. At this time, Zhuang was already tired and began to doze. He stood up cleverly when he heard Wakai's voice. Patriarch, Zhuang said embarrassedly. Zhuang, you come to pour out all the salt of the past few years, and say that this is probably heavy. Wakai pointed to the completely crystallized salt crystals in the porcelain jar and said. Zhuang took out the salt crystals, wrapped them in sheepskins, and weighed the sheepskins after weighing them. After weighing them, they counted their. Patriarch, the total is 6 taels of 4 yuan. Zhuang said. Basically, 3 caddies of coarse salt yields 1 caddy of fine salt, and the first time you cook it is more wasteful. If it is purified on a large scale, the salt yield will definitely go up. The price of refined salt is 10 times that of coarse salt, and it can be tripled by yourself. Profit. Kyer can't be known to anyone outsiders. A little carelessness may lead to murder. Zhuang, nothing we do tonight can be mentioned to anyone, okay? Washing only then did I realize what my dear grandson had done. This method of turning coarse salt into refined salt, and the temptation of profit in it was unimaginable. Zhuang didn't know what happened just now. Hearing the old man say this, he bowed his head and agreed, but when he returned to his room, he didn't understand why the old man was so serious. Kay, you come in, Grandpa has something to tell you. Washing felt that he had to tell Wakai about the stakes. Huakai was happy for the success of purifying coarse salt, and heard his grandfather tell him to take all the purification tools into the house. Where did you learn how to turn coarse salt into refined salt? Don't let others know, you can understand. Washing whispered. Grandpa, don't worry, I accidentally thought of this coarse salt purification in the afternoon. I didn't expect it to be true if I tried it. You, me, and the second and Zhuang people will be there tonight, and they won't leak. Huakai said easily. This matter is sloppy. You have thought about how to sell refined salt. All the channels for selling salt in Guangxian County are in the hands of the county magistrate Han family. As long as you release refined salt, they will trace the source of refined salt. Washing discovered this. The way to purify the coarse salt is impossible if you don't have a heartbeat, but it's useless if you don't have a way to sell it. Why can't we transport refined salt to the prairie? There are countless prairie tribes. I don't believe they can still stare at us. Wakai said. Kyer, you don't know, all countries on the trade route are very strict in the inspection and handling of goods. The Korean family in Guangxian County will conduct strict inspections on the goods, and then we need to pay the road guidance fee. When passing through various checkpoints, just take out the road guide. The inspector checks whether the road guide is consistent with the goods being pulled. If the gap is too large, it is impossible to pass each checkpoint. Washing thought that Huakai was going to smuggle, so he couldn't help reminding him. Grandpa, as long as there are not too many things, I have a way to hide the refined salt quietly, at most 10 stones, if we can quietly transport 10 stones of refined salt to Linhu, or even farther. Wakai said in a low voice. Then there can be a profit of at least 400 gold, and the profit from Linhu is more than 1,000 gold. Washing said that his voice was already trembling. He used to work hard to earn 30 gold a year, and 1,000 gold is a thing in his mind. Unimaginable figures. Apart from the county magistrate, the Han family, it is estimated that no family can earn 1,000 gold a year. Hee, Grandpa, don't worry. If you want to do the concealment that we have to do, no one will find out. The second Zhuang has been in our house since childhood, so you don't need to think about it. Let's go to the grain market when the horse comes back, and go home at noon. Before going to bed at night, Wakai did not enter the space trial. Now he has not entered the physical training secret realm and strength training secret realm except for the secret realm training. In the early morning of the next day, Wakai just woke up and saw salt bags piled up like hills in the yard, totaling 20 bags of exactly 2,000 jin. Grandpa, how much salt are you buying? Didn't anyone ask you? Washing stayed in the yard by himself, waiting for his grandson to wake up, and everyone else was driven to another yard. I spent some money to buy it from the carriage shop. We didn't even have a horse. We spent 500 more coins. Hua Xing said and left the yard. Huakai took out the money in the storage space first, took all the coarse salt in, and found that there was still a small half of the space left. This is because the density of salt is high. 1 cubic meter of pure salt can hold more than 4,300 caddies of table salt. This coarse salt has many impurities and a lower density. Hua Xing had just gone out. Before he could help Huakai lock the door, Huakai had already come out. It took 2 hours for Huakai to select 20 strong horses, 16 of which were all within 3 points of physique. As far as the breakthrough is concerned, 4 horses are very spiritual and agile. A total of nearly 130 gold was spent on 20 horses. Everyone in Wahiapu who watched straightened their teeth. In a blink of an eye, there were only more than 30 gold left for the 220 gold they had just received. After buying Huakai, he put a carriage on the horse and came to the food market here. The grain here is basically shipped from southern countries such as Song, Jung, Kai, and South Korea. The southern grain yields are high and the price is cheap. The price of grain here is about 30% cheaper than Guangxian. Huakai instructed Wei to turn his head. The carriage was fully loaded, and in the end only 140 shi was loaded. The food was enough for Wahiapu to eat for 4 months, until this winter was completely over. However, considering that there are more than 20 steeds to be fed this year, Huakai will need a lot of concentrate, so he went to the market and bought 6 carriages with 6 horses. A total of 4 gold and 76 silver was spent on food, and 6 carriages only cost 18 silver. When he left the market, Huakai bought a large amount of linen, cotton, and silk. If you want to purify the coarse salt in a large amount, you still have to pay for it. As a result, it suddenly went out for more than 3 gold, and Huakai only had 20 gold left in his hands. The carriage was full of grain, and it was much slower to walk. Leaving the big market, Hua Xing rode a Dawan horse to the front of the team, carrying his own red sandalwood dragon wood spear with high spirits. Now he is full of black hair and looks like he is in his 40s. Pressure. Everyone in Wahiapu was sitting on the carriage. The so much food made them feel extremely happy. This year, everyone will not be hungry anymore. They looked at Hua Xing in front of the team and Huakai on the carriage, and they couldn't help thinking. There was a sense of self-confidence emerging. The old man of the Hua family is getting stronger and stronger, and there is such a good little patron in the family. Zhongjiabao is stronger than before. Don't look at the poor family a few days ago and can't even afford food. It's not just a few days. The family has so many more horses, and this cart full of food. Thinking of this, I can't help but feel an unspeakable sense of satisfaction, and Wahiapu will get better and better in the future. It didn't take long after leaving the large market of Ju country, and the road became an uphill road. All the people in Zhongjiabao got out of the carriage and pushed the carriage uphill. This is how the business is. Most of the time, people walk behind the carriage. As the owner of the family, Huakai did not participate in the stroller at a young age. He looked at everyone's enthusiasm and looked at everyone's attributes. Wei Beitu's loyalty has reached 94 points, and the meditation formula has made a breakthrough, which shows that the secret realm has been very useful to him last time. It's a pity that the cultivation base is still on the 2nd floor of the Kaiyuan realm. It seems that the cultivation is not enough. The 2nd Zhuang strength has unknowingly reached the 4th floor of the Kaiyuan realm. He has a simple mind and no talent for management. He is as dedicated to cultivation as his 4th uncle, and is worthy of the family's vigorous cultivation. There are also other people in the team, many people who are not on the family system list, and their strength and qualifications are good. Huakai sees that their loyalty is mostly above 70. It can only be said that the number of places included in the family system is too small. As soon as they walked up a hillside, everyone stopped to let the horses rest, and saw that there seemed to be something moving in the woods on the side. The experienced Wei hurriedly organized the people to drive the carriage together in a circle, so that even if they were in danger, they could respond too. All the villagers in Wahiapu have listened to the stories of the older generations of business since they were young. Usually the village often trains for various accident emergency situations. Everyone quickly takes out their own weapons from the carriages to comfort the horses. Grandpa, what's the matter? Huakai asked puzzledly when he saw the team suddenly forming a circle. There are enemies, it should be a few snitches. Don't let me be distracted when you go to the convoy, and shout when you are in danger. After Hua Xing finished speaking, Huakai quickly retreated to the center of the carriage. Still feel relieved to return to the protection circle and let Grandpa handle it. Snitch is the kind of roaming around and committing crimes, and the strength of unfounded areas is worse. Often appear on some trade roads to pick weak caravans to start. At this time, everyone in Wahiapu was fully prepared, waiting for the enemy to appear. The thief saw that the ambush was unsuccessful, and a brawny man walked out of the woods. Behind him was a few thieves holding ordinary wooden swords and slowly walking towards the convoy. The mountains don't turn and the rivers turn. I'm just seeing each other for money. Don't be afraid. Would not take this step if I had to force it. The bottom brother wants life. The so-called wealth and disaster prevention, leave the goods free for everyone. Go. Kai checked the attributes of the brawny man. On the 6th floor of the aerodynamic realm, there are 2 Kaiyuan realms behind him, and the others are some small shrimps in the chi accumulation and body tempering realm. Take 2 gold. A few good guys, it's not easy to go out, these 2 golds can be regarded as a little heart. It is best to avoid conflicts in business. Xing took 2 golds and threw them to the strong man with the broadsword. The strong man caught the gold and weighed it in his hand. At this time, there were still people lying in ambush in the woods beside Huakai's development. It might not be easy to be kind today. Where are the developed beggars? You are so many horses, at least not more than 100 gold. Said the thief with the sword with contempt. Xing didn't put the other person in one's eyes. He had just been promoted to the aura, and he hadn't really used his strength. At this point, he couldn't be good after taking the money. The convoy stayed, and Xing didn't communicate with the opponent when he saw it. Second Zhuang, protect Kair. Hearing Xing's shouts, everyone knew that today's battle was inevitable, and everyone gathered together to wait for the enemy to arrive. Huakai focused his attention on Grandpa, and at this time, a system prompt came from his mind: you have entered a fighting state. Our combat power. 1 person in the Qi training realm, 7 in the Kaiyuan realm, and 24 in the bone refining realm. Our combat value is 10.7, and the momentum is 7.5. Enemy's combat power. 1 in pneumatic realm, 2 in Kaiyuan realm, 8 in bone refining realm, and 7 in gathering realm. The enemy's combat value is 1.4, and the momentum is 8.9. A prompt appears in the system. Huakai left the system behind. Even if the system thinks the opponent is weak, Wahiapu must do his best to deal with it. The thief leader did not expect that Xing would kill himself in this way and hurriedly organized a team to attack. I saw more than a dozen bandits stepped out of the woods and slew towards the horse convoy. Kai felt that his blood chi was surging throughout his body, and it was the first time he really faced such a scene. Xing rode the Dawan horse for a few breaths and rushed in front of the opponent. The thief also knew that he could not wait for the opponent's impact, and also slid his horse to kill Xing. Touch. Puff. A face thief only felt that his big sword was a few minutes slower than usual. Before he could react, he saw a silver spear head getting closer and closer to him, so he had to use the blade to stop him, and the spear and the big sword made a touch impact. The thief only felt that his hands were about to break, and he didn't wait for him to react that the spear head pierced his neck with one hand. 3%. Chapter 16 Mission complete. Xing stabbed the opponent's leader to death as soon as he met him. The other culprits couldn't help feeling timid when they saw this place, and rushed halfway to stop. How could it be possible to let them go at this time? Xing's horses kept speeding up, and rushing into the bandit group was a fight. The aerodynamic master was killed by a spear thrust before he could escape. Others saw it here suddenly. Fleeing, several corpses were left on the ground soon. With the rise of Xing's one-man killing, the battle on the horse convoy also began. The bandits who rushed out of the woods rushed towards the convoy with fierce faces one by one, and the 2 Kaiyuan realm masters ran in the forefront. Before they could get close to the carriage, their leader was already dead under Xing's gun. The thieves who were still running towards the carriage saw that their boss died so soon, there was unavoidable fear in their hearts. Today, this is a bitter stubbornness. A thief on the 6th floor of the Kaiyuan realm just ran to the convoy and threw down his broadsword without turning around to escape. The other thief on the 4th floor of the Kaiyuan realm had a fierce face and continued to rush towards the convoy. Huakai watched everyone in Wahiapu hold their breath. When the thief had just approached the range of the convoy, several sharp spears were approached at the same time. In the face of such an attack, the thief could only open 2 spears with all his strength, but he was also stabbed in the arm by Wei's head, and his inertia made him hit the grain bag of the carriage. He roared and tried to jump into the carriage. At this time, how could everyone in Wahiapu give him a chance? The reaction was already dead. At this time, other bandits also came to kill. But Wahiapu has an absolute advantage in terms of strength and terrain this time. How can it be easy to deal with? The 7 Kaiyuan realm masters can completely destroy the remaining thieves of the other party. As soon as more than a dozen thieves turned over the food bag in the carriage, 3 people were stabbed to death. Kai saw that everyone in Wahiapu had already participated in the battle. Zhuang was eager to try, but he did not dare to leave him at all. Zhuang, go and help. I am not in danger here, there are only a few little thieves left. Kai said when he saw Zhuang spin around in a hurry. Except for the strongest grandfather caravan, the second strongest on the 4th floor of Kaiyuan realm. Hearing what Kai said, the second strongest picked up the spear and walked to the grain bag. A thief on the 7th floor of the body tempering realm took advantage of everyone's attention, jumped into the carriage, and was about to break through the line of defense. I saw Zhuang suddenly stab the thief with a headshot in the chest. The thief was injured but with a fierce face. He rolled off the carriage and fell into the carriage defensive circle regardless of his injuries. Everyone in Wahiapu suddenly panicked when they saw this place. If Huakai was attacked this time, they would be at fault. Kai saw that the bandit had just fallen from the grain bag and was seriously injured. He clenched the spear and stabs it directly and hit the bandit's throat directly. The bandit looked at Kai in despair before he died, and then fell beside Kai. Zhuang, what are you doing? If something happens to the Patriarch, the old lady will pick you up. Wei turned his head over and looked at Zhuang and said angrily. At this time, the bandits were almost dead. Xing killed several bandits and saw that the convoy was under attack. He returned to his horse to support him, and a master of Qi training joined him. After a while, all the bandits who were still insisting were killed. Wei took the head and led everyone to chase and kill the bandits who fled. Zhuang seemed to have made a mistake. The child bowed his head beside Huakai and said nothing. At the end of the battle, 18 thieves died, 2 escaped and 7 were captured. Wei took the head to clean the battlefield, and Xing rode over. Old lady, I didn't listen to your explanation and almost put the owner of the house in danger, you punish me. Zhuang looked at Xing and said with a hint of crying. To punish Kair is to punish you. You just stay and let you protect Kair, you only know how to rush. Grandpa, I asked Zhuang to go up and help. Besides, I'm already on the 4th floor of body tempering. I still have a little self-protection ability. How can the men of Wahiapu be afraid of fighting? Kai said. Haha, my Kair is no longer a kid, so you can be fine, please interrupt the battlefield. System reminder. Win the battle and get 8 points of family luck. The system sounds in Kai's mind. It seems that fighting is also a way to obtain family luck. Now his family luck has reached 54 points unknowingly. He discovered a new way to obtain family luck. Kai, there was a burst of excitement in my heart. Only one person was slightly injured in the battle at Wahiabao. 18 bandits were defeated, 1 strong horse, 6 taels of gold, 67 taels of silver, more than 10,000 bone coins, 17 weapons, and a few other materials were captured. It was a big win. On the way home, everyone was in a very high mood. Huakai noticed that many people had a lot of loyalty points. Only the second Zhuang was still loyal. He was depressed and blamed himself. When it was dark at night, the Wahia horse caravan came to the border between Beihai Country and Donglai County. Fortunately, there is a small village where you can rest, otherwise everyone would have to spend the night in the wild. In the middle of the night, Kai heard that a desolate animal was coming in the village. He was about to get up and his grandfather had already come to his room and told him not to leave the house. It was normal to encounter desolate beasts at this time, and the shouts in the village continued for more than one. The hour is over. The next day everyone in Wahiapu left the village thanks to the village chief's gratitude, and there were a few more fox-like beasts on the carriage. Last night there were just a few low-level wild beasts, and the leading wild beast was only of intermediate strength. This fox meat can't be eaten, and the skin is still a bit useful. The bones can't make much money. Xing said. The gold and silver in this world are all boiled out of animal bones. The more advanced wild beasts can make more metal, the lower level wild beasts generally can only burn a little bone coin. The farther west you go on Huakai Road, the more wild beasts you will encounter, but the wild beasts also have IQ. Seeing the large number of people in Wahiabao is just a long distance wait and see. Xing Zongma killed several following horses. The desolate beasts of the convoy, and the desolate beasts that follow them are fewer. Entering the borders of the North Sea, the checkpoint guards carefully inspected the goods on the carriages, and even tried the grain bags to see if salt was transported. There were 18 carts of grain plus some cloths and other small things. Huakai paid a tariff of 20 silver, which was a total cost. It took more than 2 hours for the guards of the checkpoint to release them. After walking home for 3 days, Huakai finally arrived at the boundary of Guangxian at noon on November 8. The Guangxian city guard once again inspected the convoy from the inside out. Charged 14 silver to let them pass the checkpoint. Passing by the Guangxian city, the city gate was wide open. Many city guards were patrolling outside the gate. Pedestrians came in and out from the gate from time to time. Obviously, the county was not greatly threatened by wild animals. Huakai felt relieved when he saw this place. After Guangxian, you could see the shadow of Wahiapu soon. Everyone could not help speeding up, and when they came to the entrance of the village door opened and the fourth uncle came out on horseback. For Lord, before Wazawan approached, all the villagers in the motorcade began to shout. There were many more people on the wall at the entrance of the village. Everyone stood on the wall and watched the motorcade going home. Father, Kyer, you are finally back. Wazawan rode to the front of the convoy and said happily when he saw 18 carriages full of food. Well, the house is okay. Hua Xing asked. Everything is fine. The nearby villages have moved to Zongjiabao. Yesterday I heard that high-level wild beasts appeared outside Wanjia village, but the wild beasts did not attack the village. By the way, who are they? Wazawan looked at it. After arriving at the convoy, there were a few strange faces, and they were driven by the Wahiapu two behind the team. A few thieves wanted to rob, but they were caught back after running slowly. Hua Xing said casually. It is very difficult for general caravans to capture thieves, and it is good to be able to drive away. Wahiabao is all because of Hua Xing's powerful force this time, which scared the thieves out of the courage, and only then had 7 prisoners. These prisoners rarely stay, and they can get a lot of money when they bring them back to the government, but Huakai plans to keep these 7 prisoners and cook salt water for him to make refined salt. Where are we? Are there any casualties? Hua Xing said simply, but Wazawan was still a little worried. Generally, the caravan couldn't retreat in battle when he encountered robbery. Just an idiot got his arm scratched, and it will be fine in a few days. With me, what can I do if I go to Zhu country? Hua Xing said confidently. The route from Zhu to Qi is swept every county once a year, and it is basically impossible to have a master of Qi training, so Hua Xing is so confident. If you don't have any, please go home quickly. This time everyone has worked hard. Wazawan greeted the rest of the team. Everyone said that it was not hard. Although there was a small accident on the road this time, it was not worth mentioning compared to the harvest. When the convoy came to the gate of Wahiapu, Huakai saw the second uncle, third uncle, and Wafu Butler on the gate. Very happy. Huakai was also extremely proud at this moment. Although it was only a short 5-day journey, he still experienced the joy of the family returning from a long distance. Every time the villagers saw this place, they would be sincerely happy. This represents the vitality of the family. Congratulations to the host for completing the main task 1, obtaining recognition from family members, and completing the task of solving the family crisis. Reward 1 special mental method. The mental method is being generated. The mental method Big Dream View Idea 1, and a bottle of elementary qualification pill. Quote. Hearing this voice, Huakai smiled at the corner of his mouth, and the task was finally completed. He was about to extract the reward, and the system sound rang again. The second mission of the main line is being generated. Main task 2. Destroy the Huchuo mountain bandits. Task reward. 1 bottle of intermediate level qualification pill, 1 pair of gathering of spirits figure array, and 100 kilograms of spiritual rice. Gathering of spirits. It can condense the world's spiritual qi, enhance the speed of true qi cultivation, promote the growth of plants, and weakly promote the spirituality of animals. Ling rice. A grain containing weak spiritual qi, long-term use has the effect of ascension qualification. This system Huakai is getting more and more incomprehensible, and the system makes the elimination of Hutuition his normal rhythm, but what is this gathering of spirits figure array and Ling Mi? Back in the village, more than 30 people were greeted warmly by all the villagers, and the entire village became crowded. Everyone spontaneously led the carriage to the grain depot, and put all the grain on the carriage for storage. The steward Fu brought home, and the tea, sugar, and cloth Huakai had important uses. The fourth uncle took all the prisoners to the empty courtyard in the north of the village. When he returned home, he arranged everything by himself. Wakai and his grandfather went home together to the living room, and his grandfather told him about the issues that must be paid attention to as the owner of the house. Grandpa, have you heard of spirit gathering array and Lingmi? Wakai asked Grandpa. Juntu heard that Taoism can be talented, and Lingmi is only sold in Lindsay City. I heard that they were all shipped from the distant Qin state. The price is equivalent to gold. When I got in touch with the FA, I just heard it. Hua Xing said to his grandson after thinking about it. This is a world where hundreds of nations are contending for supremacy. Hundreds of families coexist with kingship, and there are introductions of all the scholars and hundreds of families in the village school, but those are too far away for ordinary people. Then Grandpa, can you tell me about the situation of Huchuo Mountain? How many masters do they have at or above the Qi level? Why has Qi Guo never taken action to annihilate them? Hua Kai asked. Hua Kai only knew that Huchuo Mountain was in Banyang, Qi State. In the northern part of the county, that is the main road from the west of Qi State to the official road. Every year, caravans are attacked by Huchuo Mountain. Oh, Huchuo Mountain bandits are about 500 people. No one knows how many Qi training levels there are. Last time your father was killed in Huchuo Mountain, at least 3 Qi training masters were dispatched. These bandits never reported to aristocratic caravans. They started to rob only ordinary family caravans. Banyang County of Qi State has also been aggressively suppressing bandits many times. Every time there was thunder and rain, and for so many years, at most, a few Kaiyuan realm bandits were suppressed. Is this because the family deliberately? Wakai had to suspect that there was a family figure behind the Huchuo Mountain thief. Everyone has said so for so many years, but who has the evidence? Everyone can only look forward to the next unlucky ghost. Don't be yourself. After all, there are hundreds of caravans passing through Huchuo Mountain every year. Hua Xing said here to explore. In a sigh of relief, it is not easy for an ordinary family to become an aristocratic family, and only the upper class can know how many hidden inside stories there are. After learning about Huchuo Mountain, Wakai went back to the house and washed his face. His mother pulled him to check for any injuries. It is normal for a man in a business family to be injured outside. Huang Shuyun just heard that Wakai personally killed a robber, how can he not worry? Finding a reason to return to his room, Wakai lay on the bed, meditating on the system in his heart. Dream ideas. God-level special mental methods, do you want to learn? Wakai chose yes, and felt a light enter his mind, and then not again. Huakai didn't feel that the system had input any mental method to train himself, nor did he feel any change in himself, it was just that there was a special mental method reminder on his panel. It's really not a special, God-level mental method. I don't know what it is for special. At least you can give a heart formula to show that you exist. Wakai couldn't help sighing. After confirming that he hadn't changed anything, Wakai moved his gaze to another task reward. Elementary qualification pill. After taking the qualifications below D level, the qualifications will be randomly obtained. Ascension, the highest one big rank. The efficacy of the medicine disappears after 7 days, and it is recommended to take it as soon as possible. This is not what Huakai needs most. He extracted the elementary qualification pill medicine bottle, and opened the bottle and found that there was a bottle of 20 medicine pill inside. The whole medicine pill was reddish brown, and the granules were full and smelled of a special fragrance. 3%. Chapter 17 Preparation. Wakai took out a pill and it melted in his mouth. He felt his brain suddenly become very clear and his whole body became extremely comfortable. Soon this feeling disappeared, and he felt that his body was better than ever. System prompt. You take junior qualification pill, and the qualification ascension is E+. Or E level. This medicine pill didn't say that it shouldn't eat more. Huakai decided to try another one. The entrance of the second elementary qualification Dan. This time Huakai felt a little weaker than the last time. System prompt. You take junior qualification pill, and the qualification ascension is D. Knock the medicine is cool, and keep hitting the medicine is always cool. Seeing that his aptitude has finally reached D, Wakai feels that the restraint of his body seems to be loosened a lot, and he took out another elementary qualification pill and took it. System prompt. You take junior qualification pill, D-level qualification is invalid. I still feel comfortable, but the system prompts Huakai to calm down immediately. A total of 20 elementary qualification dans made him waste one. This junior qualification dan is a master of the Kaiyuan realm for Wahiabao. So many people in the village are stuck in the body tempering realm and cannot make an inch because of qualification restrictions. After receiving the task reward, Huakai knew the second use of the qualification pill, and couldn't wait to let the family members take it. The system prompts to take it as soon as possible. When Huakai walked out of the bedroom door, he saw that the butler of Wahu was instructing people to carry the goods. The sugar, tea, and silk that Huakai bought this time were all luxury items in the world, and the butler was usually the housekeeper to help Huakai manage it. Wahu is the housekeeper of the Wa family, helping Huakai handle housework, and is only responsible to the head of the Wa family. Sanshu is the actual manager of the entire village, and the responsibilities of the two are obviously different. Grandpa Wahu. Huakai called to the Wahu butler in the distance. What's the matter with Patriarch? Wahu asked kindly. You go to my fourth uncle and ask him to inform all the people in the village who are under 40 years of age who have perfect body tempering. They will gather here within 1 hour, and those who are less than 1 hour will not be used. By the way, take all the bodies in the house. Called from tempering. Soon everyone arrived. Huakai looked at the 3 rows of neatly standing rows in the courtyard. The first row was more than 20 children from the Wa family, including Sanshu. Most of them were loyal to over 85 and most of the age. They are all around the age of 20, and rarely over 30. Qualification E+. Strength body tempering has only 2 people. The second column is Wahiabao villagers. They have a total of 6 body tempering. Huakai found that 5 of them have E+ qualifications. The reason for the failure to make breakthroughs is insufficient qualifications. The third column is the villagers who came to Wahiapu for asylum. Most of them are the core power of the village. They have the lowest mental method and martial skill. To reach the Kaiyuan realm is the highest pursuit for them. These people are also part-time workers in Wahiapu, and they are considered Wahiapu's own people. Their loyalty is probably between 10 and 30. Huakai sees that among their 16 body tempering, 8 have E+ qualifications, and the others have no breakthrough Kaiyuan realm. The reason is that cultivation technique is too complicated, and most of them are self-study. Without the conditions of expert guidance like the Wa family, the cultivation resources can't keep up. 15 people were selected. These people are people who usually cultivate very hard. The E+ qualification can maintain the body tempering level to perfection, which in itself shows that they are working hard. The remaining Huakai chose a sideline from the 7th floor of the body tempering realm E+ qualifications in the family, plus the third uncle Waziji, who was just 17 people. These people were left behind, and the others were disbanded. The first Huakai still wanted to see the effect of Sanshu's elementary qualification pill. He only had E-level qualifications, and he was not lucky. Ascension's first-level qualifications would rise to E+, or he would not be able to enter the Kaiyuan realm without breakthrough. If this is the case, Huakai intends to let Sanshu take another one, even if there is one less Kaiyuan realm in the family. The result was beyond Huakai's expectation, and the third uncle took the elementary qualification pill qualification and suddenly Ascension was in a big state. Waziji. Body tempering level 6 qualification, D. Physique, 19. Strength, 16. Will, 18. Mind method. Meditation Ju Huang Tier low level mind method, Xiao Cheng. Marksmanship. Split air spear, yellow level advanced marksmanship, Xiao Cheng. The third uncle's qualification greatly increases the resources of the Shenghua family and will soon enter the Kaiyuan realm. After 17 people took the elementary qualification pill, 14 of them jumped to a major level of qualifications, and they all became D+ qualifications, and there are 3 others. Qualification Ascension reached 2 small levels and reached level D. After taking medicine pill on the spot, 4 people had a direct breakthrough. When everyone saw that Huakai had given himself a valuable medicine pill, they all said that they would not tell others if they were killed. Some people from outside the village were loyal to rise from more than 10 points directly to more than 60 points, and expressed their hope that they would be taken in by Wahiapu and live there forever. Zongjapu. Huakai did not expect that he would indirectly conquer the surrounding small villages by doing so, allowing Wahiapu's influence to gain ascension. After everyone in the main courtyard has left, Huakai feels extremely fulfilled. Within a few days, Wahiabao will have more than 10 more masters of the Kaiyuan realm. The strength of the middle-level Wa family will greatly increase, and the safety of the village will be greatly improved this winter. Increase. Wahiapu was doomed to sleep hard tonight. Huakai came to the stable after dinner. More than a dozen torches were illuminated in the stable. Today, when the new horse came home, many people came to see the horses. The new horses need to adapt to the place and they must be taken care of carefully. Therefore, the Wa family arranged 6 villagers to guard the stables tonight, and feed the horses at night. Today, the Wahia horse caravan entered the village, and all the villagers watched it. Coupled with some exaggerated rumors after returning home, everyone looked at the 12-year-old owner of Wahiapu with admiration. Huakai obviously felt that everyone respected him more and more. He checked several villagers who worked part-time jobs in other villages, and they were more than 30 loyal. Pulling out the Dawan horse from the stable, Wakai returned to the main courtyard in the strange eyes of the horsemen. This time, upgrading the steeds was extraordinary. Wakai could meditate in his house for more than 10 minutes, and then he left the house after all his body adjustments were made. The dequalification and equalification are very different. It used to take a few hours of cultivation, but now he only needs to run the meditation ju a little bit, and the true chi in his body will soon be full. Even if he can automatically recover true chi for 2 hours without deliberately cultivating, he used to use true chi to temper his body for a long time, but now he can replenish it quickly and can be tempered at will. This is the difference in aptitude. Holding his own red cherry gun, Wakai left the house, and Dawanma was lying leisurely in the yard, completely unaware of what he was about to face in a while. When he walked to Dawanma's side, the horse seemed to have noticed something, and he was about to leave when he stood up, but how did he leave now? Huakai stepped forward to tie it up with a saddle. Dawanma kept walking around and refused to cooperate. He said a lot of good things. This horse didn't make any progress and completely refused to cooperate. Then Huakai could only help him. Ask someone to tie the Dawan horse to the tree in the courtyard, and you won't be able to move to see how you jump. Dawanma was tied up and began to scream impatiently. At this time, Hua Xing heard the horse's call and walked over from the west yard. Are you going to ride a horse? So even if you ride it, it won't cooperate with you. You all go out. Hua Xing also guessed what his grandson wanted to do. He untied Dawanma and gently stroked its neck. The horse quieted down soon. You get on the horse and communicate with it attentively. It is very smart. You have to know that the more you communicate with your own horse on the battlefield, the more you understand each other, the more powerful you will be immediately. Wakai remembers that his grandfather has been on the battlefield 3 times. Whenever Qi is in battle with other countries, Guangxian, which is directly under Qi, will recruit militiamen. Every village is drawn from 10, and many people in Wahiapu have to go to the battlefield. On the battlefield, there have been fewer battles in the past few years, and everyone has time to develop steadily. Hua Xing took the reins of the horse. Wakai rode on the Dawan horse. He stroked the horse's neck lightly, and the Dawan horse slowly calmed down. Hua Xing handed the reins of the horse to Wakai, went out and closed the door for Wakai. Wakai muttered family secret realm space in his heart, and appeared in the space with Dawan Ma. Seeing that the horse suddenly changed the environment, Wakai was a little irritable, and quickly chose the vitality training secret realm time. In a blink of an eye, he rode a Dawan horse to the edge of the bridge. This is already the 5th time that Huakai has entered the strength training secret realm. Except for the first time, everyone else is bringing strong horses into upgrade. I am already familiar with this place. He gripped the horse's rein with his left hand and held the red tasseled spear in his hand. Although Dawanma was very fast, he had no defensive power on the stone bridge. Similarly, Huakai was not fast but could help Dawanma kill the enemy and prevent the viper from attacking. He hoped that today you can get a breakthrough with your own strength value. When you come to Chaotu, adjust yourself to the best condition, and then let Dawanma quickly board the stone bridge with the center of gravity, and dash away along the stone bridge at high speed. Huakai felt the sound of the wind passing by his ears, and the surrounding scenery kept receding. The viper under the bridge hadn't had time to react that Dawanma had run 10 meters away. Huakai didn't need to take any action at all. As long as the direction was right, don't let Dawanma just run down the stone bridge. This top-level steed is different from ordinary steeds. Huakai didn't feel much bumps when riding on the horse's back. At such a fast speed, the horse industry in Dawan didn't seem to be exhausted quickly. Huakai suddenly became a superfluous horse. The snakes couldn't catch up with the shadow of Dawanma at all. After running wild for half an hour, Wakai found that the speed of the snakes around him began to increase. Several times, he pounced a few meters behind Dawanma. The horse seemed to feel the crisis, and Huakai felt that its speed had begun to ascension again. There are cliffs on both sides, countless snakes come from all directions, riding horses on the stone bridge. This kind of scene is hardly imagined by most people. After running for more than 40 minutes, Wakai saw that the group of snakes around was more than a battle long, and a thin yellow flying snake rushed from the cliff on the side. Wakai saw that he and Dawanma could not escape this time, and Truchi gathered together. The red tassel spear quickly pierced the flying snake, and Dawanma neighed and roared in fright, and almost fell off the bridge. Huakai's spear had accurately stabbed the yellow snake. He only felt a strong force coming from the gun body, and the yellow snake did not die when he numbed his arm. However, it blocked Dawanma from running for more than 10 meters and Huakai was out of the crisis. In the previous few times he helped the strong horse to get promoted, Wakai tried his best to kill many poisonous snakes. And today, in the trial with Dawanma, he actually dragged his back. After more than 40 minutes, he could not kill a yellow snake with his second shot. Man, if you want to get a good result, run as hard as you can. Leave everything around to me. Although I can't kill the opponent, I can block the opponent's first attack, enough for us to escape. Huakai is in Dawanma said softly in the ear. This Dawanma actually understood Wakai's words. The flame-like hairs all over his body grew up, and the strength under his feet seemed to increase a bit, and he started to run wildly regardless of the attacks from all around him. Huakai listened to the wind in his ears, and the viper around him had grown to more than 4 meters in length. Every time Huakai resisted an attack, he felt that his own gun was pierced on the wall. Not breaking the defense at all can only help slow down the viper attack, and give himself to Dawan. The horse left enough time to escape. More than 10 minutes later, there were more and more venomous snakes that could get close to him and Dawanma. Wakai's 2 arms seemed to be filled with lead, and there seemed to be a bit of blood stasis in his chest. He had reached the limit. A big green snake bit his shoulder while Wakai was unprepared, and Wakai suddenly felt that his body was unconscious. He was lying on the horseback and Dawanma knew about Wakai's condition. He tried to avoid the next few giant snakes. However, the speed also slowed down. They were surrounded by a group of venomous snakes. Soon Huakai and Dawanma were bitten by various venomous snakes, and they disappeared into the sea of venomous snakes. Back to reality, Wakai fell from his horse, and Dawanma stood up straight, but after a few steps back and forth, he fell down. Lying on the ground with a rough breath, Wakai had never felt so tired before, but there was a slight smile on his mouth. System prompt. Vitality training secret realm walking on Theosnake Bridge. For 54 minutes and 39 seconds, the result is 22 minutes and 04 seconds ascension, and 2 points of vigor attribute are awarded. Finally, he didn't make a trip for nothing. After many riding trials, he finally gained something. He turned his head and looked at the Dawan horse, who was lying on the ground and trying to stand up. Dawanma. Tier 4 47%. Physique. 36. Speed. 29 34. Spirituality. 38. Features. Know the Lord, travel alone for thousands of miles. The stronger the strength, the greater the effect of entering the secret realm trial, but the effect of continuing to enter the secret realm training is also very great. Huakai wants to find the opportunity to take Dawanma to the physical training secret realm, and his physique will definitely have a breakthrough. Huakai. The 4th floor of body tempering. Qualification. D. Physique. 14. Strength. 16. Will. 18. Mind method. Meditation Ju Yellow Order Low Level Mind Method Dachang. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship Shaochang. Special Mind Method. Introduction to the Idea of Big Dream View God Level. Special Skill. Real Eye cannot be upgraded. Ask the housekeeper to arrange for someone to send Dawanma back to the stables. Huakai specifically urged to feed it enough concentrate. BMW has strict requirements for concentrate. Pay special attention to the situation in Dawanma these days. In the evening, Huakai lay on the bed, and once strength training secret realm mental energy consumed a lot. After half an hour of meditating, Huakai went to bed early. Unlike the past, Wakai felt that his whole body was relaxed as soon as he lay down today, and he was confused that he was going to fight in the strength training secret realm today. Looking back at his performance in the afternoon, he was basically alone. Dawanma's speed through the barriers, his own role is pitiful. In the process of fighting with giant snakes, Huakai chose the most savage and simple handling method many times, but he couldn't kill those giant snakes. It's better to give up killing the enemy and use the evasive method, which would have little impact on Dawanma. Wakai went through the trial again in his dream, and he found that his marksmanship was also a big problem. Since he was promoted to the body tempering level, he has seldom thought about splitting air spear. His physique and vigor have increased a lot. The ascension of physique and vigor gave him another experience in the display of splitting air spear. In the second sleep, Wakai became more familiar with the combat methods of the body tempering realm. Even though his attributes did not increase at all, Wakai felt that his combat effectiveness was ascension a lot. Wakai went through today's spiritual training secret realm training 3 times in a dream, and then he dreamed of the caravan encountering the thief 2 days ago, as well as the conversation with Lu Pingley of the Chamber of Commerce of the Four Seas, from the other side's words and behaviors. Kai has deepened the relationship between the family and the caravan, and has his own deep understanding. 3%. Chapter 18 Making Refined Salt. Early morning. Huang Shuyun prepared breakfast for his son very early, but after waiting for a long time, his son still did not get up. By this time, the father had already looked for Huakai twice, the housekeeper had looked for Huakai 3 times, and Waziji had also looked for him once. Just coming back from the big market in Ju State, the family had a lot of things, but Wakai hadn't gotten up by noon. Huang Shuyun came to the door of Huakai's room and heard the steady breathing of her son inside. After hesitating, she knocked on the door gently. Wakai in the house was still in a dream at this time. The picture in front of me is the picture of my own morning exercise in the martial arts field, because the time is too long, it seems a little fuzzy, but the owner of Huakai feels very deep, where he does not do enough, and where he needs to improve his hand in front of the team. I found that many of the moves I had previously thought were biased. At this moment, he suddenly felt that someone was knocking on the door and opened his eyes. It's almost noon. My sleep is too heavy. Wakai woke up when he heard his mother's voice. He felt that he was in a particularly good state of mind today. After training in the secret realm before, he was somewhat depressed for a long time, but today his mind is particularly clear. Huakai habitually opens the own property panel. Huakai. Body tempering level 4. Qualification. D. Physique. 14. Strength. 16. Will. 19. Mind method. Meditation Ju, Yellow Order Low Level Mind Method, Dachang. Marksmanship. Split Air Spear, Yellow Level Advanced Marksmanship, Shaochang. Special Mind Method. Introduction to the idea of Big Dream View, God Level. Special Skill. Real Eye cannot be upgraded. Willpower Ascension a little bit. Is this the idea of the Big Dream View? Big Dream View I can replay everything that I have experienced recently in my dream, and the closer the time, the clearer it will be. You can have that kind of unlimited number of times, so I am afraid that I will not be able to enter the Dachang in the future. Thinking of this, Huakai was excited. Today, he must practice his marksmanship with his grandfather and uncle. Play back more at night and think about his marksmanship. Ascension can be achieved quickly. If he can rise to the same realm as his grandfather, he will become a real one. A genius in martial arts, leapfrogging challenges is commonplace. Thinking of this, Wakai realized that this god-level mental method was too powerful. It's just that it's not good to go to bed until noon without advice. You can't feel the passage of time in your dreams, and you will have to see if you can control your dream time in the future. It's noon, Huakai can only have breakfast and lunch together. Maybe it's the reason that the dream is too tired. Huakai ate more than 2 caddies of wild animal meat at a time. Recently, the family's economy has improved, so he will collect some wild animal meat and practice martial arts. People eat wild animal meat more hungry than ordinary meat, and Wahiapu is not able to eat it often. After a hiccup, Huakai left the main courtyard with satisfaction, and saw Sanshu directing the villagers to reinforce the city wall and gate tower at the entrance of the village. Sanshu had already reached the 7th floor of body tempering realm in one night, and the whole person looked radiant. The third uncle came to Huakai to ask for money. This year, Wahiabao had more than 200 refugees from other villages than last year, and the whole village was not enough. It was okay to squeeze this winter. Your grandfather asked me to prepare a few hidden courtyards for you last night, plus the prisoners you brought back. The gap in this house suddenly became big. Waziji said arrive. Uncle San, you will get 10 gold from the housekeeper later. If the house needs to be built, the quality will be better. Many villages may not leave next year. The place where the city wall needs to be reinforced must be reinforced, and the stone must be reinforced. Use enough, and don't pull down the city defense materials that the city wall should prepare. Hearing that Huakai gave himself 10 gold for the expansion of the village and the foundation of the city wall, Waziji happily left. In winter, there are more laborers in the village. With just a few bone coins every day, there are a lot of villagers working in the yard. This year, Huakai gave enough money to expand the village's houses by 1/3. I found the housekeeper of Wafu. Huakai just became the head of the Wa family this year, and he must prepare gifts for visiting the village elders in winter. The Patriarch of Wahiapu visits the elderly in the village in person with gifts every year. This is a tradition that has existed throughout Chi from a long time ago. Huakai gave Wafu Wahia 20 gold, and the funds in his hands have already bottomed out, but Wahiapu will remain closed until the beginning of the spring next year and will not spend any more money. When I went to the stable, I saw that Dawanma could stand and eat grass normally. Its hair is now flushed like flames. Huakai checked his attributes and the speed is indeed 31 points, which shows that Dawanma is already a veritable BMW. I feel that mental energy is very good today. Huakai tried to take a strong horse into the space trial, but he did not expect it to be successful. Big dream concept, being able to put oneself into deep sleep and quickly recover own mental energy, it is truly a god-level mental method. After upgrading the horses, Huakai came to his grandfather's west yard. Don't worry about the purification of coarse salt. You must discuss it with your grandpa before you do it. Grandpa eats more salt than his own rice. Huakai still has a lot of things. Grandpa needs to check for himself. Hua Xing came to Wakai this morning to give him some suggestions on the purification of coarse salt. Wakai told his grandfather his own idea, which made Hua Xing feel once again that his grandson could not be treated as ordinary people. Wakai made a series of arrangements. His Wahiapu patriarch, who has been in existence for decades, is well-rounded, and his worries are all superfluous. As a rebirth, Wakai can only say that people in this world are more than simple, and most of the people's thinking is still on food and clothing, and they can only rely on their family to survive in this world. The world in which I lived in my previous life was called intrigue. Some basic precautions were normal in Wakai's view, but in Hua Xing's view, salvation became a scheming one. After listening to Huakai's method of arranging the purification of coarse salt, Hua Xing didn't worry at all. After Wahiabao and the others returned to the village, everything went on the right track. The food bought from Jiguo market was bought back by the villagers. The wild beasts or wild animals hunted by hunters were all sold to Wahiabao. The family castle was dealt with and sold to the village, and the whole village entered a prosperous state. The walls outside the village are being reinforced every day, and the reserves of arrows, rolling logs, and stones on the walls are increasing. Even the gates of the gates are reinforced with new stones. In the past few days, there has been news that someone has broken through Kaiyuanjing. Wahiabao regrouped all the personnel in battle. The entire Wahiabao was divided into more than 10 teams led by more than 30 Kaiyuanjing, and each team took turns patrolling and defending the city. Doors, training, and rotations. In this way, everyone will have fewer tasks and will not pull down training. In the afternoon, Wakai invited several carpenters from the village to the main yard and worked with him to design a rack for purification of coarse salt. The woodworking craftsmanship of this world is no worse than the world that Huakai has experienced. On the contrary, because of the sufficient spiritual chi, the strength and toughness of many woods have been greatly improved. The effect of this world on wood has reached a very high degree. These masters are all in Wahiabao life for all the old people, their polishing and production skills are first class, and the few small support frames of the Wa family are not a problem at all. Then he personally inspected the 4 concealed coarse salt purification yards arranged by the 4th uncle. Huakai arranged for Jia Ding to open the 4 yards, leaving only one entry and exit door. At least one team of patrol personnel will patrol here every day. The average person in the village does not allow to be near here. In the evening, Huakai came to the martial arts training ground on time. Everyone in Wahiapu found that the owner of the small family has become more diligent in martial arts practice recently. The family is only 12 years old and has to deal with a lot of things in the village every day. Fort cultivation enthusiasm unknowingly increased a lot. Wakai has been standing at the forefront of the team recently. As the head of the family, he has set an example for everyone. After returning from Ju State, everyone in the village has become more spirited. The number of people who practiced tonight has exceeded 200, and many girls have come. Practice late. This world does not prohibit girls from practicing martial arts, but generally there are very few girls practicing martial arts, and martial arts training requires body tempering. In this respect, girls' talents are inherently worse than boys, so unless they are girls with unusual talents, most families will choose to use resources for girls. Lying on the bed at night, Wakai entered the family secret realm space. Wahiapu. No entry. Prosperity. 51. Power, 27. Agriculture, 16. Animal husbandry, 14. Commercial, 21. Culture, 35. Comprehensive strength, 164. Allies, none. Capital, 31 taels of gold, 841 taels of silver, 6,307 bone coins. Hostile forces, Hutuition, Shenjia in Guangxian County, 9th product. Luck value, 129. Carrying space, 1 cubic meter upgrade requires 1000 gas luck value. The family strength has doubled compared to when he first became the patriarch, and his luck value has risen to 129 points unknowingly. The 100 luck points required by the family mentality ascension is enough, but Wakai is late. Unwilling to upgrade, he is considering whether to upgrade the space first. In the morning, Wakai was awakened by his mother again. Last night, he was already paying attention to the study time in his dream, but he overslept again. His mother was worried to ask if Wakai had a physical problem. It took Wakai for a long time to get rid of his mother. Conjecture. Last night, in his dream, he had another insight about splitting gun. After the morning exercise, Wakai deliberately requested to practice with his fourth uncle, and his fourth uncle readily agreed. This time he tried his best against Lien Huakai. He used true chi freely and freely. He had been fighting for an hour before he stopped to rest. Wazawan kept admiring Huakai's progress. At this speed, he was very good. Probably before the age of 15 years old splitting gun was successful. This speed is no worse than the genius of the family in the city. After having breakfast in the morning, Huakai first went to the wooden workshop to discuss with several masters how to make a snap ring for the coarse salt filter rack bracket, so that you can put cotton cloth, silk and other fixed brackets on the brackets, and these filters can be replaced at will when they are dirty. And then he installed 2 large wooden basins under the filter that can be taken out at will, and 2 people with handles can easily lift them up. 6 filter racks were completed in the morning. Huakai asked his mother and a few aunts to help him sew 3 layers of burlap for the first filter. This is the first filtration process, and the purpose is to filter the salt water. Mud, stone. The second, third, fourth, and fifth filters are made of cotton and silk from coarse to fine, so that the sediment in the salt water can be gradually cleaned up until the last step is clear. At this time, it's time to enter the 6th process. The 6th inverted filter. Huakai first found a large water tank, placed the water tank on the 6th filter frame, and opened a mouth at the bottom of the water tank. The water tank was filled with some fine clean sand, hay and charred wood. This will absorb the last impurities in the salt water. When everything is ready, Huakai divides the coarse salt purification process into 4 parts. Each part assigns a loyal family member or villager to take charge. The workers are all villagers from different villages who have come to Wahiapu for refuge. If they can live in China in winter, if you find a fixed job in Japu, your life pressure will be much less. Although Wahiapu does not need to pay to live in a house, there are still a lot of places to spend money in other places. In some families, if someone needs to eat meat for cultivation, it will cost more. Ns. The first part of this is to melt the coarse salt with water. The higher the temperature of the salt, the higher the solubility of the salt. Huakai requires them to have a 2:3 ratio of salt water so that the salt can be stirred and melted as long as the water is heated to a temperature above 30 degrees Celsius. After the salt water melts, they must carry the salt water to the adjacent yard. Here is the first filter rack. After the first filter, the salt water becomes clearer. Then the second yard will send the salt water to the third yard. Here are 4 consecutive filter racks, and the salt water becomes very clear after 1 trip. Basically, the salt that came out here was refined salt, but Huakai was not satisfied. After the 6th coke filtration, the salt water became extremely clear, except when the 4th court conducted the final firing of wages. Huakai found that the own filtration process still has some flaws. In late autumn, the salt water heated from the first courtyard to the third courtyard has begun to become cold, and the last charcoal filter has a lot of salt crystallized in the tank, clogging the filter port. There is also a lot of wood chips and small sand in the salt water from the charcoal filter tank. Huakai added simple heat preservation measures to the 4 sets of filter devices in the third yard, and then added one under the 4th charcoal filter tank. Small stove. This solves the problem of halfway crystallization of salt water. Finally, in order to meet own requirements for the quality of refined salt, Wahia finally added a silk filter rack, so that the brine that came out was really clear. After busying for 3 days, all the craftsmanship went on the right track. Washing arranged for Zhuang to personally take charge of the safety of the coarse salt purification equipment and prevent everyone from entering the yard not related to his work. In the afternoon of this day, Huakai went to the stable to upgrade a strong horse into a steed horse. This is already the second strong horse he upgraded today. With the big dream idea, Huakai takes a nap every day at noon and afternoon. In this way, not only can he upgrade 3 strong horses a day, but mental energy also feels good. He feels the ascension of marksmanship in his sleep, and no time is wasted. Second Zhuang came to the stable and found Huakai, whispering in his ear that the first tank of refined salt was successfully boiled. When Huakai came to the small courtyard where refined salt was made in the northern part of the village, he saw the snow-white refined salt in a big tank shining white, really like snowflakes in winter. Young master, look, this salt is too white. Zhuang pointed to the refined salt in the big tank and said. Huakai saw that the salt in this tank was about 20 kilograms, which was the result of half a day's firing. 3%. Chapter 19 Savage Beast. Huakai brought the refined salt to his home and showed it to his grandpa. Grandpa said that he had never seen such pure white salt in his entire life, and it tasted without any odor. This kind of refined salt was really white like snowflakes. Never heard of it. According to you, it's no problem to boil 100 caddies of refined salt a day with proficient craftsmanship. The coarse salt requires more than 200 caddies. Think of a way to get more coarse salt. Washing said while looking at the pure white salt. Yes, a winter is more than 3 months. You can't just waste time like that. I haven't heard of any big barren beasts appearing near Qi State in the past few days. Can we go to the Ju State market again? There are still more than 10 days before the market closes. Huakai asked Grandpa. The price of a caddy of coarse salt in the Linhu grassland is hundreds of bone coins, but refined salt cannot be bought with money. Every year, the refined salt that goes to the grassland is monopolized by the big tribes. A caddy is worth at least 1,000 bone coins, that is, 10 caddies. Salt can be worth 1 tael of gold, and the crude salt purification Wahia earns 10 gold a day. Such a high profit is worth any family risk. When Huakai saw his grandpa hesitating there, he continued to say, Grandpa, the name Huakai gave to Dewanma, is now a BMW. 700 miles is not a problem. Huakai said, looking at Grandpa. Do you want us to ride the flames to the Ju National University market? We should be safe in Guangxian these days. There are some low-level barren beasts outside the village. It is really no problem to have your uncle and Wafu take care of it. Wait for tomorrow noon. Let's go. Haotian should be back at noon. After all, Washing was still unable to put down the profit of refined salt, he said with determination. In more than 10 days, Guangxian will basically enter the winter. By that time, the land will be full of wild beasts for more than 3 months in winter. When the spring begins, it will be time to start business again. At that time, there was no market for families and no place to buy crude. The salt is gone. Upgrade the 3rd strong horse in the evening, and now the 20 strong horses in the family Huakai have broken through 9 horses, and all these horses will be upgraded in 4 days. Entering the big dream world, again, Huakai has begun to understand some of the big dream idiocy the past few days. In this big dream world, Huakai could look through all the real things he had experienced, but the closer the distance, the clearer, and only a vague approximation remained after more than a month. In the dream, Huakai can consolidate the martial skill he practiced during the day, and can also summarize what he has learned, and it does not cost a bit of mental energy to learn. The body has been in deep sleep. Mental energy recovers more than 3 times faster than before. This is a very powerful mental method, and Huakai has been constantly cultivating splitting the air spear in his dreams these days. Now he felt a little shadow of marksmanship. After the practice was over in the morning of the next day, Huakai came to the salt factory to check the results of the salt boiling last night. Yesterday until now, the workshop has been rotating salt production without rest. More than 70 caddies of salt crystals have been produced. The first and second yards are actually very simple. The key is that the charcoal filtration and boiling of the 3rd yard are too much trouble. Huakai asked the housekeeper to personally arrange a group of people to join the 3rd and 4th yards. He moved 2 large tanks from the house to make filters and opened 2 more furnaces. This way, the salt production rate of the home manufacturing workshop was doubled. The 4 yards nearly 100 people work in rotation in full swing. The gate of Wahiapu opened slowly at noon. Huakai and Grandpa sat on the flames and quickly walked out of the gate. The guards of the wall gun village saw that Washing and Huakai did not think about going out at this time. Anyway, the winter has not completely entered, and the village is threatening. Not too big. This flame is not a loss for BMW. It took Washing and Wakai with no effort at all. The two rushed north on horseback. Wakai saw a wild beast from time to time along the way. Washing tried his best. Ignore it, unless the other party provokes him to die first. Grandpa, we didn't go this way the last time we went to Jew country. Wakai said to Grandpa. This is a small road to the North Sea country, and the general fleet cannot pass. The danger on this road is greater, but there are no barriers. In order to conceal us, it is better to take the small road. Washing explained. Wakai watched the roadside scenery from the back of the flames moving backwards. The weak period of the flames entering the secret realm trial has completely passed, and the speed at which it ran may even surprise itself. After running for more than 200 miles in 3 hours, Washing and Wakai dismounted to let the flames rest for a while. Wakai took out concentrate from the space to supplement his physical strength. Don't move, Washing suddenly said to Wakai. Wakai looked at his grandpa's cautious expression and felt nervous. He saw that Washing held his own red sandalwood dragon wood gun and slowly approached the forest. A huge beast roar came from the forest. Far away, Huakai's eardrums were numb. When Wakai saw his grandpa quietly approaching the direction of the beast roar, he knew that he was afraid that there might be a battle later that he didn't want to spread to him, and that he could be transported by a master of chi training level. This shows that this wild beast is very powerful. Wakai just saw that his grandpa was not far in front of him. In a blink of an eye, he didn't see his grandfather. He was guarded by the flames. It's really impossible. He could still ride the flames to escape. Since Huakai shared the trouble with the flame's family secret realm space last time, the flame has accepted him, and only Washing and Wakai in Wahia Fort can ride on the back of the flame. A few minutes later, Huakai waited anxiously. He felt a huge figure approaching him. A giant black bear over 3 meters high appeared at a distance of 100 meters from Huakai. The giant bear seemed to have just experienced a battle. There were some wounds on his body, and he ran towards them quickly after seeing Wakai and Leon. Wakai didn't care about his grandfather anymore at this time. This giant bear must have been a barren beast level, and he was just a bite of tender vegetables in front of him, so it was important to run away quickly. Huakai quickly rode on his horse, and the flames saw that the giant bear was less than 50 meters away from him, and fled to the distance at swift speed. But at this moment, a purple dragon wood spear pierced the giant bear's eyes from a big tree next to the giant bear. Entering, the giant bear did not expect the danger to appear here. It only felt that its body was imprisoned by an invisible force, knowing that it had encountered a powerful enemy. Before the big black bear could react, the spear had pierced the bear's eyes through the back of his head, and the big bear trembled on the ground for a few times before it moved completely. As soon as Wakai ran away, he felt that the situation behind him was not right. When he turned around, he saw his grandfather standing next to the giant bear's corpse. This speed was too fast. Grandpa. Wakai hurried back to look at the giant bear on the ground and called to Grandpa. Haha, I'm fine. This is a junior brutal beast that is about to break through intermediate level. This fur is worth 10 gold. The brutal beast meat is much stronger than the wild beast meat. It's a pity that we can't take it away. By the way, can you take away such a big thing? Washing suddenly thought of his grandson's abilities and asked. This guy is too big for me to put it in. If we can chop it off, maybe we can install more. Wakai thought. Washing quickly decomposed the giant bear with his own red sandalwood dragon wood gun, which made Wakai once again see the sharpness of the world's weapons. True chi flashed across the golden gun head, and the entire giant bear's bones and flesh were quickly separated. Most of the bear-like savage meat is edible, and its value is greater than that of animal bones. Wakai watched his grandfather decompose the black bear skillfully. He packed the decomposed black bear piece by piece into the portable space. He did not expect such a huge bear meat. The bones let him squeeze into the space, leaving only some internal organs and bare heads. Washing looked at the innards on the ground and bare heads. The wild beast meat started with a caddy and 2 silvers. These were at least worth more than 1 gold, and now there is no other way but to discard it. The two got on the flames and continued to drive towards the county. After passing a river, Washing dismounted and jumped over by himself. The flames relayed on the rocks in the middle of the river. Wakai crossed the river nearly 10 meters wide and entered Donglai. The land of the county became open, and there was no shadow of the wild beasts. The two of them reached the big market in just over an hour. But the big market is still booming nowadays. Many big ships stop by the sea. Some caravans from the Chi state family come here to pick up goods. The family has masters in the Chi training stage to lead the team. At this time, the ordinary wild beasts are not a threat to the family. Huakai saw that there were many more products in the market that he hadn't seen a few days ago. Nowadays, the basic caravans that dare to come to Jew country to buy goods, ordinary families don't have the courage to leave home at this time. You see, these caravan guards are basically above the Kaiyuan realm. This is the heritage of the aristocratic family. Hua Xingxia Li Ma asked his grandson to continue riding on the horse, and slowly walked into the market with the reins. He walked and told his grandson about the market situation. Huakai saw that the price of the goods in this market was more than 10% cheaper than the previous few days. He also saw that there were spiritual rice for sale, but it was scary to cost 1.4 gold per pound. Huakai saw that the spiritual rice was as clear as jade. A pill is the size of a finger. This is something that even the children of the aristocratic family will not be able to often eat later. The two came to the carriage shop. Huakai spent 50 bone coins to rent a carriage, and came to an inn with a good environment. Huakai and Grandpa paid 130 bone coins and moved into a courtyard. After entering the yard, Huakai closed the gate of the yard and took out the corpse of the big black bear from the space and put it on the carriage. Unexpectedly, there were a lot of things in this 1 cubic meter of space. The meat of wild beasts is much tighter than ordinary meat, and the density is more than half larger. Huakai probably estimated that the fleshy bones are more than 2,000 kilograms, and a carriage can't hold it. Leave these and take them home. Let's eat them by ourselves. I bought bear paws and bear skins. In winter, everyone trains heavily. Ascension of wild beast meat is of great help to everyone's strength. Just leave these pieces. Hua Xing pointing to a few pieces of black bear meat with big bones and said. At the end of every winter, Wahiabao collects the bones of wild beasts killed in winter for alchemy. This is also one of the sources of funds for Bada village every year. These bones are more cost-effective to take home than to sell them directly, but considering the mission of the two men this time, Hua Xing resisted the urge to remove all the bones of the beast. Huakai reloaded more than 300 caddies of black bear meat back into his portable space. Hua Xing pulled the rental carriage, and Huakai led the two of them out of the yard. The inns here are all connected by large yards. Many families drove in and out of the yard. Huakai entered the yard with empty cars and came out of the yard with full cars. Most people would not pay attention to this. The two came all the way to the meat market. High-level wild beast meat generally does not deteriorate for several weeks, and wild beast meat can be stored for nearly a month. There are few wild beasts in the winter in southern China and a large population. The meat market here is basically purchased by various meat shops in the southern country, and the high-price collection of wild beasts brand can be seen everywhere in the market. Boss, do you receive meat? Hua Xing asked when he came to the largest meat shop in the family. The high-level and above-level wild beast meat is purchased at a high price, and the primary wild beast meat and ordinary beast meat are not accepted. Do you cross the meat? The person in charge of the other party has the cultivation base on the 3rd floor of the pneumatic realm. Hua Xing said. How do you collect that brutal beast meat? Hua Xing said. Then I have to look at the quality of the meat and the length of time it has been left. The other party said that when he walked to the carriage, Hua Xing opened the cover, and the manager just glanced at it and said. This is low-level brutal beast meat. You are lucky not long after you killed it. This kind of black bear is more rare. These 4 bear paws are 2 gold each, and if the meat has bones, then a caddy 2 silver and 20 bone coins. This bear skin. Quote. The steward picked up the bear skin and looked at it. The undamaged one is worth 15 gold. That's okay, it's the price. After Hua Xing finished speaking, there was a hint of joy in his heart. Before being promoted to the Qi Lian realm, this kind of brutal beast was difficult to win even the entire Wahiabao, but now he can easily kill this one by himself. The black bear suddenly made more than the previous business year. The bear's paw is 8 gold, the bear skin is 15 gold, and there is no problem with the bear meat inspection. 1867 caddies of wild animal meat is 41 gold, a total of 64 caddies. You count it. All are shipped into the warehouse. Ha, I can see injured brutal beasts along the way. Good luck today. Grandson, I'll give you the money. Now there are still 4 hours before dark. We should have time to go home when we buy salt later. Hua Xing had originally If you plan to stay in the market today and go back tomorrow, Dao may change his mind and plan to go back this afternoon. After receiving the gold, Wakai saw that the other party used 10 gold bars and 4 gold coins. I heard people say that large amount transaction caravans use gold bricks, gold bars, and gold coins. A gold coin is 1 or 2 gold, and a gold bar weighs a caddy, which is exactly 10 gold coins. A gold brick is 10 caddies and 10 gold bars. I heard that a bigger trade will use purple gold. A little purple gold can make a weapon's quality ascension several times, and purple gold can only be extracted from the bones of demonic beasts. These are not accessible to small families. He drove a carriage to the place where he bought coarse salt last time. Huakai bought 10 stones of salt again. The boss only needs 160 bone coins per stone, which is much cheaper than last time. The carriage was filled with coarse salt and the two left the market. A few miles away from the market, Wakai asked his grandpa to let himself out and quickly put all the coarse salt into the portable space. 10 stones of coarse salt plus 300 caddies of black bear meat. The space is not full. If you can still see the black bear head when you go home, you should be able to fit it. If it doesn't work, throw away some coarse salt. It went well, and both grandpa and grandson gradually became active in their minds. 3%. Chapter 20. The carriage pulled the salt around the market, and soon Wakai and Grandpa returned to the market to return the carriage to the dealership, and then rode on the flames and ran towards Guangxian. The flames kept going all the way, and within an hour the two returned to the place where they killed the giant black bear. Before they got closer, they saw a few gray wolves rushing to eat. The winter desolate beasts were just because they had no food. After leaving the forest, the bear's head was found by the passing wolves within 2 hours, and now it is almost devoured. Seeing someone riding over, the wolves stood far away and began to grin at the two men. Hua Xing rode close to the gray wolves and scattered around. Oh, I'm still a step late. These gray wolves are low-level barren beasts. The meat cannot be eaten, and the quality of wolf skin is not good. The bones can only boil out a bit of bone coins without the meaning of hunting. Let's go home quickly. Hua Xing rode his horse past the wolves after he finished speaking. Now the sun is slanting to the west and he must go home early. Wakai has been paying attention to the state of the flames, and the number of wild beasts in Qi State directly under the jurisdiction began to increase, but not many dared to get close to the flames. The wild beasts are much smarter than ordinary beasts. The weaker wild beasts cherished their lives more. The flames rushed all the way for more than 2 hours. When they were about to enter the boundary of Guangxian County, they began to pant and their physical strength was close to the limit. At this time, Hua Xing dismounted and walked. Wakai rode on the horse alone and walked for half an hour when the sun was all set on the top of the mountain. At that time, they finally returned to Wahiapu. Sending the flames back to the stable, Wakai told the groom to add more concentrate to it. Today, the flames carried 2 people for more than 7 hours and ran for more than 700 miles, completely not insulting the identity of BMW. Huakai is considering looking for an opportunity to bring it to the physical training secret realm and then ascension to regain its strength, so that its physique is completely inferior. Isn't it easy to travel thousands of miles every day than Shenzhou? Sending all the coarse salt back to the warehouse, Wakai returned home and gave the brutal beast meat to the housekeeper. At night, he entered the family secret realm space and suddenly discovered Uncle Wu's loyalty is about to fall off the list. Hua Zichen, 24 years old. Realm. 9th floor of Kaiyuan Realm. Talent. A+. Family loyalty. 86. This is family secret realm space Wushu's display. Wahiabao is the only genius with A-level qualifications, not counted 86 points of loyalty rank 92 points, 85 points loyal than the 100th. The value is only a little higher, which makes Huakai a little worried. The next morning, when Wakai came home from the morning exercise, he saw his mother cook a big pot of black bear meat. After washing his face and eating a few bites, he felt his whole body hot. The energy in the wild animal meat came to him only in the body tempering state. He said it was very adequate, and he couldn't eat more than half a caddy. When he came to the stables, the horseman consciously left. Huakai closed the door of the stables and upgraded a strong horse. He went to the salt mill to check the crude salt purification situation yesterday. There were hundreds of people in Wahiapu who purified the crude salt yesterday. The salt is more than 160 kilograms, which is much faster than Huakai imagined. 1 cubic meter of space can hold more than 4,600 kilograms of refined salt. According to half of the salt yield, at least 5,000 kilograms of coarse salt is required. After returning from the salt mill, Wakai came to the west yard and asked his grandfather to talk about his fifth uncle. Your fifth uncle has been in Jixia Academy for 6 years, and he is 24 years old this year. It's time to go home. I used to hope that he could find a job under the family's family. It is better than staying in Wahiapu for a lifetime, but now it's different. The Wah family will surely have ZTE with you. Today, I will ask your second uncle to send it to Guangxian, so that your fifth uncle will come back soon. Wushu entered body tempering at the age of 14 and entered Kaiyuan at the age of 18. At the time when he was a first-class genius in Guangxian Academy at the age of 18, he was recommended to Jixia Academy by the County Academy. You must know that Jixia Academy is the best one today. One of the good academies. All disciples of all families want to enter Jixia Academy to study, but Jixia Academy is not a genius and should not be recruited. I heard that there are hundreds of giants in the schools, and giants are people who have reached the Shantian realm. Wakai only mentioned the fifth uncle, and his grandpa knew what he meant. Now grandpa is already in the chi practicing realm. Wahiapu seems to be powerful, but the younger generation is weak. The family's aerodynamic state is basically in a faulty state, so he is the housekeeper of Wufu. Pneumatic 3 realm. The qualified young people in the family can't see Kaiyuan realm hope except for Wushu. In other words, in the next 10 to 20 years, no one except the Wushu family can become a core figure. Although the fourth uncle is already on the 7th floor of the Kaiyuan realm, it is still a long way from the 9th floor of the Kaiyuan realm. His qualifications are only sea level. The middle stage of a lifetime is the ceiling. After returning from his grandfather's yard, Huakai went back to his room and slept again. He mainly used the big dream view idea to restore his own mental energy. At noon, Wakai only felt full of energy. The butler found Wakai after lunch and said that the bear meat had been divided. Every winter in Wahiapu, the owner of the family will personally visit the young people with good cultivation qualifications in the village. This has become the 2 great times in the village, and from here, you can see which old man has given affirmation for his life's merits. The aptitude of the children of the family is valued by the master, which is also a recognition of them in the eyes of ordinary villagers. In the past, the people visited by the Wahiapu Patriarch were all between 12 and 18 years old, because at this time, if a person is particularly talented, he can already show it. Washing only visits young people under the age of 18 in the following villages in body tempering every year. In fact, not many people entered the body tempering realm before Wahiapu Neng 18. Patriarch, I have prepared everything according to your instructions. There are 36 servings in total. Each serving is 10 taels of silver, 2 caddies of refined salt, 2 caddies of wild animal meat, 1 caddy of sugar, and 10 feet of cotton cloth. Wafu came to Huakai and said, "Arrive. Now that you are ready, let's go. This is a list of the children of 36 families going to leave. Every time you arrive at a house, notify the parents of the children in advance." It was the first time that Wakai did such a thing. He told Grandpa Wafu to explain everything clearly. When he left the main courtyard, he saw 6 family carts full of gifts to be distributed. Some villagers were far away. Talking around the cart, they all hope that the owner of the family will be the first to go to their home. As Huakai went out and 6 carts followed him, watching the villagers around the formation approaching, they all wanted to see who the genius in Huakai's heart was. The head of the family personally visits the young people with martial arts talents in the village. This is to cultivate their loyalty values since childhood, and also represents the importance of the village. The family must begin to attach importance to the education of the children, otherwise they may be punished by the main family. When a poor family can't give the masters material for talent cultivation, they can even ask the master for help. Therefore, the entire Wahiapu villagers attach great importance to which family Huakai will go to this year. I am paying attention to the young master's value this year. Is there any change between people and last year? Wakai took the group of villagers to the 4th uncle's house first, and some villagers had already gone to the 4th uncle's house to report the letter before entering the door, and the 4th aunt happily walked out of his house. "Kay, what are you? Your brother Wahu is only 7 years old this year. How can he be the first genius in the village?" Seeing that Wakai was the first person to come to his home, the 4th aunt said with joy and worry, "Arrive. Du is talented in martial arts training. The younger generation and others can compare with it. I hope that C aunt and 4th uncle will attach importance to Du's education in the future. If you need help from home, please speak up." Wakai, as the head of the family, said these words said to all the villagers around. Hua Kai said that the family member on one side took the gift into the fourth uncle's yard. The fourth uncle's yard was full of various training weapons. The fourth uncle's C-level qualification can reach the Kaiyuan 7 level at the age of 30. This is enough to explain him. If he could have the qualifications of his cousin, he would have already entered the aerodynamic state by now. Entering the living room, Hua Kai saw that Wahu's cousin was alone holding a bamboo slip to practice calligraphy. He had just entered the village to learn his fourth uncle and grasped his homework very tightly, and he also studied very hard. And see, with Yuer's talent and hard work, it will be easy to surpass fourth uncle in the future. Our family believes that no one can match his martial arts talents except Uncle Wu. You and Uncle C pay more attention to it. When brother Yu grows up, he will be able to provoke the beams of the entire Wahiapu. As Hua Kai said, he heard the fourth uncle come in from outside the courtyard. Kaier, you don't need to visit the fourth uncle. How can your brother Yu be only 7 years old this year is worthy of your being the first to come over? The fourth uncle's voice had arrived before he even entered the door. In the past, the sons of Hua Xing's head of the family belonged to his family, and he would visit the genius every year and would not visit his grandson. Now Hua Kai becomes the head of the family. The four uncles are equivalent to the family branch, although the main line is only Hua Kai and Huang Shuyun are the two. For Uncle, Yudi's talent is indeed the best in the external martial arts family except for the fifth uncle. It will not be difficult for his talent to enter the Qi training realm in the future. If he is lucky enough to enter Shantian, there is hope. Hua Kai said. Hearing that the villagers around here are excited, Hua Yu will become a master of Qi training in the future. In the minds of ordinary villagers, Kaiyuan realm is a master. Pneumatic realm is the core figure in the village. I heard that the old patriarch has reached the realm of Qi training. That is a very, very remarkable person. Hua Zawan couldn't help feeling excited when he heard this. He knew the qualifications of the fifth brother better than anyone else. The two of them practiced martial arts together. He worked several times harder than the other. Even though the fifth brother often be lazy, his cultivation speed is still faster than anyone else. At the same time, this inequality of talent made Hua Zawan understand the importance of aptitude best. Then, these things are a little too much. Hua Zawan also receives 20 silver from home every month. This 20 silver is enough to make their little family live a prosperous life. Their family can still hire a few servants and one person. The famous maid, the visit materials that Hua Kai brought this time can be seen abundantly. These things were specially sent by the family to Brother Yu. These meats are all savage beast meat, and Brother Yu can only eat a little bit at a time. When Hua Kai came out of his fourth uncle's house, the whole village knew immediately that Hua Yu was the first genius of the young generation of Wahiapu in the future, at least in the heart of the owner of Wahiapu. After coming out of the fourth uncle's house, Hua Kai turned and entered the second uncle's house. His cousin Wamo's B+ qualification ranks second among children aged 6 to 12. It's true that a family qualification and pedigree are very important. Hua Kai has seen several cousins and cousins, most of whom have qualifications between D and circa. The E-level qualifications of ordinary villagers are the most common, and there are many F-level qualifications, and all those who can have D-level qualifications and above it is very rare. Everyone recognizes Hua Mo's rating of Hua Mo as the second genius in the village. Hua Mo's performance at Hua Ziming's funeral is still remembered by everyone. After coming out of the second uncle's house, Hua Kai visited all the villages from high to low according to the qualifications of all the children in the village between the ages of 6 and 17. The family contributes its own power. Especially when the 9th Hua Qingyu's family came to the house, the captain of the guards agreed that Hua Kai had gone wrong. His son was only 4 years old. Before he could read and practice martial arts, he did not expect that Hua Kai was because of his daughter Hua Qingyu. Only visited in person. Wahiapu, this is the first time that the patron visits a girl. Hua Qingyu is 14 years old this year with B+ qualification. Taking into account the actual situation, Hua Kai's visitation ranking automatically reduces the girl's level by a large level. B+ qualification is treated as C+ qualification, so Hua Qingyu it is also ranked 9th among the young generation of Wahiapu. The captain of the village guard looked at the various gifts at home and there was money, and looked at his own daughter with a bit of self-blame. Her daughter liked to practice martial arts since she was a child. Now both marksmanship and mentality have been achieved, but his heart is just like ordinary people. He has prejudice against girls and has always prevented Hua Qingyu from practicing martial arts. Patriarch, I will definitely not stop Qingyu from practicing martial arts in the future. I will use these things on Qing Yu. Tomorrow I will have someone customize weapons for her. Wahu knows that his daughter has always wanted to own a long spear, a girl's shooting skills. In favor of speed, the gun body should be thinner and tougher. Sister Qingyu is only 14 years old this year, and she has 8th floor. If she can enter the body tempering realm next year, Wahiapu can send her to the county academy to study. Both men and women in our village can enter the body tempering realm before they are 16 years old. The family will arrange him to enter the county school to study. The minimum admission standard for county schools is 16-year-old body tempering, where the college will not only teach you various martial skills, but also the history and culture of various countries, knowledge of wild beasts, instrument etiquette, and spring and autumn, which few people like. The college starts for 6 months each year and adopts closed education. The annual tuition fee is about 1 yuan, which is not something ordinary families can afford. Huakai promised that all children in the village who enter body tempering before the age of 16 can go to the county to study, including villagers from affiliated villages who come to seek asylum. This year Huakai actually sent visiting supplies to 5 children in the affiliated villages. This is money that their family can't make in a year. After careful consideration, the 5 families decided to stay in Wahiapu starting next year. For the children, Huakai is also happy to find a job for them in the village. 36 gifts were delivered. Huakai went home and it was dark. He went to the stable to upgrade the horse. Huakai saw that the flame had fully recovered, and his physical strength had increased a bit. If the horse is also qualified, Huakai feels that the flame is qualified, there must be at least a. That the flame is qualified, there must be at least a. That the flame is qualified, there must be at least a. That the flame is qualified, there must be at least a.